you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toe Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome back, everyone. And now the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, says it is investigating a viral video showing an altercation between an aviation security personnel and a passenger at Oshubi Airport in Delta State. In a statement issued by FAN's Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Henry Agbebire, the agency pledged to sanction any officer found to have breached its operational procedures or professional standards. The response follows public outrage over a viral video in which a female passenger was seen being harassed during a disagreement with airport security personnel at the airport. The agency assured airport users that appropriate disciplinary measures would be taken if the investigation establishes any wrongdoing by its personnel.
The only sign of life currently witnessed at the Chubo-Okadigbo International Airport, Onueke, is our South Local Government area of Ebonyi State. Major reason why the report of this physical visit to the airport is not matched with enough visuals. Despite the pomp and pageantry, the euphoria that characterizes coming on board in 2023, not much has happened again at the facility, said to have cost the state over 55 billion naira and still counting. In terms of landing of commercial flights, both the tarmac and the runway of the facility appear to be begging for activities. Authorities of the state, however, maintain that the airport is functional and being put into effective use. Could this be the reason for the warding off of human and vehicular movement around the airport to prevent media access to the facility? Voice of the People Television was there yesterday, Sunday, 26 July 2026, but was vehemently denied access into the public facility by the security officers posted to the site. However, a view into the premises points to the fact that the airport is not yet functional. Residents of Abakaliki confirmed that much.
Well, at the airport at Enoke Airport, as from when the former governor, when he's at the seat, we overheard that the first plane that landed there almost crashed due to the poor maintenance of the plane. So since then, the airport has not been at work, and the new government that entered, they have been working on that airport, so that the airport will be at work at Onueke, according to what we know about it.
But there's this impression that flights do come at times.
No. Since the new government entered,
Yes,
we have not seen anything landed there. But the one that we saw, it was at Dave Omai, the former governor.
From school, I used Lagos to Enugu, not Lagos to Ebonyi State, because it was not even on the website. That means that the airport is not functioning yet. I think it's still under construction.
while the authorities prefer to keep the public in the dark as to what is happening inside the airport, a move around the Sperondo Junction, Abakaliki, and the Ebonyi Central Park show of a people eager to fly through and from their airport. They could only hazard a guess as to the real issues surrounding the airport project. For the airport particularly, can you say about the usage? Do you think it's functioning as it should be?
Well, I have not been there, but all I know is that I don't know whether because of the poor masses that the airport is not functioning. I thought if when the moment the people will start having their good financial standard, more people will be going to airport.
The project was built by Dave Umahi administration and commissioned in 2023, but is still receiving the attention of Francis Nwefuru administration in 2026. Ndo Okpaleze in Abakaliki.
Well, Undo, thank you so much. Joining us virtually now to analyze the stories is Opeyemi Ogunlami. Opeyemi is a public affairs analyst. Opeyemi, thank you so much for joining us. If you can hear me, please turn on.
I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming. So let's just hit the ground running. Troops of Operation Hadinkai says that it has recorded another major operational breakthrough with the surrender of a senior Islamic State of West Africa province, a swap finance operator. Prior to this, it was the arrest of their photographer, and now it is the arrest of a financier. It looks like the Nigerian army is seriously making headways in the fight against insurgents. What's your take?
Well, it's a good news at first. We commend the Nigerian army on this, and we hope to get more and more of these bandits on their feet before the Nigerian army. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. If they could move on with this pace at this time that we are in Nigeria, then depend or trust. We can give some iota of trust on the Nigerian army, though it's not yet given. But let us see more of these actions and more security in our own territory in Nigeria. So it's commendable.
But let's also flip this coin, because during the week, this is Sunday, so it's a new week, right? Last week, we heard that scores of farmers were kidnapped in Zamfara. Somehow, that particular incident was muted. Even the federal government didn't come out to say anything about that. We've not heard anything so far yet from security operatives. There are also lots of abductees still in incarceration, and all of that. So would you say then that the negatives still outweigh in a huge proportion the positives in the fight against insecurity?
I once made a comment with regards to this that we cannot rejoice yet until we had no more of insecurity in Nigeria. That's when we can commend fully, that we can commend the Nigerian army and the Nigerian government. There are lots of kidnapping, lots of terrorist acts in the country still going on and still unheard of, especially in the northern area of Nigeria and the Middle Belt. A lot of things are happening that never came up to the news, and very, very many. I was in Kogi some months back, and they told us a lot of things happening, even at police checkpoints in that axis, and none of these things made the news. And it's so unfortunate how it's going in our country. But the thing is, the little that made wave still show that Nigeria government is still not working and getting up to the task as expected. So the negative is still outweighing, as you said, still outweighing the positive. So we cannot fully still trust Nigerian government and its ways.
Very well said, Opeyemi. In fact, you brought up the issue of the incident in Kogi. I mean, something just happened in Benue State as well. Some huge attack by herders and all. We are waiting to see what the federal government is going to be saying regarding that. But hey, something else happened again today. Troops of the Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fasanyama have rescued, I should say, 48 kidnapped victims after repelling a bandit attack on Magami village in Karana Model local government area of Zamfara State. Now, where this one is very interesting is that the bandits had already struck, they had already rounded up their victims, and they were just waiting to start dispersing them into the bush when security operatives came. Would you say that this kind of timely intervention is just the beginning of it? So now that this has been repelled, what next is what I'm going to ask you. What's your take on this?
After this, but let me talk about the timely intervention in all the records of bandits or insurgency in Nigeria. How many timely record as this have we recorded in all this situation? That is one. Then, if we have this, it means our security operative actually in that event perhaps got the information on time and the response, they were proactive in their response to the situation. What next after this? Let them keep the pace.
All right.
Let them always be on the alert to responding to security threats in the country.
You remember how last year, sometime last year, or would that be this year now, there was a huge security breach in one of the northern states, and the governor came out categorically to say that the army was complicit. That shortly before the attacker struck, it was in a secondary school, that the army withdrew its men and all of that. Also in Plateau State, we've heard where the residents say that it looks like the army or security operatives are in collusion with the terrorists or the attackers. Based on that and based on what we just saw, would you say that the employment of what's it called now, an interior officer, talking about security-wise, would you say that that really must have injected a new blood into Nigeria's military?
Uh, Over the years, from the period of late General Muhammadu Buhari, Nigeria had incorporated some supposedly repentant, or what they call them, repentant Boko Haram and terrorists into the Nigerian army. That infiltration is so loud and it's still happening to this moment. We cannot say some people actually have repented and they are not in the system. They are the informants in the Nigerian army. The Nigerian army has actually been infiltrated by people, even the high rank officers in the army. We know there are accomplices in the system already. So if the Nigerian army wants to take a step and these guys, these bandits or terrorists have gone a step ahead of them, definitely the infiltrator within had informed those without. So Nigerian army has been so much, it's porous, it's a porous system at this moment, and we need to know that until that system is cleansed from the high ranks to the low ranks officers, that's when we could have a plain operation in the system. But for now, we cannot have.
All right, that's a gloomy forecast there. But hey, let's talk about something else. Yeah, a former director of Defense Information, Major General John Enenche, retired, is calling for a review of Nigerian soldiers' welfare. He's demanding for a minimum monthly salary of 250,000 naira. Even though some analysts like yourself have come out to say that, hey, government already provides accommodation, pays for their uniform and all of that. Is 250,000 too much to ask for as minimum payment for soldiers? What's your take? I'd like for you to weigh into this debate.
As far as I am concerned, the Nigerian army deserves better. 250,000 naira is not even what we should be talking of when it concerns people who have put their own lives on the line for Nigeria. What Nigerian politicians are doing, all the senators are doing, cannot be compared to what and to the level of sacrifice Nigerian army had made in Nigeria. These people, in fact, let's be plain, the 250,000 naira they are proposing now, you will be surprised that by the time that 250 is approved, the officers, the list of the officers will not have that 250,000. You'll be surprised they will be having 180 or thereabouts. A lot of our young guys had run away. I'm saying ran away now, not retired or withdrew from the army. They ran away. They dropped their guns and uniform and they left with the ID card of the Nigerian army. Some of them are driving public commercial buses in Lagos, some of them in another state, all because there is no welfare. There's no proper welfare for Nigerian army. Even for those officers from US or from another country that come to Nigeria to train them, they still look at how are they faring, how are they doing. Our Nigerian army is not catered for. Even when they get to fight Boko Haram or bandits, they are exposed in their Elox vehicles, which is not supposed to be. And then we look at the standard of lives given to our Nigerian army, and we say that it's not encouraging, even for those that are willing to join. It's not encouraging to them to join the system. So 250,000 naira, as far as I'm concerned, is too small. If any Nigerian army should lose his life now, there's no collateral for that. Nobody takes care of the family that is left behind. So there are a lot of things apart from the monetary or this remuneration for them. There are a lot of benefits that should come with the service of the Nigerian army. You buy them uniform. How many of them are paying for? Do they pay for their houses, their accommodation? Do you know where they stay when they go for operations? Army sleeps on the road. They sleep in places that are not edifying to the system. So as far as I'm concerned, that 250 should still be reviewed. It's not the best for our Nigerian army.
Well, you said something about the lack of insurance, that if a military man or a soldier dies in service, in active service, nobody of the administration or the authorities will not take care of their families. But I think there's a mechanism in place, only that we've heard from families of slain soldiers that was due them has not been given to them. But I think there's a mechanism in place. I would also like to ask you, what would you recommend if 250,000 naira is too small? What would you say should be the amount, minimum wage for soldiers?
A recommendation was made few weeks ago by the presidential candidate of African Action Congress. If 500,000 naira could go for them, at least for now, they should do with insurance and so much benefits that come with it. At least to an extent, it will do. That's my recommendation.
All right, very well said. Now, unfortunately, in KB State, a High Court judge, Justice Farouk Bonza, has been attacked, abducted, I should say. He was abducted by gunmen suspected to be bandits in the early hours of Sunday at his home in Bonza local government area of the state. Now, Opeyemi, this thing about bandits being called bandits versus terrorists being called terrorists and then kidnappers being called kidnappers, it's about nomenclature. We had the Dean of Borno Elders Forum, Professor Khalifa Dikwa, come here to say they are all terrorists and must be called terrorists. So I would like for you to weigh into this thing about the nomenclature of these predators. Because he said, look, if you say bandits, they might think the penalty, if a bandit is caught, the penalty might be lesser than that of the terrorists. But he's saying they are all terrorists and they should be called terrorists. What's your take?
Well, their actions are terroristic in nature. Nigerian government is yet to do anything, even to declare them terrorists. So it was easier for Nigerian government to declare the ESN terrorists, but they couldn't call bandits or declare them as terrorists. All these nomenclatures for at this moment, we are the one using it. Nigerian government hasn't stipulated it that they are actually terrorists. That's why we still give them different nomenclature. But weighing in with the actions or way of operation, you kidnap, you're also terrifying people. It's a terrorist act. You're a Boko Haram, you're a terrorist, all sort of things. Dictionary meaning for terrorist is terrorist. So far you terrorize the area, the environment or country that you find yourself, you're a terrorist. So, but weighing in, Nigeria government is yet to do anything on that. They've kidnapped, what's it called? The dean of an institution. So many judges are kidnapped and nothing was done. Up to this moment, Nigerian government is yet to do the right thing. And it's not far-fetched. It is as a result of their own involvement, because these are guys that also help them to emerge offices, different levels of politicians, the governors, even the presidency, and then so many other people in different states. These are people that helped them into offices. So it's hard to declare them terrorists until we have a sane government for the people. That's when we can imagine the government responding and standing for the Nigerian people.
And that's a safe place for us to land today. Thank you so much, Opeyemi, for your insights. We appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having me with you.
All right. We've been speaking with Opeyemi Benjamin Ogunlami. He is a public affairs analyst. And on the rest of the bulletin, operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have arrested a 55-year-old Lagos businessman, Onuigbo Chinedu, over an alleged attempt to export 3.30 kilograms of cocaine concealed in the walls of cartons used to package foodstuff destined for the United Kingdom. The agency said Chinedu, a trader on Lagos Island, was arrested on Thursday, July 23, 2026, after officers intercepted a cocaine shipment at the export shade of the Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, one day earlier. According to a statement issued by NDLEA spokesman Femi Babafemi, 3 cargo agents, Nkwo Onyekachuku, Justina Adeleke Abiola, Tauhid, and Okanwa Grace Pilgrim, were initially arrested for handling the consignment. In another development, the NDLEA said its operatives arrested 31-year-old entrepreneur Emmanuel Chukwuedo following the interception of her 2.80 kilograms consignment of Loud, a synthetic strain of cannabis. The agency said Chukwuedo was arrested at her Surulere, Lagos residence by following the seizure of a consignment of 2.80 kilograms of Loud, a synthetic strain of cannabis which arrived from the United States aboard a United Airlines flight on Monday, the 20th of July. Well, let's take you to Benue now, where the state government says it is investigating a suspected case of a monkeypox reported in Konshisha local government area of the state. A commissioner for Health and Human Services, Dr. Paul Oguche, who disclosed this, assured residents that no outbreak of the viral disease has been confirmed in the state. Oguche said his ministry activated its disease surveillance system immediately after reports emerged on social media of a suspected monkeypox case. He said the Director of Public Health was directed to liaise with the state epidemiologist who deployed the disease surveillance and notification officer for Konshisha to carry out field investigations, assess the suspected case, and collect clinical samples for laboratory testing. Oguche also assured residents that the state's disease surveillance system, in conjunction with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the Federal Ministry of Health, the World Health Organization, and other development partners are working to ensure prompt detection and response to public health threats. Well, on the foreign scene, Germany's Interior Minister Alexander Dumbrecht has said that investigators believe that the deadly attack near Berlin's Pride Parade on Saturday was motivated by Islamist ideology. Dumbrecht said that the number of injured had gone up to 29. He added that one woman was killed in the attack. German media report that the chief suspect is a supporter of the Islamic State group and was previously convicted for related offenses. According to reports, the 21-year-old man, named by police as Abdul B, last year traveled to the Middle East in a failed attempt to join the Islamic State group. The man was reportedly arrested in Lebanon while attempting to join the IS and sent back to Germany, as he is a German citizen. Now, France fought an unpredictable wildfire close to Bordeaux on Sunday, while Spain warned of difficult hours in its own fiery battle. So far, evacuations from danger zones in both countries has risen to well over 300,000 people. The forest infernos raging for days unchecked in France's southwest and in central Spain near Madrid were among the worst each nation has seen in peacetime. France's major fire remained unchecked and volatile, driven by gusts that in some cases were generated by the turbulent blazes themselves. Spanish officials said they were starting to get a grip on some fires, though at the weekend they were confronted with a new fire front near the eastern coastal city of Valencia, which forced 15,000 people to flee. The disaster comes at the peak of the summer vacation period when tourists flock to both countries, were filled by woodlands parched to tinder by successful heat waves and lack of rain since May. Well, in business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, on behalf of the Debt Management Office, DMO, will conduct its Nigerian Treasury bills auction for 700 billion naira in the third and final primary market auction for July. In an invitation to tender for Nigerian Treasury bills of 91 days, 182 days, and a 364-day tenors, the Apex Bank stated that the 700 billion naira will be auctioned by Dutch auction on Wednesday, the 29th of July, 2026. The notice shows the CBN's continued preference for longer-dated paper that has defined its Treasury bills strategy through the third quarter. According to the CBN's invitation to tender, the offer is broken down as 100 billion naira for the 91-day bill, 100 billion naira for the 182-day bill, and 500 billion naira for the 364-day bill. Well, still business news, the U.S. Federal Reserve will hold its second meeting under new chairman Kevin Walsh starting Tuesday, with markets expecting policymakers to keep interest rates steady amid inflation concerns that could be exacerbated by U.S. President Donald Trump's renewed war on Iran. Walsh was chosen to lead the U.S. Central Bank by Trump, who has made his demand for lower interest rates clear as he has exerted unprecedented pressure on the independent monetary policy making body. After 2 days of closed-door sessions, the Fed's Open Market Committee, FOMC, will announce its decision on Wednesday, followed by a press conference by Walsh. A report says most investors expect the Fed to hold rates steady at 3.50 to 3.75% for the fifth straight meeting. U.S. consumer inflation eased to 3.5% year-on-year in June, but remains far higher than the Fed's long-term 2% target, which it has not achieved for more than 5 years. Well, in sports news, FIFA has said the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations will determine the first 4 African teams to qualify for the 2027 Women's World Cup in Brazil. FIFA said that 2 more nations will get another chance through a playoff tournament. According to FIFA, the 16 countries which will compete at the tournament, will be divided into 4 groups of 4, with the top 2 sides from each group advancing to the quarterfinals. Stated that all 4 semi-finalists would automatically qualify for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil. The World Football Governing Body added that the 4 losing quarterfinalists will not be eliminated completely from the qualification race. Instead, they will contest playoff matches to determine the 2 African teams that will qualify for the FIFA Women's World Cup playoff tournament. And now Malaysia will host a Grand Prix in October on behalf of Bahrain after the race was called off earlier this season due to the war in the Middle East. And now the story continues with the Sepang track near Kuala Lumpur, which will host the race to be called the Bahrain Grand Prix in Malaysia on the 2nd to 4th of October. A statement from Formula One said that the arrangement meant organizers would hold 23 races for the 2026 F1 season. The statement added that the rest of the schedule remains unchanged. There still remains uncertainty about the final 2 scheduled races in Qatar and Abu Dhabi because of the war between the US and Israel and Iran. But Formula One says it is working on contingency plans for a race to replace Qatar and Abu Dhabi if they cannot take place because of the war. The organizers said the decision on the races does not have to be made until September, but a number of alternatives are being considered. Well, in entertainment news, pop star Shakira has revealed why she chose Nigerian Afrobeat singer Burna Boy for the official 2026 FIFA World Cup anthem, Die Die. The artist said she wanted a strong masculine voice to complement the song's Afrobeat-inspired sound. The Colombian singer said the song's energy and musical direction made Burna Boy the perfect choice for the collaboration. According to Shakira, the song blends several musical influences but is primarily rooted in Afrobeats. Shakira disclosed that although Burna Boy initially took about 20 days to send his contribution, she never stopped hoping the collaboration would happen. Still entertainment, The Odyssey has grossed 215 million naira in its first week in Nigeria cinemas, putting the Hollywood epic among the biggest grossing international film releases ever recorded in the West African market. Data from Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria showed that the film's opening places it fifth on the list of the biggest Hollywood releases in the region, behind Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, which leads with 318.5 million naira. Avengers Endgame follows with 304.9 million naira, while Spider-Man No Way Home and Avengers Infinity War recorded 245.5 million naira and 225 million naira respectively. The strong debut adds to an already impressive global run for The Odyssey, which has emerged as one of the biggest releases of 2026. The film, directed by Nolan, is an adaptation of Homer's ancient Greek epic poem and stars Matt Damon as Odysseus alongside Tom Holland, Anne Hathaway, Robert Pattinson, Lupita Nyong'o, Zendaya, and Charlize Theron. Now, that wraps it up for us. Before we go, a quick look at the headlines. ISWAP finance operative and 46 others have surrendered to troops in Borno. Also, troops rescue 48 in Zamfara. Enenche recommends 250,000 naira for soldiers. Babacho reveals why Buhari did not back Tinubu. Oshutokun says OBJ backing Obi. Also, Atiku challenges federal government over oil windfall and rising borrowing. INEC says CVR ends July 28. And on the foreign scene, Interior Minister says Berlin Pride incident, Islamic terror attack. Business News, CBN targets 700 billion naira in third and final T-bills auction for July. And in sports news, FIFA says 2026 WAFCON will decide Africa's World Cup team. In entertainment news, Shakira gives a reason for choosing Burna Boy. Well, thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. polarized vertical, frequency 2 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobyte per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
That warrant of arrest. And the warrant of arrest is not punitive in terms of saying that they are culpable. It is simply an action to get them to appear before the committee. To answer the same question, the Serap had issued an FY for and that went called for. It's just simple. And it's just that political will that is lacking. And I really wish the Nigerian people would be able to prevail on the members in the National Assembly, particularly in the Senate, to make sure that they proceed with these this inquiry and to make sure that these funds, most importantly, are recovered and those who might be found culpable face the full wrath of the law.
All right. So if, let's imagine the court rules in Serap's favor, what's the best case scenario? Is there expectation that beyond an NPCL disclosing there'll be recovery of these funds? What's the best case scenario that we hope to see here? And is it just about explaining what has happened to set a precedence of transparency, or is there really a possibility of recouping funds?
So what we've done is an FY request. It's not an indictment. Perhaps it is the actions of the NNPCL that might make people speculate it's as an indictment. It's simply asking questions. And if the NNPCL can provide satisfactory answers to Nigerians, so be it. Perhaps we accept it for what it is. But if those questions are not satisfactory, then it means the law will take its course. Personally, I am wondering what sort of legal services or retention fees or audit fees would have taken on for a year or more. Again, I'm not clear whether this is within a financial year. That would amount to 103 trillion. So if the court rules in our favor, or perhaps if the NNPC repents and provides these explanations, then there will be no basis to go to court again. And the broader implication will be that public institutions or even private institutions that utilizes public funds will be accountable. It will increase transparency and perhaps also in the long run also increase the trust of people in government, because for want of transparency, a lot of people do not believe, do not have a lot of trust and faith in public institutions.
Right.
Okay. Finally, if you can in less than a minute, please, because this is a matter of very public importance. The amount is mind-boggling, bigger than our budget. And we're not seeing this news as front-page news on all the Nigerian newspapers. I mean, ideally, in another country, it would back-to-back for the rest of the week. And since the news broke out, it'll be front-page news until they get satisfactory actions to it. Are we suffering from, corruption fatigue? Is there a level of despondency and hopelessness in the country? Because I'm wondering why it's not really a shocker.
I really do not know. Perhaps we need to employ some kind of national sociologist to look at how come we've become so immune to these kind of things, really. And that is why I really appreciate this kind of platform to have conversations like this, to enlighten Nigerians, to let people understand that this is about transparency and good governance. This is not political at all. It is not going to call just for the fun of it. It is making public institutions be accountable for the use of the better use for the public.
Kolawole Oluwadare, thank you for joining us this morning. We'll continue to track the updates in that story.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The wives of Federal Road Safety Corps personnel in Lagos have been encouraged to embrace entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and healthy living to strengthen their families and achieve economic independence. The call, which came during an impact initiative, featured lectures on financial management, health, and practical vocational training. The highlight was hands-on training aimed at equipping participants with income-generating skills.
Our women
And of course, it's been put together by the Road Safety Officers Association. They are a special hand, they are our wives. So they came up with this idea, and we were able to support them in our own little way, because the motive behind the program is laudable. That is trying to make sure that women are independent of their men completely, so that they can be able to stand on their own and do things the way it's expected.
How we are empowered other women that doesn't have what to be supporting their husband at home. So we are making like snacks, cake, and it's also useful at home.
That they need to bring our ladies together, they need to bring our women together, they even need to bring our children together and other women in the community, so that we can see a better ways of equipping them with craftsmanship and craftsmanship jobs.
Let's see what's coming up next year on Breakfast Central as we progress to the second hour. Governor Fubara declares support for Wike's Rainbow Coalition. We'll look at the impact, what it means to the people of River State. Managing debt responsibly, I beg your pardon. You need to find out how you can do that, especially during these times. And we'll look at transforming Nigeria's healthcare sector.
Out of Borno to the shores of Lake Chad, where conflict rages. Courage rises and survival is a daily battle. One voice cuts through the noise.
The battle to maintain peace in the northeast Nigeria continue.
Bringing you the truth from the front lines. Walking the ground scarred by violence, listening to the voices often silenced by fear.
It's very terrible. I never prayed for even my enemy to experience such a thing.
Every report a window.
Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
A very cool Monday morning. It is in the city of Lagos where we're broadcasted from. I am Moses Humphrey, and this is VOP This Morning. Now, let's take you through what we'll be talking about today. So do come along with us. By the way, you can follow us across social media. We are at VOP TV Live. Now, runway or altar. That's how my producer puts it. Ebonyi Airport in church scandal. Well, this broke in 2024, but we're looking at it because there are developing stories. Obi blames poverty for insecurity, knocks Tinubu's policies. All right, these are the conversations we have on our table this morning, so do come along with us.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, away from those major topics of conversation, there are also other interesting trading stories that we'll talk about in the course of the show. Come along with us as we take you into a world of interesting news stories.
All righty, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on VOP This Morning. I'm Jane Ogoye. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, says it has escalated complaints over the non-payment of NEL Fund upkeep allowances to University of Uyo students to the management of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund. NANS President Akinteye Babatunde Afiz said the affected students have not received upkeep payments since January. He noted that NEL Fund has assured that efforts are on the way to resolve the issue quickly. Akinteye also urged the students to remain calm, adding that NANS will continue engaging stakeholders until every legitimate concern is addressed and all deserving beneficiaries receive their entitlements. The welfare of Nigerian students remains our priority, he stated. So I'm wondering why it has taken them 6 months. I mean, why are the people who are responsible for disbursing these funds not being held accountable? Why is the school not saying anything? The last I know about this is that the upkeep funds is 30,000 naira per student. You know, and it's paid. That's the only fund that is paid directly to the students. The fees and the other funds are sent directly, from NEL Fund to the schools. So these upkeep funds, the 30,000 naira, which is flat across all schools, whether polytechnic or whatever, university, is paid directly into the students' accounts. And I'm wondering why the 30,000 is being withheld, that long for 6 months. We're talking about 180,000 naira.
Per annum.
No, 180,000
naira
six
for
times.
the 6 months. Jane, you have used the word, I'm sorry to cut you in. You have used the word wondering 3 times. And I'm wondering why you are wondering.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'll be surprised that anybody is surprised.
Wondering. No, that anybody is wondering.
Is wondering. Because, it's a typical Nigerian thing.
Yeah.
It's a typical Nigerian thing. Let me shock you. Don't be surprised. If you go to NEL Fund, banking, whatever, you might be surprised to know that this money has been released. Somehow, it has been moved from that account, to another account. Invested somewhere. We saw it happen. When people at the top of the police, Nigerian police, salaries were delayed for like 3 months. And when questions were asked, they were like, oh, these salaries have been paid up front. And we discovered that in Nigeria, I'm not talking about another country, I'm telling you about Nigeria. In my own lifetime, it was discovered that this money had been paid up front and put in people's accounts, invested in people's accounts so that it could yield interest for them.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that this is happening. In every sector of Nigeria's national life, we see these things happen. And so who should take responsibility now? Is it the government that said, well, our students need scholarship? Sorry, not scholarship. Our students need grants,
yeah.
so that they can loans, so that they can use it to study. and ease the burden from their parents. Very well packaged program. I mean, Nigeria is not the only country that practices this.
Absolutely.
In other, even advanced countries, they operate it, but seamlessly. But as usual with us, whatever we get into, we turn it the upside down. You know, we turn it upside down. Now, students are asking, a part 30,000 naira. I'm even wondering, okay, maybe it's like support. Probably your parents will also have to support you because 30,000 naira a month, nobody in Nigeria can survive on that amount of money. By living standard, at least. You are not living up there, but you are just trying to live well. 30,000 naira. Hardly can you buy a meal. That means the person will spend 1,000 naira a meal per day.
Oh, that's
no, 1,000 naira per day. That is what it means.
That's a calculation. 1,000
naira per day. 1,000 naira a day. Where in this part of the country can 1,000 naira feed an individual for one day? So despite the fact that the money is small, it's still been withheld for the past 6 months. Practically telling you that this thing is not working. The NEL fund is not working. And I'm looking at my colleague here, Moses, doing the calculation in his head. You know, he's doing a mental calculation of how some, because when I said 1,000 naira a day, I saw him double up. You know,
I saw his face.
I like the way you know how to read expressions. That's quite nice, because I'm thinking, okay, 1,000 naira a day. Maybe, you know this Gary that they tie?
Okay.
You can get that for how much now? Maybe 200 naira. 200 naira.
Then
you get
in the afternoon,
sugar.
Probably in the morning you do our going with.
Yes, we're going like 500 naira.
No, 500, like 300 naira with bread of 200. Is there any way you can buy bread of 200 naira in this country?
No, you can't see bread of 200 naira.
You can't.
It's from 500 upwards.
Upwards.
So we're saying we're going. That's 1 meal a day, and then you fast for the rest of the day.
Meanwhile, federal government is priding itself as having sent you to school. It's a lot.
It's a lot to take in, really. But let me be on the flip side now. The NEL Fund program is not supposed to meet all the needs of the students.
It's like a cushioning.
Support. Yeah. So whatever the parents are doing, it just helps to cushion that.
Yeah.
So this money, I'm just trying to argue for the.
No, because I understand your point, but that is not what federal government is saying. Federal government is saying, because your parents were unable to send you to school in the first place. Now let us send you to school and take good care of you, educate you, so that when you come and start working, you repay us. I mean, if you want to go the hall,
but what they are paying basically is the tuition.
Tuition.
And then some pocket money.
Yeah.
So that's supposed to be pocket money.
No, the pocket money should be realistic.
Yes,
30,000 is not realistic.
But
you know we are still even trying to struggle, clamor for more for civil servants.
Yes.
We still have that on the front burner.
Yes.
We have the NYSC, the core members.
Civil servants are working for you. You pay them.
All
These people, you are giving them loan. It's like a businessman.
I don't see anything wrong with the 30,000 naira.
No, everything is wrong with it. Because it's supposed to be paid back.
Yes, it should
because you have a businessman come to you, he comes with a proposal. He says, well, I need 1.5 million naira to fund this business. You say, okay, I'm going to give you 800,000 naira.
Yeah.
It's a loan. Meanwhile, the 800,000 naira
will not fund the business.
Will not fund the business. And the person is struggling. At the end of the day, the interest is accumulating. The person starts struggling to pay and all of that. And that is why we have loan defaults. That's why we have.
Okay, so what would you say is a reasonable amount? 50,000?
50,000.
180?
50,000 could be better, but certainly not 30,000. Probably. If you say like a meal for 1,000 naira, a meal for 100,000 naira would be okay.
How much do core members? 70,000? Is it up to 80? I don't know.
Jane, this is a loan.
Oh well,
it's a loan. It's a loan, not a lifeline.
Not a lifeline, it's a loan.
You're right, it's a loan.
It's a loan. So the lesser they keep it, the easier it will be to pay back. Don't you think so?
So that's another argument.
At the end of the day, you are not able to achieve. I mean,
you will go to school because your tuition is paid for.
Your tuition is paid for.
It's just for you to now buy textbook and
It's just like a support.
It's just like a support.
But anyway, the bottom line is that if government says it will pay this money, the money should be paid. We don't want to hear issues like, oh, the money has not been paid for how many months now? 6 months.
For 6 months
going on. So no, that's really
and by the time it accumulates, it becomes heavy. You know, for the government.
And like you rightly said, if you go to the portal, you discover that the money had been disbursed.
Clearly,
it's been sent out there, so it's sitting somewhere,
pretty
to the benefit of somebody else.
Accruing some interest
for somebody. That's horrible, and that's how we roll.
That's how we roll.
Yeah,
in Nigeria.
It's really horrible. Anyway, I'm not talking about how we roll. Sheikh Ahmed Gumi has asked why no government official is engaging Boko Haram and bandits, as he cited former President Jonathan and former Vice President Osinbajo did with the Niger Delta militants. Now, in a Saturday Facebook post, the cleric said both leaders entered the creeks and brokered peace programs that ended militancy. Now he's saying who is going to visit Boko Haram and bandits to tame them without what he calls fools, talking about social media trolls, castigating them. He asked, adding that dialogue, not force, should be used in the north. Well, we know the stance of the former military man, Sheikh Gumi. He has made it known over time, but I think it's unfair to compare the agitation of the Niger Delta militants to what Boko Haram is doing. Niger Delta militants basically were clamoring for good, the benefits of the oil taken out from their land. They were clamoring for their people getting good things. They were blowing up pipelines. Yes, I understand that if it affected the economy of the country. They were kidnapping for ransom, were oil workers, foreign nationals, and the rest of them. They were not kidnapping children. They were not blowing up marketplaces, religious houses, killing people, displacing residents, chasing away communities, sacking communities. They were not doing all of those. So it's unfair to put them side by side. And what exactly, you see, what exactly are Boko Haram and bandits clamoring for? They are against the state. They don't want the entity called Nigeria to thrive. So what kind of peace brokering are we looking at, really? So I think giving Sheikh Gumi airtime is not doing justice to us, really.
Honestly, it's not. Because in a normal country, this man will be subjected to psychiatric examination because I think he's clearly mentally deranged. Yes, I repeat, he's clearly mentally deranged. And the fact that up until this moment, government has not called him, to question him and all of that, lends credence to what some people say, that the government might be acting a script as far as insecurity is concerned. I mean, this is someone who has said several times, well, I know the terrorists, I know where they are, even government knows where they are. And yet in all of this, DSS has not called him into questioning. But in this country where we have somebody say, hey, the economy is not doing well, the president is this and that, and immediately the DSS arrests him. But this is a man that says, I know where the terrorists are. He's negotiated with them several times. We have seen pictures and all of that. But yet the government is unable to call him in for questioning. So it lends credence to the fact when people say that the government might be somewhere in complicity, or are they afraid of him? And it's part of the arrogance of the North in all of this. Sheikh Gumi, his arrogance of the North, he's playing it out. Unfortunately, we have a government that looks like it is pandering to the whims and caprices of a certain section of the community or the country. If they are intentional in fighting this insecurity, they know the right thing to do. This experimentation that we do often is not going to solve our problem. And the earlier we stop living in denial and tell ourselves the honest truth, the better for us. As a matter of fact, we shouldn't give airtime to somebody like Sheikh Gumi, especially when he comes out like this.
I love how Moses, put his thoughts where he said that in a normal climb, somebody, I think you did, those were your sentiments, that the likes of Sheikh Gumi should not even be given airtime. They should even be, tried. They should be arrested. He should be. He should be questioned for what? What do you know? He seems to know so much about these people. He seems to speak with so much authority, and he makes some very flipping and very sweeping remarks that can incite a lot of people. How can we be comparing the Niger Delta agitation, the militancy, with this Boko Haram? At least those ones, their clamor, what they were clamoring for was very, very obvious. It was resource control, infrastructure, because of the neglect of the region, which is the oil-producing region of Nigeria. And then you are comparing them to people who are even, that have different splinter groups, people who kill, rape, maim people, people whose agenda is not to even make Nigeria exist. And you're saying we should have a talk with them.
These are insurgents.
Insurgents.
People who want to run out the government.
Run out the government. And you're saying we should, honestly, well, again, to borrow Moses' words, this is how we roll in Nigeria.
And we shouldn't give him time. Well, let's move away from that and talk about, now the NELA chairman, Brigadier General retired, Buba Marwa, has urged traditional rulers to vet persons buying farmlands in rural areas to stop drug cartels from building secret labs. Speaking in Owu Akiole, a Wekoro local government area, he cited the main rate of a 480 billion naira met lab in Abi Daba Forest in Ogun State. Marwa also called on parents to monitor their children and for communities to support rehabilitation, saying substance abuse is a false escape. Yes, it's a false and momentary escape from reality. It takes you away into some kind of world of fantasy, and after that, you come back to reality. It doesn't actually solve your problems. Talking about vetting people that they sell farmlands to, I mean, how will you do that? If I have money now and I want to go into cassava production or to plant cassava or yam or onions or potatoes or lettuce or whatever, and I come in with a lot of money, for community land, how are you going to vet me? Especially if I'm just a starter. But it's good that he's saying this because you also know that some communities harbor people that plant these, what do they call them?
Indian hemp,
Mets
all these
and co.
Mets and co.
Met is produced in a lab.
Produced in a lab from
created.
Oh, really?
They bring in the chemicals,
and all of that. Okay. But for Indian hemp and all of that, communities should be watchful because I also recall that in some parts of my own community, we had someone planting this thing even in his compound, and people didn't know what it was. In the early days when I was growing up, people didn't know what it was, and the mother came one day and said, this place is overgrown. And the mother came and used the hoe to clear the whole thing. The guy came back and he went sick. And, Mama, what did you do this? And so after questioning, we discovered that this is what he was using, to keep himself going. And so it happens. Communities, yes, if there's a way you can track this thing, please stop it because see, it's destroying our children. It's destroying not just children, even elderly people. You recall that at some point we had a member of the National Assembly say, well, we need to examine our senators because some of them are into drug abuse and all of that. Yes, he did say that on air. In plenary, he said that.
You see, in Ghana, Ghanaians have taken it upon themselves now. The people now have taken it upon themselves to clamp down on traffickers, those that traffic drugs. So it's more like a community effort. And they say because the police are not reacting swiftly enough. Okay. So they arrest them and then they hand them over. They go to hideouts because they know these places. Okay. So and I think that's what we should do. But the bigger problem here is we seem to have a lot of ungoverned spaces.
That is it.
That's the bigger problem.
Yeah.
And the earlier we start looking at doing something, all right, maybe having some sort of surveillance system.
Do we have a Ministry of Forest or something? I don't know.
Yes,
forestry.
We do.
So what are they doing really?
Yeah, I think it's under agriculture. Yeah. But there's a department.
I think that should be their purview. I don't know.
Oh, well, let's move away from these conversations. Let's run to the papers. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. From the Punch newspaper, these are the headlines there. Budget. FG budgets 1 trillion naira for empowerment. SUVs amid rising borrowing pressure. Yes, I wanted that up on the screen so you can see for yourself. Stories are not being made up. I take that one again for emphasis. FG budgets 1 trillion naira for empowerment. SUVs amid rising borrowing pressure. Allocation exceeds combined budgets of 7 key federal ministries. Only 70 of 2,576 empowerment projects have identified locations. Tracker. Economists question spending priorities, demand accountability. And then we have opposition split over single candidates to challenge Tinubu. That's right beside the masthead. APC draft Omishore into 276-member Osun governorship campaign cancel. FG raises varsity workers' hazard allowance to 486,000. All right, that's good. Fake agency scandal. Reps grill Accountant General today. Hoodlums invade Osun INEC office. Cut away PVCs. I take that one again. Hoodlums invade Osun INEC office. Cut away PVCs. Interesting times indeed. Obasanjo's row in Obi Kwankwanso ticket sparks row. But these are the headlines from the Punch newspaper.
Let's move over to the Nigerian Tribune. Not should trust me with presidency. Peter Obi says only inclusive leadership can heal Nigeria. That's the lead story from the front page of the Nigerian Tribune. 7th week of incarceration, hardest for us. Rescued Orire school principal, narrates Odile during Thanksgiving. Hoodlums invade Osun PVC distribution center, cut away PVCs. Ondo Assembly crisis deepens as Speaker fights for survival. Those are the lead stories. Those are the lead stories.
But that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper review. Newspaper headlines, I beg your pardon. Newspaper review comes up later at 10 o'clock. Now let's get into the conversation. Ebonyi, is it an airport or is it runway or an altar? The Ebonyi airport in focus and other airports around the nation as well. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and drive
Well, thank you very much for joining us. The Chubal Kadigbo International Airport in Onweke is under scrutiny after viral videos from November 2024 showed people holding prayers in the departure lounge. Many Nigerians accuse the state of converting the airport into a church due to low flight activity. The airport was commissioned in 2023 by former Governor David Mahi. It was first named after former President Muhammadu Buhari, but was later renamed after late Senate President Chuba Okadigbo. So it's known as the Chuba Okadigbo Airport. The Ebonyi State government denied the claims. Commissioner for Aviation, Mrs. Ngozi Obichukwu, said it was a monthly staff prayer session to rededicate the airport and pray for safe flight, especially during the Yuletide and the burial of former Abia State Governor Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu. Well, that was in 2024. She added that flights have fully commenced after the state spent about 20 billion naira to rehabilitate the runway. You do understand that the runway was initially made of concrete. That's not good for airlines. So it was asphalted much later with a sum of 20 billion naira. Oh, well. NCAA, we understand that the airport was earlier shut down by the NCAA over safety issues. The government is urging travelers to patronize the airport to boost IGR, insisting the facility is operational and not for Sunday service. But there is a developing story, and that's what our correspondent, Ndru, went out there to cover. So the video on your screen is from 2024. And right after that, we'll take the report from our correspondent who covered the event. It happened in Tobago.
To be the only sign of life. Military and police presence appears to be the only sign of life currently witnessed at the Chubo Okadigbo International Airport, Onweke, Ezza South Local Government Area of Ebonyi State. Major reason why the report of this physical visit to the airport is not matched with enough visuals. Despite the pomp and pageantry, the euphoria that characterizes coming on board in 2023, not much has happened again at the facility, said to have cost the state over 55 billion naira and still counting. In terms of landing and takeoff of commercial flights, both the tarmac and the runway of the facility appear to be begging for activities. Authorities of the state, however, maintain that the airport is functional and being put into effective use. Could this be the reason for the warding off of human and vehicular movement around the airport to prevent media access to the facility? Voice of the People television was there yesterday Sunday 26 July 2026, but was vehemently denied access into the public facility by the security officers posted to the site. However, a view into the premises points to the fact that the airport is not yet functional. Residents of Abakaliki confirmed that much.
Well, at the airport at NOK Airport, as from when the former governor, when he's at the seat, we overheard that the first plane that landed there almost crashed due to the poor maintenance of the plane. So since then, the airport has not been at work. And the new government that entered, they have been working on that airport so that the airport will be at work at Onueke, according to what we know about it.
But there's this impression that flights do come at times.
No. Since the new government entered,
yes,
we have not seen anything landed there. But the one that we saw, it was at Dave Omaiji, the former governor.
From school, I used Lagos to Enugu, not Lagos to Ebonyi State, because it was not even on the website. That means that the airport is not functioning yet. I think it's still under construction.
While the authorities prefer to keep the public in the dark as to what is happening inside the airport, a move around the Sperundo Junction, Abakaliki, and the Ebonyi Central Park show of a people eager to fly through and from their airport. They could only hazard a guess as to the real issues surrounding the airport project. For the airport particularly, can you say about the usage? Do you think it's functioning as it should be?
Well, I have not been there, but all I know is that I don't know whether because of the poor masses that the airport is not functioning. I thought if when the moment the people will start having their good financial standard, more people will be going to airport.
The project was built by Dave Umahi administration and commissioned in 2023, but is still receiving the attention of Francis Nwefuru administration in 2026. Ndo Okpaleze in Abakaliki.
All right, thank you very much, Undu Okpaleze, our correspondent who brought us that report there. But we do have with us in the studio Wale Shadari, who is an aviation editor, New Telegraph newspaper. Good to have you join us this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Thank you for having me.
And we also have Mr. Darlington Agumwo, public affairs commentator. But good to have you join us as well.
Yeah, Moses, and good morning too. Please, before you proceed, I want to say something. I want to use this opportunity to tell my fans and all OAPs to stop addressing me in a particular format, that is barrister. It is becoming a burden and a baggage for me. So for now, don't address me on air as barrister. Mr. Darlington will suffice. Whenever the need arises, I will let you know.
All right then.
Yes. Please, don't address me again as barrister.
Thank you very much for clearing that, for saying that. He did tell me that he wanted to make that announcement. So his fans would, hear from him. Oh, well. Now, Wale Shadari. Ebonyi Airport is in focus, but we have other airports in Nigeria. We have about 30 airports in Nigeria. And we know that those that really make the money are about 5 of them, But, and some would wonder, why the interest in building airports? And what is the radius that airports should be within, one and another?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think about 10 years ago, I did a report on White Elephant Airports that really won the Nigerian Media Merit Award aviation category. In that report, what we did was to itemize all the airports in Nigeria and look at the viability of most of these airports. The truth of the matter is that most of these airports are not viable.
They're not viable.
They are not viable. They were just built as a result of political consideration, in the sense that it's equally an avenue for the promoters of these airports or the state governors to siphon public funds.
But so before you go on, some would argue that airport projects may not bring returns immediately.
Yes, I'm going there.
Okay.
Because most of these airports are not built with the consideration of development. The truth of the matter is that airport projects are capital intensive. And most of these governors, some of them see it as a venue to siphon money. It has been proven. You'll find out that after building these projects, they hand them over to the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, which becomes a burden for them because airports are security infrastructure. Yeah, you cannot build an airport and just leave it. The sad thing about it is that it puts a lot of burden on Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. We've had so many cases that FAN will have to step in to manage, even at a huge cost. We find out that most of the time, maybe one flight or two flights, operates into those airports. Then what sense does it make if you have an airport in Ebonyi, like we saw now? We have another one in Anambra. Then the state governor is also proposing to build another one in Anambra. How can you have two airports in a state when one is not even functional? And not that it's not functional, but the traffic is nothing to write home about. Maybe one or two flights operates into that airport and running at a loss. A lot of people have said the location of that airport probably could have contributed to what is happening now.
The location of the airport?
Yeah, in Anambra. Okay. That it should have been sited somewhere else. No. I'm just taking a holistic, yes. So then I'll come back to Ebonyi. So the governor, Governor Soludo, is also proposing another one. So I asked myself, what becomes of that? The other one that was built some years ago is a waste for the state. Then you also look at the proximity of Ebonyi, Anambra to Asaba. You also have one in Enugu. You have about 3 airports within a travel time of less than 1.5 hours, or between Anambra to Asaba is less than 30 minutes. So you begin to look at the essence of building those airports. Then I'll bring it back to the southwest too. We have proliferation of airports. Ekiti is building one. Osun is building one.
Ogun State has one.
Akure has one too.
Sorry, Wale, when you say building, looks like they are already commissioned.
But some of them have not. Ekiti has been commissioned, but we are in a country where we even commission projects before they are finally done. In the case of Lagos State, I'll bring it to Lagos State. You saw the Ojota road that was commissioned the other time with so much fanfare. You'll find out that that road has not been put to use. So why commission it? So the same thing we have with Ebonyi Airport that has been built with taxpayers' money of over 25 billion naira. And up to now, we are still building, we are still correcting. No flight is even going there except charter flights, which does not bring revenue to that airport. Yes, coming back to what you said, that airports bring development, I agree, but not in totality. It can only bring development to an area when all the indices work together to do that. We also have an airport in Jigawa. I was there when that airport was commissioned about 15, 18 years ago. And up till now, nothing, only chartered flights, or they use it for Hajj, which shouldn't be the reason for building airport. Airport must come with a proper plan. What do you want to do with it? Is it just building because you want to build? Abia State is also planning to build one. And I asked myself, the airport in Owerri, is Ngokpala, is very close to Umahia, is very close to that Aziz. So why do you build airports? This money should have been channeled into road infrastructure, if I believe, because the more roads you build, the more people that you'll be able to take. So aviation is seen as elitist, in as much as it's very important.
Okay, we'll come back to the elitist angle to it, and because we know that a lot more people would rather take flights because of insecurity on the roads. But let me come to Mr. Agumo now. Looking at how much has been spent so far, we will do a rough estimate of about, I think, 1.5 trillion naira approximately has been spent so far on airports. Now let's look at a few of them and the published figure here. Ogun State, the cargo airport, it's a cargo airport. And well, I would like us to talk about differences. Cargo airport, is that a bad thing? But I'll come back to you for that one. Okay. Ogun State built we have $800 million was what was estimated to have been spent building that airport in Ogun State. Now, the airport we took as our focus, that's the Chuba Okadibo International Airport, Ebonyi State. We have 63 billion naira. Bayelsa International Airport, 60 to about 70 billion naira. Nasarawa State Airport, 40 billion. Dutse International Airport, 20 billion. Ekiti State Agro-Allied Airport, 20 billion naira now. Victor Atta International Airport in Akwa Ibom, about 25 billion naira. Not your airport. Yeah?
That was then.
That was then?
That was then. If the value now would have been about 80 billion with the MRO they have there, the maintenance with this thing. That airport was built over 20 years ago, but it didn't start operation until maybe 5 years later. So if you look at the value then, compared to what we have now, it should be close to 80 billion naira.
Oof. So billions, trillions of naira actually put into building airports around Nigeria. We have approximately 30 airports.
I think it should be about 32 now. And more are coming.
Lagos, okay. When you say
Lagos is coming.
Lagos has 2.
Abia.
Lagos has 2.
Lagos, no.
International, local, and then they are thinking of building another one around Lekki.
It's one.
Okay, it's thought of as one.
Local and international.
Okay.
There's another one they are planning for Lekki. Yes, I think that one is going to come maybe.
What's the radius that airport should exist?
No. You see,
40,000 meters or thereabouts.
In a place like UK now, in London alone, you have about 3-4 airports. It's understandable because of how big and the number of people that travel. You have London City Airport, you have Gatwick, you have Heathrow, you have Stansted. I think about 5. Okay. But you also look at the number of people that travel. The market is there. One airport would have been so small for that number of travel. But we don't have that traffic. We are building airports. Understand? The traffic we have, both international and domestic, is less than 15 million. That's for a country of over 230 million people.
That's per annum?
Yes, per annum. It's very, very small. What it means is that we have less than 5% people traveling. So how will the airlines make money? How will the aviation industry be big? But in Heathrow, in London alone, you have over 30 million people that travel. Not to talk of Gatwick, not to talk of other airports. Maybe you're talking of 60 million or 70 million traffic. So they can afford to have that type of many airports. Yes, unlike us, that how many people travel. If you even go to Jibo, go to Maza, a lot of these people are taking the traffic from the airline because airfares are very expensive.
Very expensive.
So
I wanted to
and
ask
they don't have, even
to...
with the insecurity on the road, people will say, okay, it's God that guides us. Where are they going to get something that is bigger than their own entire salary, even more than their salary annually? If you want to travel from here to Abuja or from here to Owerri, for instance, you can't get flight less than 180. That is if you buy days ahead of time. So if you're going to buy immediately and to travel, you'll get for 250,000 naira. which is far
And that's
more
one
than
way.
the aviation industry is a reflection of the economy. So if your economy is down, it's impossible to see a lot of traffic. And that is why we are telling the airlines, reduce fares. It's common economics. If you reduce your fare, you will have more volume. But if your fares are very high...
Can they reduce fares when Jet A1 is expensive? But I'll come back to you. Mr. Agomor, now talk to us.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on this, really?
The major reason why you are hearing and seeing... Sorry?
No, I wanted to ask you, when was the last time you used one of the airports and, your...
Is it about me or the airport?
Pardon?
Is it about me or the airport?
No, the airport, please. Go ahead.
Even if I have all the money, I won't even try it. No, seriously, it's like throwing away money. I didn't steal any money. So when you see people paying 4 million, 5 million for first class, you now ask yourself, where did the money come from? Anyway, that, by the way, the major reason why you are seeing and hearing all this is politics. Every governor that wants to win the heart of the people will start such a white elephant project. And they know they will not finish it. They know. They don't want to put it there, either for electoral purpose or whatever. That of Ebony, I know what the boy Dave Umahi did there. There was this time that Buhari promised him that he will hand over to him as the president. And so, this man started all the projects he was doing and all that. The first thing I asked myself, I said, come, where did the Dave Umahi get all this money? Because that time they were praising him for what he was doing. What is the IGR of Ebony? What's their population? It didn't add up. It did not add up at all. It did not. So, apparently, somebody wanted to deceive him. And that is why he was singing the praises of Buhari that time. At the end of the day, what happened? The people have been left in the cold. So, when you are doing a project out of political consideration, it will not fly. It will not work. It's a matter of time before the deceit will be exposed. There are no two ways about it. That Ebony airport, in the next 100 years, I don't think it will take off. Because the population is not there, the market is not there. The disposable income of people is not there. So why do you always do things the wrong way? Just for your own selfish interest. Not for the interest of the people. The aviation editor here now says something. That in London, you have over 60 million traffic of human beings. What is the population of London? I mean, UK, totally. What's their population? That will tell you that it has to do with what? Your cash flow. Do you have the disposable income? Do you have the outside capital? No. So why put up such a thing when you know that here it is not viable? Channel that money or that resources into better use for the people. These governors, they don't study their environment. They don't look at what the people need, what they need, what is uppermost in their mind. That's why they fail. If they call Dave Umahi now, come and explain why you did all these things now. Can he explain it? Now, churches have been renting the place, renting the airport to go and do prayer vigil. Churches are now renting that airport to do prayer vigil.
Well, the commissioner for aviation said, well, that is not true, that it was just a prayer session to rededicate the airport, to God and all of that. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
That's what she said.
Is that the reality? Should such a thing happen in an airport that is busy? Hold on. In an airport that is viable and busy, can you see such a thing? How many times did you see it at MM2? That people will come in the morning to take flight and all that. People will be somewhere praying and clapping hands. It's because nothing is happening there. Nothing. Well, they rented it out. Somebody collected money for those people to be there. They rented it out.
I'm not sure you have the facts.
Well, yes. I wish we had the commissioner.
How could they do that?
Okay. I wish we had a commissioner, so that she could speak for the government, of Ebonyi instead. We also see prayer sessions held in the White House, and even in Aso Rock. Yeah. So praying is our way of life. Let me come back to you, Wale. You said, I'm trying for us to situate it within the economy of Nigeria. Okay. United States has a population of 342.9 million people at last count. Yes. Accurate, Yeah. Now, they have in total 19,482 airports.
Yeah.
The whole of United States.
Okay. Let me,
sorry. With over 45,000 flights per day.
Yeah.
Just not outside United States, just within.
Yes.
But here we are struggling with a population of 230 million. Some say we could do more than that, probably 250 or even more. And now we are struggling with just 31, 32 airports. Now, how does that feed into? Because Mosid said something like airports bringing development.
Yeah.
Of course, there will be ancillary businesses, you know.
Absolutely.
They're going to have suppliers. They're going to have pilots. They're going to have hotels spring up around airports. What is the difficulty in Nigeria? Why is the aviation industry not growing as our population grows?
Yes, thank you. The growth of aviation industry is not necessarily about the population. It's about so many factors, in the sense that what are the things that are going to drive your aviation industry, the airport growth? There must be a lot of activities around it. Let me cite an example. The United Arab Emirates is less than 10 million. But that airport is one of the busiest airports, if not the busiest airport in the world, with over 100 million people targeted. I think the last count was about 80-something million. The people, there are so many activities that they've created around Dubai, UAE, that attract people into that country. You have tourism. One of their tourism is about the best. In fact, at the moment, tourism is the highest revenue earner for UAE and most of the Arab countries. And most of these tourist sites are artificially created compared to ours that is natural. But how do you go to a country that you have security challenges? We have not even marketed our tourism in a way that we attract people. There are so many tourist sites that are visited, and I open my mouth and say, so this thing exists in this country. You go to Obunike Cave or something, what I don't know the name they call it, Obunike.
Obunike, yes.
Somewhere in Anambra. You go to Ekiti, you see the Kogo Sea. You go to Cross River, you see the, what's it called now? Obudu. Beautiful site. You go to the Yankari.
No, you have the Arugungu.
Yes, Arugungu. So many things that are created, that should have been allowed people to come. Tourism. A lot of people come to this country, but they don't come for tourism, they come for business. And because of the way, the news we hear every day, 20 killed, 30 killed, so a lot of people are scared. I was in Brazil for IATA AGM last month, and when we got to a conference, we started talking about our country, and the man said, I had to kill people every day, even in the streets of Lagos. I was even trying to do the marketing that Nigeria is safe, but yes, you can come to Nigeria, but it becomes very difficult with the type of things the media churns out, the things that happen every day for people to come into the country. So we also have a role to play as the media to project the country in a light that, we attract people to come. So when you look at all those factors, they are not there. The economy has tanked over the years. So how do people come? It's only the rich that can fly.
It's only the rich that can fly.
And over there, you even have options. You can go by a fast train. You can go by buses, by the good road.
Yeah, they still have this number of airports.
Yeah, and they still have this number
talking about the factors.
So in the US, US is the biggest aviation market at the moment, with over 800 million traffic, followed by China. So a lot of people will bring you to any city in the US. So they must have airports. In fact, there are smaller airports. There are also general aviation. There's also general aviation. What I mean by general aviation, people have their small aircraft and they fly. They fly themselves, they fly their families. So it's really thriving. Where do we have that in Nigeria? So these are the factors that have not made our aviation to grow. We also talk about taxes. There are too many taxes in the aviation industry that is even preventing people from
about
traveling.
14 or 20 something.
About 12.
I don't think we really touched on, the Ministry of Aviation and FAN here. I mean, we can't exonerate them from all of this. What are some of those policy frameworks that are not being, since, we've established that most of the airports that are being constructed is political,
for political reasons.
A lot of politicking. So what are some of those policy frameworks that FAN, the aviation ministry, because aside
NCA,
having those NCA, aside having moribund airports, we have staff there who are being paid. That's overhead. It's even outrageous that a state government will spend as much as 30 billion naira, that's a Boeing, to build a runway made of concrete. And you wonder who supervised this and spend almost times 2 of that to maintain and repair it. It's outrageous.
Just within 2 years.
Yes.
Within 2 years.
Yes. You know the same thing happened with Bayelsa. Yes. Almost the same thing. That airport was built. NCA got there. NCA had to shut it down to say you have to have perimeter fencing. You have to follow our specification. I haven't gotten the fact whether they followed the specification or did in case of Boeing. But I don't think we have to blame FAN so much because what FAN does is to manage the airport.
How about the ministry?
Then the ministry, to be fair, this minister has been very, very one of the best ministers that we've had in recent times. The other one was a lot of issues. The one, so many of them. Stella Udua, they have been disaster. I'm sorry to use that word, but this one seemed to know what he's doing. This one needs to, a lot of things have happened. Positive things have happened that this man has championed. Yes, despite that, we still have so many challenges. The states have the right to build airports. They tell you that it's our airport. But the annoying aspect of it is that after building this airport, they hand them over to FAN. Like I said, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and probably Kano. These are the 5 airports that are bringing all the money.
Revenue,
So, and you're using this revenue and spread it across 32. So there's no way FAN will be going to have money because most times you have one flight. Most times you don't have flight. But you need to put people there in case of an emergency. A flight is in the air and he had an emergency. He has to say, okay, the nearest airport I have to land there.
Okay, all right. Well, before we go to our Padagon guest, I'd like to ask you, I want us to return to the issue of factors, that makes airport buoyant, vibrant, and all of that. I want us to consider probably tourism, business hubs, and all of that.
Absolutely.
The Ogun Airport, is there any reason for that? We see industrial park spring up. The president commissioned one the other day in Ogun State. Happens to be a new industrial hub.
Absolutely.
And if you consider the traffic from Ogun State to Lagos Airport, is there any reason? Is there any reason that we should say, well, don't build the airport, whether it is cargo or human? And again, in Lagos here, if you are traveling from Lekki, you have a 7 o'clock flight. You have to leave like 5 o'clock. Otherwise, you are caught in traffic. So the new airport that they are proposing around isn't it a good one?
Okay, let me start with the Ogun Airport. I think one of the strategic airports that has been built over time is Ogun Airport. I tell people that airport is strategic and one of the airports I support in the sense that the thinking was right. And that airport is going to be viable. Why did I say it's going to be viable? If you look at the catchment areas, you see people from the Redeem axis, people from the outskirts of Ibadan, people from Ijebu Ode, people from, even Ore will prefer to use that airport than to come to Lagos, how congested Lagos is. If I live around Mowe, I would rather use that airport than come to Lagos because if you have a 8 o'clock flight to make, you have to leave. Even if you live in Mowe, you will leave around 5 o'clock because you never can tell the madness that will happen around that axis. So it's a very good one. And when I hear cargo airports, I don't know how we just sit down and say, there's no cargo airport anywhere. All airports are built for cargo and passenger. So when you hear that agro-cargo, I say, what is wrong with these people? You cannot build an airport.
Because I was worried, it was said to be a cargo airport, but then we saw people
It's just a nomenclature that I just look at people who say, just say Ogun Airport. Which one is Ogun?
Even the Anambra Airport is designated cargo airport.
There's nothing like cargo because any airport you build is for cargo and passenger. Lagos is for airport for passenger and cargo. They didn't say Muritala Mohammed International Cargo Airport.
I think it has something to do with ICAO specifications. So they need to call it a cargo airport. If not,
they don't need to call it. What they should have said, say Ogun Airport, but we majorly use it to transit goods out of that place.
That's long. When you want to explain.
But you know they have to give it a name that cargo, we are building cargo, you know, that's how we behave in this part of the world. Don't say Ogun Airport. All right. But it's a very strategic airport. You said another thing, so let me. Lagos, yes, it's a very strategic one as well. Let me tell you, Lagos is a very big city. By now, we should even have had a second airport around that area. Because, like you said, if your people living in Aja, people living in Epe, and they have 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock flight to catch, definitely they will live.
But some people are of the opinion that if that airport comes to fruition, it will ground the MMA.
It will not ground. It will not ground. What you will say is that it may deplete the revenue of this place, but
and then you have the coastal highway as well. So this it will,
and I'm sure in their thinking, the fan people around Lagos working for fan, they don't want it. They don't want it. I'm not saying they said it.
Yes,
in their mindset, they don't want it.
Why so?
And but when it will come, it will come. There's nothing anybody.
Why wouldn't they want it?
You know us now, because they will feel that the revenue would have been depleted, and Lagos State will cut the revenue for them.
All right then. We'll come back to. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be going to. We'll still have Wale Shadare with us, and we'll be joined by Amechi Okonkwo, who joins us from our Port Harcourt studio. But that will be after this break.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, Make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will...
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. We still have Wale Shalari with us, who is an aviation editor with New Telegraph. And we're being joined by Amechi Okonkwo, a public affairs analyst, joins us from our Port Harcourt studio. Good morning to you, Amechi. Welcome to the program. Well, good to have you join us this morning. We're talking airports and their viability in Nigeria. 32 of them. Around the 36 states of Nigeria. Well, some states have more than one anyway. But what are your thoughts, really? Some would say that states should be thinking about building railway lines and the rest of them, as that will bring more development. But airports also brings development. But what are your thoughts, broad view?
Good morning, and thank you for having me on the program today. It's really interesting the way our leaders are trying to manage our common patrimony in the country. For a state like Ebonyi, I'm speaking specifically on Ebonyi and the current issue on the airport there, one should have thought that considering the level of poverty in that state, and then, the fact that airports are not really for the poor, that what the governor or any government, right-taking government should do at this point would be to lift more people out of poverty. And the easiest and fastest way of doing that is by providing quality education, starting from the primary, secondary level, and even to the university level. But unfortunately, the government, the previous government and the current one, they are thinking different. And in doing so, they chose to build an airport in a place where it will be challenging to have that airport become viable in many years to come. What is the traffic to Ebonyi State by airport, by flight? How many persons among the populace needs that airport in this time? So the viability of the airport is going to be a challenge. And how much does Ebonyi State get from the federal allocation that you would dedicate that huge amount of money just to building airport and catering to the whims of the few rich individuals in the state? So it makes it a really a project that is out of sync with the needs of the people of the state and even the region in general.
All right, thank you very much for your thoughts there. We'll come back to you shortly as we're getting into another conversation. But let's bring it back to Wally here. So there was. Let's look at Nigerian Airlines. All right, how many states have brought in airplanes? How many of those planes are resident in their states? Because some of them are not in their states. The airlines are somewhere else. I mean, the airplanes are somewhere. Yeah. But and then also take us to what you know about the runway excursion that happened in Edo State.
Okay. I don't know.
I think it's I love that. It's a lot. Really.
Yes. Okay. Let me take the runway excursion that happened. Honestly, it's very premature to talk about what could have caused it because the report is not yet out.
Okay.
Whatever anybody is saying now is just a conjecture, and
but the dangers of that conjecture, because somebody said, "Oh, the brakes did not hold."
How did he know? How did he know that?
Wow.
Okay. Yes, we can hazard a guess on what could have probably. It's just probability because whatever we say can be corroborated or can be faulted if the report is out. In the sense that it's usually very wise to wait for the report. But let me just, in my own layman analysis, a lot of things could have gone wrong with that flight. It could be, I don't think it's wind, because if it's wind, it wouldn't have been able to land. Some pilots suggested that it's possible he had an issue and the best way would have been for him to go around. Okay. Then when he now has a clear picture of that runway, he's allowed in aviation. If you want to land, you're not seeing the runway very well or you're not seeing what is on the runway, you go up, circle, and take a proper view of that. So some people felt he possibly landed in the middle of the runway, and by the time he applied the brake, he couldn't because of the speed.
Sorry, let me provide information that may help you in your analysis. Now, records have been made that the aircraft was purchased by Egypt Air in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Flew for 10 years in 2019. Mm-hmm. Withdrawn from service and stored from 2019 to 2025, 6 years. Mm-hmm. Purchased from storage in February 2025 and transferred to Enugu Air, same 2025.
Mm. Yes, that is very curious in the sense that I saw that from a reputable website, plane trotters, planes, very reputable. But it's very curious in the sense that we need to start asking the question that what made Egypt to store that aircraft for 6 years? It's very curious because if that aircraft was in good shape, Egypt wouldn't have stored it. They would have probably used it as part of their maybe Egypt Express on this short flight schedule. But like I said, it's still subject to investigation, the report. But as an aviator, I was a bit curious when I saw that. The age of the aircraft doesn't matter because if you look at it, it's about 17.6
years.
6 years. It doesn't matter. Okay. Age doesn't matter in aircraft. The reason why, yes, as long as you do your periodic maintenance. Okay. But the issue there is that it's just like you bought your brand new car and you bought your second-hand Nigerian used car. the one you bought secondhand will go for more periodic maintenance. You maintain it more than a brand new car. Okay. A brand new car is cheaper to maintain than, so that's one of the reasons you see that 8-10 years some airlines sell their aircraft and go for newer one because of fuel efficiency, because of it's also very efficient to operate that aircraft. Once you do all those maintenance, it's good as new. And we have a regulator that will not take nonsense from anybody. So they must have gone through the books. That is why we said what we know might be different from what the investigators know. Until the report is out, then we begin to pick them one after the other. And this investigator has been very, very thorough for a very long time. They will tell you whatever happened, but that aircraft is condemned.
All right.
Because the nose wheel severed from the body of the aircraft, the two. So I think it's beyond economic repair. And that is why I tell people that incident qualifies more as an accident than an incident. Yes, because if you look at what happened, it's more of an accident. And if you also listen to what the CEO said, the CEO of that airline, so he said it was just the grace of God that the aircraft did not catch fire, that it landed on the grass, saved the day. If it had landed on a concrete pavement, what we're saying now, it wouldn't be what we're saying.
Two questions for you before we, round up and move on. The first one, I know that Nigeria is, over the years, we have the history of buying refurbished. I don't know of any airline in Nigeria that does have a fleet of brand new aircraft. That's one.
Episas, United has.
So, are there industry standards? Are there like years with which maybe not more than 5 years? Does that apply in Nigeria? That's the first question. And secondly, because of the low traffic at the Ebonyi airport, the state governor did subsidize Lagos to Ebonyi flights. He got it down to 100,000 naira. Is that a sustainable model? For that.
Okay, let me take the first one. I think the regulation for aircraft that can be brought into Nigeria is about 17, 19 years. You can't expect a struggling airline or struggling airlines to buy brand new aircraft. A brand new aircraft costs over $200 million. Where are they going to get when even all their assets will not even be more than $200 million? So we begin to look at that. So it has also been seen that age of aircraft does not matter. As long as you go through the maintenance schedule, you do everything. The only thing is that you spend more to maintain those aircraft. Your second question.
The governor subsidized Lagos to Ebonyi to Lagos flights at 100,000 naira.
To Abuja too.
Why is he doing that? It's a free market. So why do you do that? Government should even hands off, aviation. Is left for people. That money should be channeled into infrastructure.
All right. So,
but the good thing about it is that Ebonyi has done well in terms of infrastructure over the years. So I'm really, really excited about what they've done. But doing certain things that doesn't really make sense.
In 1 minute now, let's have your concluding thoughts on this.
Sorry, before he concludes, I'd like for us to talk briefly about the politics of international airports. What makes an airport international?
No, it has to go through the certification.
Certification?
Yes.
What I'm asking is that we have a place like Enugu International Airport, and it's only one international airline.
No, it's certified. You can do your international airport from Ethiopian Airlines does international flight from Enugu.
So I'm wondering why people like United.
It depends on the business.
It depends on the
business model of that airline.
Okay.
United has not even started.
But it's international airport too.
All of them put their airport international, even when some do not meet
that's
international.
What I'm asking.
Does Ebonyi look like an airport that meets international? It's good to fly, but having been certified, who certified it as international? Everybody just give airports name, international cargo, whatever. What's international cargo? When I hear those things, I love.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with FAN or NCAA.
No, it has to be FAN. We upgrade it to international status. Then they also look at certain things that you have to meet up the runway has to meet up with international flight because the type of aircraft that come are not those small aircraft, they are big aircraft. Is your runway able to carry that weight?
Okay, so, sorry. So if British BA wants to go to Enugu now,
no, it can.
Nothing stops it.
No, nothing stops it. Nothing.
It's just, that
it's just business model.
Business
okay,
model.
are we going to do this? Does it match what we want to do? They can fly from Enugu.
All right, so your final words now, in 1 minute. What would you say about airlines, the viability of it? Should we have more? Should people, what can government do to ensure that flights are cheaper, Jet A1 and the rest? Just in 1 minute, if you can.
I think the government can come into it and look at how to help the airline.
Well, you say government should hands off.
No,
no,
not in building airports or subsidizing for the people. We are not even tackling the issue that you say, okay, passenger are subsidized. You have not tackled the elephant in the room. You have not even talked about that. If you resolve that issue, it will now lead to cheaper fares. You talk of VAT in aviation, it shouldn't be. It's only in Nigeria that we're having VAT on aviation. You reduce the taxes or you merge them together. The aviation fuel takes about 40-50% of airline operation. So it still boils down to government. Government should look at the policy that will be favorable to aviation industry. And once you have those policies, it will trickle down.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Wale Shadari, aviation editor, New Telegraph newspaper. Thank you very much for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a break. When we come back, Obi blames poverty for insecurity, knocks Tinubu's policies. Let's look at this. We'll be joined by, some analysts we'll be joined by intellectual analysts right after this break.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens. We'll bring you on Bayaz.
Welcome back. The NDC 2027 candidate Peter Obi says poverty and economic hardship are driving insecurity in Nigeria. He said you can't create mass poverty and think you can deal with insecurity. Obi faulted the Tinubu government and promised to lead security efforts personally if elected. Meanwhile, the former SGF Babashir Lawal says a joint ticket of Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso has a 70% chance of defeating President Bola Tinubu in 2027, while rating Atiku Abubakar at 0%. Lawal puts Tinubu's chances at 50%. Definitely, Atiku would lose. He will, and I pray he loses, Lawal said, describing Obi as someone who will try to be fair to everyone. Lawal also alleged that Tinubu was central to forming the APC in 2015 and that Tinubu funded Buhari's campaign, financed Osibajo's separate 2015 campaign, and paid over $2 billion to U.S. consultants linked to Barack Obama. On the 2023 APC primary, he said Buhari was reluctant to back Tinubu over religion and ethics, but agreed to stay neutral. He also claimed Tinubu was afraid of Buhari and got depressed over false endorsement rumors. Lawal expressed the current administration as a failure run by people who love themselves. Joining us from our Benin studios, we have Comrade Idonije Dixon, a public affairs analyst. We also have Dayo Kayode, a socio-political technocrat, and Amechi Okonkwo, a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Comrade Dixon. Good morning, Comrade. All right, so let's take Mr. Yusuf. Good morning, Mr. Yusuf. Please, can you unmute your device, Mr. Yusuf? Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Yusuf? All right, I think we've lost connection with him. Let's go on a short break, and then when we come back, we'll establish connection. Oh, okay. Mr. Yusuf, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you too for having me.
Thank you so much. Can we have your broad overview of this issue at hand? Let's talk about security and then the ex-SGF's remarks on Tinubu's administration.
Well, on the security, it's already very clear that you cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. I think the policy of this administration since inception has not yielded the desired result. And something ought to be done drastically. The state police, it's a policy they are pushing that perhaps might bring the desired change. Because when you bring security closer to the people, definitely you get a better result. But they've been very, very slow about it. And I also agree with Peter Obi that the increase in poverty is a major cause of insecurity. And if this administration is not doing anything to reduce poverty, then even the state police cannot be able to manage the insecurity that we're up for in the coming years. That is that. Concerning Babachir Lawal and his comments, well, he is one of them. And now that they are falling apart, we're getting to hear things that we do not know before. But one thing he said, and one thing he is known for, is being frank. He says it as it is, not minding who will be offended. So I agree with 90% of what he said, particularly on the fact that the ticket to defeat the ruling party is that of Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa.
All right. Peter Obi did say that, I mean, if he elected, that he will personally lead security efforts. He'll be at the front lines. Do you think this is a realistic, or it's just some political talk? Can we touch on that a bit and then we'll expand more on the state of the nation?
I think it's realistic. Peter Obi has been a man leading from the front. In everything he does, He leads from the front. In Anambra State, we've seen his led from the front. So I think if given the opportunity as president, we'll do exactly that, and definitely we'll see the things that we honestly desire.
Bashir did say that Obi Kwankwaso ticket has a 70% chance of defeating President Tinubu at the polls. I mean, examining that and vis-a-vis the fact that a lot of people are still saying that they are yet to see who would step down, I mean, for who would become president, who would become VP, who would accept to be VP. Can you examine that and make sense of it for us?
Well, I didn't get you clearly because
I said Bashir Lawal did say that Obi Kwankwaso ticket has a 70% chance of defeating Tinubu at the polls. Do you agree? And then a lot of people are also saying that, I mean, they don't know who would step down for who. I mean, between Kwankwaso and Obi and all of that. Do you agree that the Obi ticket, the Kwankwaso Obi ticket, can defeat Tinubu at the polls? He did say he has a 70% chance. Do you agree with that? Elder Yusuf, can you hear us?
Well, we seem to have a network glitch there. We've lost connection to Dr. Yusuf Dambaki. But let's go to Port Harcourt, where we have our guest in our studio in Port Harcourt, Amechi Okonkwo. Well, Amechi, thank you very much for staying with us. I do believe that you can still hear us. Now, talking about what's the elections, forthcoming 2027 elections, some people have said that it will take a coalition of the major players to unseat a President Tinubu. Do you foresee such a coalition coming up between now and, the build-up to the elections, or between now and maybe December 2026? Do you see such a coalition amongst the major players now?
Yes, certainly. I see such a coalition being possible. The only catch is for the system to provide a level playing field for all who wants to participate in the election. Just like Bashir Lawal stated, I think that Obi Kwankwaso coalition can give the present administration a run for its money in the 2027 election if there is a level playing field, if all the artificial encumbrances that the ruling administration is using, both individual politicians and even the courts to try to frustrate opposition, is set aside and there is a level playing field. I think the coalition of Obi Kwankwaso can really unseat the present administration, considering how the Tinubu government has become unpopular amongst the general populace, especially the youth.
You think the Tinubu government is unpopular? Just the other day, we saw a letter written by President Donald Trump addressed to Tinubu himself, praising him, saying that, look, it's an honor to stand by him. If such is coming out from the international community, do you still think his government is unpopular? Popular where? Unpopular where? Here or, within the Committee of Nations, or just in Nigeria?
Yeah, what I say is based on the experience of the people in Nigeria. The international community are not the ones suffering the general insecurity in the country. They are only observing and maybe making comment from outside. But the Nigerian electorate across the north, south, east, west and they are the ones who are going to go to the poll, and they are the ones who are feeling the impact of the government. President Trump or the American people are not going to be part of the voting come 2027. They may be giving the administration a clean bill of health on the basis of what they are told, but the Nigerian populace who are the burden bearers of the effects of the governance are the ones who are going to speak during the election. And you and I know that there is a wide range of, opposition against the present administration, especially as his policies are very painful and unpopular.
Very painful to the people. Well, Amechi, let me stay with you. I listened to the interview, with Babachi Lawal, and he said a lot. He touched on River State, where you are. He said, well, Amechi is just another version of Wike. That Amechi could even be more refined than Wike. Now, it's 2027 politics is around the corner. Arotimi Amechi is running mate to Atiku Abubakar. Yes, Wike remains the FCT minister and is building a rainbow coalition in Port Harcourt. And I understand that ADC in River State has become a part of that PDP, APC, now ADC rainbow coalition in River State. Now, how do you react to comments by Babachi Lawal where he said, well, Amechi is just another version of Nyesom Wike? Do you agree with him?
That Amechi is another version of who?
Of Nyesom Wike.
No.
That both of them are two desperate politicians who would stop at nothing to ensure that they get power. Do you agree with him?
No. Amechi cannot be considered as a desperate politician. He's a politician though, but I have been here. I was there during his administration, and I cannot subscribe to the description that he's a desperate politician. He may want to be in power, but not as desperate as some of the persons the former Secretary of the federal government want to compare him with. It's also someone who, even though would have his personal interest, but would not allow his personal interest to so override that of the general populace that it comes to the people's face as somebody who doesn't have the feeling of the people.
Okay, Amechi is a different person. Incidentally, both of you share the same name, Amechi and Amechi. Well, now let's talk about the Rainbow Coalition briefly. What's going on in River State? We hear that ADC has also become a part of that Rainbow Coalition. Tell us what's going on in River State. What do you know? Let us into all of that.
Actually, what's going on in River State is very, very funny. The Rainbow Coalition is like in the front row, but like I said, it's because they have the voice, they have the machinery of controlling the narrative, but they are not in the heart of the populace. They are the supporters of the coalition are people who are looking for how to get their daily bread from the coalition. It is until they go to the streets, and if they allow free and fair election, that is when they will know how popular they are. But using the machinery of power and resources, they could be said to be having the upper hand, because they have the resources to make all the noise in the media. They have the resources to even do the political mobilization, and all of that. But in the real sense, if they want to test their popularity, let them take out all the shenanigans, political shenanigans that is associated with election, and then we will see how popular they really are.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Amechi Okonkwo there. But let's go back to Dr. Yusuf Dambaki. And just one question. Talking about coalition now, do you think that there will, because some people have said it will only take a coalition of the big actors. I think I asked Amechi that question. Let me just direct it at you as well. Do you think we will see a coming together of the major players to unseat a President Tinubu in 2027? Will that happen? Atiku, Obi, and the other big players coming together. We would like for you to unmute your device. Okay, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
I didn't really hear you. There's a serious network challenge. I'm just hearing double voices.
Well, we do apologize for that. It's really unfortunate that the network chose today to play pranks on us. And unfortunately, also, we are out of time. I do hope that when next we call on you, you will oblige us and we'll have fixed the issues that are bedeviling the broadcast today. But thank you very much, Elder Yusuf Dambaki, Policy and Development Expert, Kaduna Central Senatorial Candidate, Labour Party. Thank you for coming on the program. Unfortunately, we're out of time. And we've also been speaking with Amechi Okonkwo, who joined us from our Port Harcourt studio. Amechi, thank you very much for coming. We do appreciate you as well. Well, this is how far we can go on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up at 10 o'clock. I'm Moses Humphrey. See you again at 10.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
I am Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drive. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda.
Is live on Voptv. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again.
And we still have with us Dr. Yusuf Dambaki, who joins us virtually, and also Amechi Okonkwo from Port Harcourt. Both men are joining us virtually. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for staying with us on the program. Now, we'll start off with Daily Sun newspaper. The big story on the cover page of the Daily Sun is governors push for state police takeoff. Get state houses of assembly speakers to stand by for immediate concurrence. Express worry over effects of NAS annual break, electioneering. Hope to get quick presidential assent. And that, of course, is the big story there, the state police. And also a few headlines here. Tracker raises alarm as federal government budgets 962.83 billion naira for SUVs and empowerment. Says allocation exceeds combined budget of 7 key ministries. You find that in most of the dailies this morning. Well, let's go to Dr. Dambaki now. Let's talk about the first headline taken here. Governors push for state police takeoff. Get state houses of assembly speakers to stand by for immediate concurrence. Well, how do you react to this headline?
A good thing when you cascade security to the lowest level, it gives better result. However, doing that to general election is questionable. Because at this point, it is dangerous to have a state police just before a general election. Because the police will be loyal to the governor that employed them. Hence, they will be not for the purpose which they were created, rather be used to win elections. So state police is a good thing happening at the wrong time.
You know, some would say there's no right time to start a good thing.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said some people will say that there is no right time to start a good thing. So starting now, I mean, it could have started any other time, but since it started now, it's still okay. But I understand your concerns there, but I'm just saying, is there a better time to start it?
And all of a sudden, in 2026, they're trying to accelerate action. It should tell you that something is wrong. And we know them for using state institutions to manipulate elections. We know them for hijacking INEC, judiciary, the police, the DSS, and they are now cascading into the state when election is around the corner. Something should tell us, because, see, Nigerians are intelligent, but they are not speaking out. The rigging of election this time around is going to be done before a vote is cast. And that will be implemented and perfected by state institutions that we all show loyalty to. That is why I kept saying the fight for 2027 is between those who want to save their jobs and those who want to save their country. And I tell you, from the way it is going, those who want to save their jobs will have the day. Imagine a Nigerian graduate that has been staying at home for long. You just employed him to join the police and you gave him a salary of maybe 100,000 or more that he has not seen. He will be loyal to the governor and not to the state. And that is what this regime is known for. The leaders are more powerful than the laws. So everything about them cannot be trusted. There is always an invisible reason behind their actions.
All right. Thank you very much. Amechi, please, let's have your thoughts on this one.
Yes, the doctor, Dr. Yusuf, has said it all. But I only want to reinforce what you also interjected while you were saying, when could be the best time. The best time would have been now, assuming, like Doctor is expressing is concerned, assuming it will not be hijacked by the state governors for their selfish end, as they do most of the time with policies of the state. They cannot divorce the policies of the state from what their immediate self-interest are. So, because of the level of insecurity in the land, one would have said that the best time to start the implementation of state policing is now, because that will really, extend security down to the grassroots. But also because the election is just months away, it now raises the concern of what use this would be in the hands of politicians. Like he rightly pointed out, because of the level of poverty which cuts across even the police formation, anybody you employ now and give him good salary will definitely be loyal to you and will take orders from you, not minding whether it is against their oath of office or not. So that raises the concern. But ordinarily, if you take that away, considering the level of insecurity, I should think that the best time to begin implementation of the state policing is actually now.
All right, then.
Well, the best time to have started the state police issue is the state police implementation, or the best time to have had state police in Nigeria is even yesterday, not even now. It is long overdue. But now the actions of the governors are suspect. Actions of the governors are suspect. I think that for them to rush it now looks to me like an afterthought, and there's a reason for that afterthought. You know why? There are two sides to it. The present administration, the APC administration, when they were on the other side, were very intentional, were very vehement. In fact, they felt strongly at that time that Nigeria needed state police, and they used it as a campaign mantra while they were on the other side, on the side of the opposition, that the moment they get into office, that they are going to implement state policing in Nigeria as a panacea, to the security challenges that we had in Nigeria. Then Buhari came in 2015. For the 8 years of the Buhari administration, no one day was that idea mooted by the APC itself. As a matter of fact, the opposition also became silent. Now, before the Buhari issue, during the Nadeko era, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as governor of Lagos State, was very insistent on state policing. As an APC national leader, he was also very, very insistent on state policing. But it became curious that when APC got into office, nobody mentioned the issue of state police. And for the 8 years that they were in government, that Buhari was in government, nobody talked about state police. Now, fast forward to the 2023, when Tinubu became president. In 2024, the idea came up, about state policy. You know what happened? We were told that 36 state governors at that time had agreed to state policing, that it was only the FCT minister, who, by the way, holds that position in trust for the president. He occupies that position for the president because the president is actually supposed to be the overseer of FCT. But the constitution made it that it should have a minister who reports directly to the president. And so at that time, we were told that 6 state governors had agreed. In 2025, after that, in January, February 2024, the whole thing died down. Now, when it looked like state policing was one way that we could solve the issue of insecurity, it was brought up again. And the National Economic Council, made up of the Vice President, the Minister of Finance, and AGF, and other key ministers, and the 30 state governors and the FCT minister, had sessions. And on those 2 occasions, state policing was on the agenda, but it was tucked down the list. And on those 2 occasions, they never discussed state policing. And when after the meeting, we asked, what happened? People didn't discuss the issue of state police. They said, well, that there were other more important issues, They had to prioritize and now discuss issues that are weightier than the state police. On 2 occasions, some months to the election, we hear them struggle, scamper. We want to implement state police. The time is over. Meanwhile, between the time they said they didn't have time, some of the governors had to recant. Somebody like Babagana Zulum said, well, this is not the right time for state policing because some ethnic groups will use it to exterminate other ethnic groups in their states. This is his direct words. I didn't make it up. I'm quoting him directly. This is what Babagana Zulum said. And now, like 6 months to the election, we hear the governor say that this is the best time to have state policing. Because in the first place, they are going to appoint the state commissioners of police. The PSC, the Police Service Commissioner in the states, will be appointed by who? The government in power. In all of this, I think that what the governors are trying to achieve is to use the state policing to run the 2027 elections. So if you ask me, the best bet, the best time to have state policing should be after the elections, not now. Because they will use it in their favor. And so if Nigerians want a disciplined state police, they should wait up until the 2027 election. Let the national police, let the federal police conduct the elections for us. It's a lesser evil. We are confronted with 2 evils. Now, the federal police will also be used by the government. But then it's better to deal with one evil than dealing with 37 evils at the same time. That's my position. So It's an afterthought for them to say, House of Assembly, wait for it, it's already coming. They must be up to something. And that is what to ensure that they compromise the 2027 elections. That's my thought.
All right, then. Let's get into other headlines here. Still from Daily Sun, we have a budget. FG moves to appease NAS. NAS members, I beg your pardon. I take that one again. Budgets. FG moves to appease NAS members. Approve implementation of 1 billion naira for each senator. 500 million naira for rep. they have been talking about increase in salaries for some time. But this headline, I would like us to merge it with this other one from the Punch newspaper. It's the big story on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. It says, FG budgets 1 trillion naira for empowerment, SUVs, amid rising borrowing pressure. Allocation exceeds combined budgets of 7 key federal ministries. Only 70 of 2,579 empowerment projects have identified locations, according to Tracker. And economists question spending priorities, demand accountability. Well, that's, I would like us to merge both headlines. And for emphasis, I will just go a little bit into the story. So the federal government has earmarked 962.83 billion naira for the procurement of sport utility vehicles and empowerment projects in the 2026 Appropriation Act, an amount that exceeds the combined allocation of 7 key federal ministries, according to a review of the budget by civic technology organization Tracker. Now, it is in its analysis, Tracker says the 2026 federal government budget comprise 15.13 billion naira for the procurement of 39 SUVs, 947.70 billion naira for 2,579 empowerment projects, bringing the total to 962.83 billion naira. And you start to wonder, what are these things for? And, well, that's the headline there. Dr. Dambaki. In fact, it's also in the Daily Sun, says Tracker raises alarm as FG budgets 962.83 billion naira for SUVs. Empowerment says allocation exceeds combined budget of 7 key ministries. I would like us to merge both headlines, appeasing the members and getting SUVs and all of that. Dr. Dambaki, sorry, please, go ahead.
Well, from the inception of this administration, the point of contention has been trust. From how they emerge, Nigerians saw it as questionable. And from the beginning of the administration, they also confirmed their recklessness using state money for SUVs and yachts and so on. So another issue is that Nigeria or Nigerians know this government to be reckless, yet asking Nigerians to be patient and hopeful. And to my knowledge, since 2024, no budget has been implemented. No budget has been implemented. But in 2026, this government is trying to implement 3 years budget at the same time. 2024, 2025, and 2026. If you go to the ministries, that is exactly what is happening. And yet, the culture of recklessness in expenditure is still showing its ugly face. So I must tell you that this economy is running at its own risk. And no economic analyst today can tell what will happen 6 months from now to Nigerian economy. Because when you're running 3 budgets in 1 year, then a lot of things will be altered. I can guarantee you that inflation will be on the increase. That is one. Poverty will be on the increase. And then there will be job creation that will not be sustainable. Many people that will be employed this year may not be able to receive salary in the next 2 or 3 years to come. So everything about this government in terms of management of resources has been reckless, unpredictable, unrealistic, and without a clear-cut policy direction. So I am not surprised, but yet let's see what plays out of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me come to you before going back to Amici.
Yes. Moses, this administration is, I'm looking for a superlative to qualify this administration. Wicked is ordinary now. If you say it's wicked.
But we have, I didn't want to interrupt Dr. Dambaki because of the network issues, but we have lawmakers and they are accepting these things.
No, these are the lawmakers. It's budgeted for them, SUVs. They have been appeased. 968
You want them to
naira.
reject it?
Why wouldn't they reject it?
If they are representing the people, yes, they can.
If they have conscience, why should they? This administration, in the life of this administration, the first thing they did when they got into office was to borrow 200 billion naira. Out of that 200 billion naira, they set aside, they gave the National Assembly 70 billion naira for what? To retrofit their wardrobes and their offices. That was not enough. The next thing they did was to buy SUVs worth 160 million naira, a piece for each and every one of them.
In 2023, let's
in
be
2023.
specific.
That was in 2023. Now, SUVs worth 160 million naira a piece for each and every one of them. 2 years down the line, or 3 years down the line, you are earmarking 968 billion naira for SUVs, vehicles across the... Why?
It's electioneering.
It's electioneering.
Yeah.
And so when people... See, Nigerians don't even know what is happening. When they say third term is loading, tenure elongation is loading, Nigerians wave it aside. And before we know what is happening, it's already before us. Who is going to make it happen? It's National Assembly. And the APC has majority in the National Assembly. What will the people do? The people will not do anything. It is loading. We don't even see it. When they say single 6 year term, and people are saying, well, it's what will happen is that it will enable the executive to work and work very well because he doesn't need to come back to office. Then on the flip side, I don't consider what happens on the flip side. If I have nothing at stake, why do I need to bother myself about you? I mean, my 6 year single term, I'll run it and just move away. And so it has nothing to do with 4 year term of 4 years of 2 terms.
I think you need to know.
You get the point, 4 years of 2 terms. Because in my first year, I might need to impress you so that you return me. In my second tenure, well, I don't do anything. So it has nothing to do with tenure. It has to do with the credibility of leadership. A good person is a good person. And how do people emerge into offices? They live with us. We know them. We know their background, their pedigree, where they were born, where they grew up and all of that. They live with us. And so until such a time that we start choosing responsible, it has nothing to do with the president or the governor, even your local councillor, even your state house of assembly member, somebody that is responsible will not go to House of Assembly and abandon you. Looks like they have abandoned Nigerians. And the only thing they do now is to think about themselves. Moses, close to 1 trillion naira for SUVs in this hard time. There are no hospitals, no functional hospitals. Schools, public schools are dilapidated. The road networks are bad. Infrastructure is decaying everywhere. And they are allocating close to 1 trillion naira for SUVs, vehicles for them, for themselves. Mind you, it's different from the projects, the constituency project. They say each one of them will get 1 billion naira.
1 billion naira.
1 billion naira for constituency project as senators. Then House of Reps, 500 million naira. In an economy that is largely dependent on borrowed funds, we are borrowing money to do these things. And we are not tying these things, these borrowings, to capital projects, to infrastructure. The next thing you hear is that cyclists, generators were bought for the Senate President's constituency. Have you forgotten? Last time, 1 billion naira. Women were given grinding machines and all of them. How productive are those endeavors? Meanwhile, we are not even talking about electricity, power generation that could sustain and run industries. We are not talking about industrialization. We are still largely consumption nation. We are not even productive. And when someone says, well, we need to move from consumption to production. They say, hey, how many did you build when you were governor in Anambra and all of that? Instead of addressing the issue, they attack the messenger and all of that. That is who we are as a people.
That's who we are, unfortunately. Dr. Damaki, I understand you want to add something to it. Go ahead, please.
Yes. I wanted to say, arms of government. What we have now is 3 fingers of government. Because arms are separated, the fingers are in one hand. One hand is holding the entire fingers. They are all one and the same. This money being given to members of the National Assembly is either for their retirement benefits or campaign funds. Those that are not coming back because they have lost primaries are taking this as their retirement benefit. And those that are coming back are using this money as campaign funds. They deliberately impoverish Nigerians so that they can use this to buy their vote to get re-elected. So we do not have separation of powers. They are working together. The executive just gave them their share.
All right. Amechi Okonkwo, please, let me come to you. What are your thoughts on this headline taken?
I just want to say that it's always about them. Imagine in a country at this time where people are crying and are dying for hunger and, or for treatable diseases like malaria, without no hospitals, the ones that are existing, there are no drugs. And then our medical experts are all running abroad because of poor facilities and remunerations. And then you're budgeting nearly 1 trillion naira just for an arm of the government that constitutes very infinitesimal percentage of the populace. So it cannot, there's no better way to describe it than the state capture that we have all been talking about. Now Nigeria is for them and for them alone. And like Dr. Yusuf just said, it is coming at this time, it is to support the election campaign that will soon commence. And it's very unfortunate that they have so much weaponized poverty that even the general populace is handicapped to know what to do and how to say we can't have this anymore. So everybody is now like waiting for God to come down from heaven to save us from their hands. But it has to take us Nigerians, the civil society, the general populace to say, no, we can't have this any longer, because there's no justification for all this that is happening. They are borrowing money on behalf of the generality of Nigerians, and they are appropriating it to themselves privately at the detriment of all. And we are not doing anything. And because they have seen that Nigerians are not doing anything, they are going ahead to do it and it continue with what they are doing. So it's very, very unfortunate. And we can be said, who will now bail the cat? Who will save Nigeria from this bunch of politicians that are very, very, and I don't know, the word very is even minor to describe their level of self-serving or self-service they are doing to themselves at the detriment of Nigerians. It's very, very unfortunate, to say the least. And then at the end of the day, the economy, like the guy in the studio there pointed out, will be the worst for it, and Nigerians will be dying in higher inflation and all the weight of the debt that they are borrowing to finance this their illegalities. And again, he talked about non-implementation of budget. That is a constitutional breach. They call it gross misconduct. And nobody is raising that. The National Assembly, who should raise that and challenge that, are the ones who are supporting it. Remember, it is part of the reasons why the Fubara government was at the time suspended and the state of emergency was declared in Rivers State. Now, at the national level, gross misconduct is no longer an offense, and people are running around without implementing a budget that has been passed to law, and nobody is seeing anything wrong in it because their own pockets are adequately lined and well oiled. It's very, very unfortunate to say this.
Very unfortunate indeed.
Very unfortunate indeed.
All right. Hoodlums invade Osun INEC office, cut away PVCs. That's from the Punch newspaper. You have that headline there. And APC draft Omishore into 276-member Osun governorship campaign council. All right. Well, let's talk. Let me start with you. Osun State.
Osun State election.
Hoodlums.
Osun State election is happening in August.
And
PVC,
so they've cutted away PVCs.
Now, these PVCs, because naturally or conventionally, normally what you do is, when you present your PVC, you are accredited, right? You are accredited through what? Through beavers. Your fingerprint, and so it clears you. You are given the the election sheet, so that you thumbprint and you vote. You put it inside the box. So the people that cutted away the PVCs, what are they going to do with it? I mean, if they give you my PVC now, should you be able to vote with it? The answer is no.
Ordinarily,
no. You shouldn't be able to.
But there is a
possibility
that it can be used.
Exactly the point. And so, how are they going to make it happen? So, what it clearly shows is that there's still a lag, within the INEC process of verifying and accrediting people and now letting them vote. Because I'm just asking myself, why will hoodlums cut away PVCs? I mean, if it doesn't matter. So apparently what they are going to do is to start on printing somewhere. And you recall when they called for forensic audit at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, they kept going back and forth. It took Obi an article, a whole 6 weeks or what, to get INEC to submit papers. And when INEC submitted the papers, what did Supreme Court say? It's too large. It's not something that we can examine. You have failed to prove, that they were rigging across the length and breadth of this country. But they were able to establish that they were rigging in some polling booths, polling units. But they say it was not enough to determine that there was rigging all through the country. And so they said, well, this is not admissible as evidence. And they moved on. And that is what we see happen in other places, like Osun State now. And you are wondering why a place like Osun, APC has 270-something campaign council. Why? What are they doing? How are they going to fund it? From which coffers? Osun State is not APC. It's Accord. It's Accord party. If it was Accord that had this amount of, this number of members of the campaign council, you say, well, they'll use the state funds. But this other one, where is the funding coming from? Because Osun State is not APC, it's Accord. And so it tells you how 2027 is going to look like. Our electioneering process, the electoral process, is still flawed right from inception. And now, PVC registration ended yesterday. Are you aware? 26th of July. And so, if you have not registered or updated, you can't do that anymore. We've been calling for continuous registration because 2027, some people will become 18 next month, the other month, up until January 16, until February 16, 2020. And so, we need to still go back and sit down and say, do we want to run a credible, free, and fair election? We know how to do it. It's just that we are putting all these thoughts so that it will favor us. Unfortunately, sometimes, like the Electoral Act, when they brought in the issue of consensus and direct primaries, the members of the National Assembly, especially of the APC, that put a seal to that, a stamp to that seal, look at what happened to them. About 74 of them were edged out through consensus. And what is consensus? Moses, you and I will can meet. If you have enough money, we'll meet in Osun State. I will say now we are the consensus, we are the stakeholders. And we meet. Look at what happened in Ogun State, how Benga Daniel, sitting senator, was edged out because of consensus. And so, be careful what you wish for. That's it. Be careful what you wish for. The laws you make today, so that it will get some people down, might be your albatross tomorrow. We see this happen. I just cited the instance of the Electoral Act. You know, the primaries, the consensus and direct. It caught a lot of them, and they are not going back. And they are complaining, scampering from. Some of them have been able to join other parties. How many of them got tickets elsewhere? No. So be careful what you wish for.
All right, then. Amechi, let me come to you, please. What are your thoughts on this one? Hoodlums invade Osun INEC office, cart away PVCs. We can't get your audio.
I should ask, first of all, what is PVC? What are PVCs still doing in INEC office after we have concluded INEC registration? If it's a system that is working, the people who registered for the PVCs should have collected their PVCs, and the PVCs will be in the hands of the voters instead of being in INEC office. But because our own systems, we create them, and at the point of creation, we leave loopholes to make it impossible for them to operate effectively. That is why there will be PVCs in INEC offices, why the people who registered for them don't have them, and then hoodlums can now go and pick them up from there. Now, if it is not for intended fraud, why should hoodlums go to steal PVCs from INEC office if they have not found a system to deploy those stolen PVCs in order to subvert the coming election? Now, I think it was in the last, which state was that, where we saw people were just gathered and are being handed, allegedly, were being handed PVCs that were not their own. To just, I don't know how they deployed it for that voting, but we saw it in social media. That's why I say allegedly. I don't know how they managed to get those PVCs to work for whoever that was distributing it. But if it didn't work for them, then there wouldn't have been any need for these hoodlums going to INEC office again to go and steal these PVCs. So somehow the people in the system have, devised a means of, using other people's PVC to get other people's votes, and that is why this is possible. It goes to show again that there's so many things that are wrong in our system. Why would anybody go to collect PVC that are not theirs?
All right.
Are they intending to do it?
All right. More questions coming up there. Well, thank you very much. More questions coming up there. Well, thank you very much. I would let's take a few more headlines and then we'll wrap this up. So I would like to start off with Dr. Dambaki. I hope we still have you online. So electricity subsidy from the Guardian newspaper now. Electricity subsidy hits 1.78 trillion naira as gas debt nears 1 trillion naira. That's it. One of the window headlines there from the Guardian newspaper. I take that one again. Electricity subsidy hits 1.78 trillion naira as gas debt nears 1 trillion naira. Atiku promises stable, affordable electricity by ADC government. Also, right beside it, Oye, 6 CBN intervention, says Nigerians paying over 300% interest on digital loan apps. And then we also have a Budget Office explains PFIPC's appropriation as BMO denies Buhari's link to scandal. Now, you could pick any of these headlines and react to as we coast home now. Dr. Dambaki, talk to me.
Well, the increase in gas and petroleum, like I said, will continue. It will even get worse because of the lack of policy direction that will regulate our economy and bring us out of inflation. But what I really want to talk about is your earlier question on cutting away, or headlines on cutting away with voters.
Okay.
Since we do not have much time.
Go ahead, please.
You see, you need to ask yourself, why was it that in 2023, we had 93 million registered voters and 28 or 27 million thereabout real votes? And government is not worried about the difference. Yet government is asking more people to register. Our problem is not registration. Government have no problem with people registering. But what they want to discourage is people coming out to vote. By cutting away with voters' card, something is supposed to let you know that you can be accredited by INEC in your absence. What is rigging vote? What is rigging vote? Is total registered voters minus actual voters equals to rigging vote. So the number of people that refuse to show up to cast their vote is the number available for the ruling party to read. So if you have 1,000 people, for instance, in a polling unit, and only 300 voted, they have 700 at their disposal to rig to their favor. So you see people going to polling unit to say we got 200 and our 200 was recorded. But you didn't record that of the APC. They got 150. Along the collection center, it will keep changing. And your own 200 remain. So it's a deliberate thing. It's a deliberate thing. That is why they go on campaigning that whether you vote or you don't vote, they will win. It's to stop you from coming out to vote. So one thing we must keep pushing for is this. On the day of election, the law says that registered voters' pictures and names should be pasted on the wall for everybody to come and see. Then they should allow us that when you see your picture, you should be allowed to vote whether your card is with you or not. Because this card can be misplaced, like what happened now. Because what they are doing is that if you don't have card, you will not even go there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do not go there, you are giving them room to rig the election.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do not go there, you are giving them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This will be a good place to, Amechi Okonkwo, let's have your reaction to the headlines taken in 2 minutes.
On electricity,
yes,
subsidy.
Yes.
And I want to ask again, what actually is the government subsidizing with that humongous sum of money? Is it the poor electricity delivered to the populace, or actual delivery of effective electricity to serve the homes and businesses of Nigeria. Now, take that also to the constant increasing electricity tariff that consumers have been paying since the coming on of this administration. More than 3 times electricity tariffs have been adjusted upwards by this administration, more than 3 times. And many people who live in areas where they have constant electricity are complaining about the unreasonable high tariffs they are paying. So what is now this amount? Where and which state or which region of the nation is this subsidy being paid, that even with the high level of tariffs that people now pay, we are hearing there is still subsidy to this level. And they are also still telling us that we are not paying enough, meaning that very sooner than later, there must be an adjustment again. So if people are paying almost as they are doing now with the fuel situation where there is no more tariff and people are subjected to market forces, where is this subsidy on electricity coming from? And is it for subsidizing darkness? Because I said people who have a constant electricity. In the area where I live, it is we see electricity when we see it. We are not complaining because, okay, some of us are lucky to have prepaid meters, so we only pay for what we consume. But there are people who don't have meters and they are being extorted, literally. So who is being subsidized? So it is all about the depressing things that are happening in this country that I don't know who will bail us out from. Because there's no justification for that level of
there's no justification
in the midst of increasing,
thank you very much.
Simultaneous increasing tariffs. There's no justification for that. Somebody should tell us why both of them will go hand in hand, increasing consumer tariff and then increasing subsidy at the same time.
Well, thank you very much, Emeka.
Thank you very much.
I look for someone who will give us the answers that we seek. But until then, we'll do the much we can. Well, thank you for coming on the program. And we do appreciate Elder Dr. Yusuf Dambaki, Policy Development Expert, Kaduna Central Senatorial Candidate for the Labour Party. Thank you for coming on the program. Chukwuma Okoro, thank you as well. But Chukwuma makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Prince Francis Chilaka. We'll travel around the country to bring you interesting, trending political stories. Do join us then because it's going to be very, very interesting.
Well, stay with us. Don't go nowhere as sports comes up in a bit. I am Moses Humphrey. Have a lovely day. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives, highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Voptv. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
As the 2027 general election draws closer, the Alliance for Democratic Rights has called on government officials to uphold democratic values by drawing lessons from past leaders, including Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, and late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. In a statement, the group's national president Andy Chooks and national secretary Suleiman Funtua expressed concern over alleged interference by the presidency in the internal affairs of opposition political parties, warning that such actions could undermine Nigeria's multi-party system ahead of the 2027 general elections. The organization also urged the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amukbiton, to uphold electoral integrity ahead of the forthcoming polls. As Voice of the People TV, we sought
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never... Yeah, it's that moment again. Feels very great to be here on the show. Possible, you could say, where the talk back goes off. Yeah, it's that time where you talk about sports update, bringing to you to the finest level. It's been great. It's been absolutely so nice for me. I had a very decent weekend. Like Rally said at the World Cup time, sleep, can't wait. But guess what? The big one is really happening, and then we're looking at every of the sporting activities that just happened from the course of the weekend, and then we're moving to the heart level. Let me say to you quickly, so without wasting so much time, I have never seen Anthony Joshua as bad as he was in the first round, sincerely, ever. If you follow the boxing world, you will understand. He was absolutely all over the place and extremely fortunate to see the ball. But then, Prenga will be absolutely raging that he let himself straight back into the contest at the start of that very game. But then he was so close to one of the biggest upset in the boxing history. That never came to pass, like a Bible verse. And I must tell you on the show today, a more positive start to that second, and that he would possibly, you could say, surely have sealed that win. But Anthony Joshua took his stand and gave all they needed to do. On the show this morning, we have a lot to talk about. We'll let you know what transpired in the boxing world. We go to the Formula One story, talk about the Super Falcons as well. The ladies talk about African football, the way it's been. You cannot talk about these ladies without referencing the AFCON people who make sure they do it so right. So from the male perspective, it's a WAFCON. The female WAFCON, and also the male is the AFCON. So I have Adeni who will be joining me virtually. Joining me live here in the studio. And then Carrington Palmer will be joining us virtually. So we look into all of those things. But just a feel of what it looked like during the course of the weekend, Joshua endured a huge drama in his comeback against an unknown Prenga, and that happened in Saudi Arabia, but dug out a victory to set up a longer-awaited clash with Tyson Fury. And then I must tell you, Anthony Joshua knocks out Christian Prenga after a worst round of his career. That would have been the wrongest one for Anthony Joshua. He remains on the course for a super fight against Tyson Fury, but despite suffering a major unexpected scare against Christian Prenga, Joshua was the overwhelming favorite to brush aside his later-known Albanian opponent in Jeddah on Saturday night, but was knocked down twice in the disastrous first round as Prenga treated to pull off one of the biggest upsets in the history of boxing, and that never came to play because Fury also is waiting for that all-British heavyweight showdown, and that'll be happening later in this 2026. However, Joshua recovered quickly to knock out Prenga in the second round, and we would say, his first fight since suffering a minor injury as a passenger in Nigeria, where he lost two of his friends. You could say close friends, best friends, anyone works for me. That's it. Saint Agami and also Latif Ayodele. Then, Fury was not in attendance on this very game. And when we saw the fight, a Superdome following a dominant 7-round defeat of veteran Marius Watch. Now, Joshua was asked a question. He sent a message to Tyson Fury, and he was excitedly happy. And then he sent a message saying, "This is me. This is the Mike Tyson world. I am the best ever." And that speech followed the 38 seconds in that fight that gave him a win. But we can say that Anthony Joshua is the man we cannot talk less about and what he has done. We wait to see the all-British fight, Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, who comes to win this very one. Time tells. But you're watching Voptv Lagos, Nigeria, and this is the Sports Republic show right here. It's time for us to tell them more about sport world. But just to highlight about the ladies who are really doing so well, WAFCON is now time. We'll see our Super Falcons playing at a high level. And I love the way they appeared. We'll come to that part. But just to highlight about what it looks like. And Alozie, that's the name, Michelle Alozie and also Okonkwo, Esther Okoronkwo, had some decent dance. I saw it and I'm like, okay, let's just have a feel of this. Just watch this dance. Look at the step. It's more like, you can see this. This is just what it is. It's just the fun of social media. And when you look at these ones, you know they can do what they want to do because nobody can talk less about them and how far they've come. That's about Michelle Alozie, who plays a trade in America, alongside Esther Okoronkwo, who also knows this game so well. But from that one, we'll come to that very part when the time is all good. Let's let you know what's really going on in the boxing story again. Errol Spence Jr. announced his retirement from the sport, and that's following a unanimous decision. We did say that one. A big defeat to Team Zizou. And also Terence Crawford gave his immediate thoughts on the decision from the ringside. And then this weekend in Sydney, Australia, Spence returned after 3 years of inactivity off the back of his 23 loss to Crawford to face Zizou. Now, this is like the second story. I look at this one and I'm like, okay, maybe the former unified welterweight champion lasted the full 12 rounds and made the fight very competitive in the beginning. But Zizou was far off effective down the stretch and won a wide decision on the cards. So Crawford dealt Spence the first defeat of his career when they clashed for undisputed welterweight world title 3 years on from a near-fatal car crash that left his future in the sport set up the air. So that's about the man Crawford you can see on your screen. We jump to the tennis story and let you know 18-year-old Lily Targa has now clinched her maiden crown on the WTA Tour title, 7-6-3, 6-2 triumph over Daria Snigo in the Live Sport Prague, and that's a big open. Now, we're still talking about the tennis. Now, this lady is good in what she does. Targa will move to a career high ranking of 45th in the world today after overcoming an opening set in this very phase. Now, we go on a quick break. When we return, we'll tell them more. Don't go anywhere. The show continues. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees.
Yeah, welcome back from that quick break. Let's say to you, it's been a week since Spain earned its second star in the New York sky. Happy day and happy day to the champion Spain. Let's bring to you what it looks like. Back in 2010, they are two-time winners in the world of football, and we keep saying it. This is what it looks like the last time. This is like the worst World Cup we've ever seen. Looking at Argentina making that loss in New York, Jersey, you could say, America. And it went to De La Fuente's side. Look at this possession. Look at the well. You can see that the Spanish side are just the better side in the world football. They are now crowned the world champions, and no one is taking away the 2 stars from the Spanish De La Fuente squad. They got qualities like of Lamine Yamal, Rodrigo, Mikel Oyarzabal, Merino, quality Gavi, Pedri, Gonzalez. They've got big team, and that's how far they've come. And also, there's another one again that has to do with the stars. At this point in time, 2010, they won the World Cup for the first time. This is what it looks like back in 2010. And 1 star on their logo, but now it's a different version of it. They have 2 stars on this very face. So congratulations to the world champion. Adeniyo Joe, it's time for you to talk with me. I don't know if you want to say congratulations to these people.
Yeah, congratulations to Spain. When I watched the final, it was just like a repetition of what happened in 2014.
Right.
When Argentina played Germany. If you look at that Germany squad, it was just, if you look at the age difference, the average age of this Spanish squad is, I think, 23. The oldest is, I think, is Rodri. And if you look at the German squad to 2014, so the oldest too, I think, was Mustafa closer.
Yeah,
then it's the likes of Muller, Khedira, Ozil, they were still in their early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
The same game plan Argentina used against Germany in 2014 was the same thing they used against Spain. And I knew that they were going to lose that game. All their plan was, let us still take them to penalties. And they will now rely on the naivety, or let me say, their inexperience of the young Spanish side to win the game in penalty shootouts. But, well, okay, didn't go according to plan.
Let me get it right. Let me get it right now. Before we connect to Carrington, I'd love to know, was it a well-deserved win for Spain? Because people say it's about Enzo Fernandez going off the yellow card, or possibly maybe we would have seen a penalty shootout for Spain.
No, going to the final, run up to the final, you could see the teams they played. They played very tough teams. They played Portugal, they played Belgium, they played France. So this is a well-deserved victory for Spain. Okay. Unlike Argentina, that you can say, okay, they were lucky against Cape Verde, they were lucky against Egypt, with lots of shady calls, because those were the things that actually affected the tournament. Like this kind of favoritism when it comes to Argentina, and favoring Messi and all of that. But the officiating was very sound. The referee was impartial. He made the right calls. And you could see the rhythm of the game. You know, it moved. Everything was just perfect. Perfect tournament, and the whole is
Okay, I needed to put you on that spot. I needed to ask you this question because we've not been together. We had a short time during the World Cup time. You weren't fully here on the show. We had a couple of guests who came around to talk about how they felt on what the World Cup, how it went. A lot of controversial talk. The World Cup, Gianni Infantino, the America, you know, I don't know, all of the stories surrounding it. You know, the Mexican field, Vancouver, Canada, and how far it went. But big World Cup just happened, and then 2026 was great. So much money being made on social media. But while Carrington's just on the sideline, let's talk about the one coming up. Day one fixtures will bring to you. The roadmap to Total Energies WAFCON 2026 is here. And I love the way it went. The Queens of African Football, the WAFCON tournament, the ladies, the Super Falcons, are here again. And guess what? The Super Falcons stepped into WAFCON 2026 dressed in a stunning attire, proudly representing Nigeria's rich culture. And also, they prepare to chase another continental crown. This one, for me, it's theirs. No stopping these ladies. No one is coming close. I know Morocco will do everything possible to see that they just become champions in this phase. But you know, 10-time champions, the ladies of Nigeria. No disrespect to Super Eagles anyways, you know, but just what it is. Carrington Palmer, great to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Talk me through about these ladies. Moroccan side wanted to win this one. They are now the hosts. Would this go other way? I don't know. Just tell me about this.
If CAF doesn't do what's on their hands like they did in the last AFCON, I don't think there's anybody stopping the Super Falcons for lifting the title for the 11th time. They've come very far. The AFCON has been hosted 13 times before now, and they've won it a record 10 times. This is like their birthright. The one of 2022, if not for the 2 red cards, I don't think anybody would have stopped them from winning that competition. They got 2 red cards, and they still went all the way to penalties. They lost on penalties in that particular event. So, yeah, they've been doing massively well, and I expect them to come back home with the trophy. I know the Moroccan side, they would want to actually win this title. The last time, last year, they went all the way to the final, and they thought they've already won the trophy. Not until the second half, and the Super Falcons came back and got 3 goals. Although you can say there was a little bit of controversy in that game, yes, that didn't actually go in the Moroccan side favor, because that should have been a penalty to them. That should have been a penalty for them. That was a handball, yeah. But unfortunately, it didn't go their way, and the Super Falcons lifted the title for the 10th time. They are now in the hunt for the 11th title. And I don't see anything stopping them this time around again. Though there are we can say some players are getting old, they are getting aged, but I think the Super Falcons still have what it takes to lift the title this time around again.
So it's still Madugo without the manager. Let's show you the pairings of how it's looking right in Morocco. Morocco hosting this one, the WAFCON female category football, 10 out of 13. You could say 13. All of the 13 they've hosted, we've seen African football being hosted for the ladies category. Our Nigerian ladies have clinched on how many? 10 of it. Now, this is what it looks like. Match day 1 fixtures. You look at your screen, you can see this. And also, this is just the pairing. What about the grouping? We bring to you so you can see. This is a big World Cup coming up, and big Nations Cup, you could call it WAFCON. This is the tough group for me. I don't know if you have a tough group here. Adeni, you're looking at what it is and not what it's on paper. By performance-wise, Nigeria are right there in the Group C. Nigeria, Zambia, Egypt, and then Malawi. But the Group D looks very very vital. You say Ghana, Cameroon, Mali, and Cape Verde side. And then also South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Tanzania. That's what it looks like. So the Group 1, you could say Group A, you will not be wrong to say so. Morocco, Algeria, Senegal, Kenya. On paper, which of these looks to be the toughest for you?
Paper, that would be Group D.
Group D?
Yeah, Ghana, Cameroon, Mali, Cape Verde. Those are very tough teams.
So Group D for you.
Yeah.
Carrington Palmer, you want to go contrary, please, maybe?
I don't really know much about African women football, but I think I will go with Group A because of Morocco, Algeria, and Senegal.
Okay, so we wish our ladies. It's our best right. It's our best right.
It's our best right because we've been. No, this is our tournament now, and the women they always they rise up to the occasion every time. This is our tournament.
So what can we do to see that it goes our way and not this partiality from Morocco?
I was about to say that. Hopefully, no. This is
What's the word? What's the word? Mago, you want to say?
We don't want to say maybe Ojuro or something. Like what did he do in the men AFCON, if you remember. So, and even Assistant Oshola says this, he said something. about the last tournament.
Right.
So we don't want a repetition of what happened the last time. So hopefully we have a very good tournament. And
Okay, so let's jump away from the latest category of football and get into the Super Eagles news. Just one news about Super Eagles. Victor Osimhen right now, you already know he's now the captain of Galatasaray. That's just the news. We're not saying much about Super Eagles because they've not really done so well. That's the truth. But let's talk about transfer. Now, Real Madrid are trying to recuperate in the right position, and Yan Diomande will fly to Madrid this week for medical test, and he'll be signing a contract until 2031 with Real Madrid. Agreement closed last night with RB Leipzig on a fee of over 100 million euros for the Ivorian winger. Diomande will fly to Madrid this week for medical test, and the contract signing will run up until June 2031. Well, Yan Diomande, let's have a talk about him just in a while. An Ivorian player, one people want to say he's a one-season wonder. Maybe you can say some, not me. Don't laugh. He's laughing, not me. People feel like Yan Diomande is not that quality. He's not worth 100 million euros. People say, in quotes, people. But he's an African man who's very physical in what he does. He's been brilliant at RB Leipzig during the course of the last season. And I just would say, all they need to do is just to own up. Show up at the right time. When you big money buy to a club like Real Madrid, which is a dream for every player who wants to play football, oh, you have to take it very, very well. Now, Diomande is another player who might be seen as swap. Maybe his coming might be the reason why Vinny might be leaving. I don't know if that will happen. Or possibly the man to strengthen the right position. So Real Madrid, Florentino Perez knows all he wants for his club side. Don't forget they've got quality right now. Brian McConaughey joined the club side as well. They've got also another player. They've got Bernardo Silva. Rodri is the closest man who will be joining them. They've got Cucurella from Chelsea. So big signings. All we see now is Real Madrid trying to build a very great side that will be stopping Barcelona in their Clasico and also go on to win the Champions League. They are the champions of the world in European football, talking about the Champions League. And no one will talk less about what they've done in a short while. Carrington Palmer, talk me through. Diomande signing 100 million euros. RB Leipzig, this is more like a cash out, maybe.
Well, yeah, it's a huge cash out for RB Leipzig. I don't think there's any club in Europe right now that actually knows how to set young talented players than RB Leipzig. They've been doing that very, very well for the past few years. For the young man, he's just 19 and he's been sold for such an enormous amount of money. And coming to Real Madrid with players like Kylian Mbappe, Vinicius Junior, Jude Bellingham, I don't think the pressure will be on him that much for him to deliver. Yes, he will want to justify his fee. He will want to actually justify his fee. He's not coming to sit on the bench. Whether he comes to play as an orthodox right winger or go around to play as a left winger should Vinicius Junior leave the club, he's definitely not sitting on the bench. You can't sign a player for that amount of money and make him a squad player. No, it's not going to happen.
Okay.
I really wish him well, and I hope he gets to justify his price tag. He has not really showed that, oh yes, he has much goals in him or much creativity, but he's a very skillful player and knows how to dribble and also knows how to find that little space. I really want to see what he gets to bring into this Madrid team. I don't know if he's going to be the difference, but yeah, it's a good move for him, and I'm very happy, very, very happy for him.
Okay, that's his opinion, right? He's saying, I think the point from Carrington Palmer is the fact that you can't be a big signing, big money signing, and then not going on to get a start. But when we were having this conversation, you were laughing. And it's more like you think of German is a one-season wonder, maybe, I don't know.
Maybe we have this sentiment because he's an African.
Okay.
Because
but it's actually one season.
People are saying 100 million for Diomande.
Is it worth it? Is he worth it?
Is it because he's an African?
I'm just asking, and then is it worth it?
Of course it's worth it. Because
100 million euros.
Of course, even more, because I've seen some of his clips.
Right.
And the guy's a very pacey winger, very fast, very agile. He's a very direct player. He goes at defenders. You get ball. People saying 100 million is too much for Diomande. Like he's overrated.
But you know why? Because he's not played 2 seasons, just 1 season, and then he's in the limelight. I don't want to say he had a decent nation World Cup, but he was fantastic to watch.
They're even comparing him to Amad Diallo. Like they can buy Diomande for 100 million. Amad Diallo should be worth 150 million.
Okay.
You see the comparison. But he's a very good, fantastic signing, very good player. Vinny, of course, Diomande and Mbappe. Fantastic
Vinny, Diomande, Mbappe, okay.
During Mourinho's first thing, so he had Higuain, he had Benzema, he had Ronaldo, he had Kaká,
and he had all the team.
And they were all the team, and they did well. And even after he left Madrid, they went on to win 3 or 4. Is it 3 Champions League?
Right,
That was
3.
4 Champions League after.
3.
3 with Zidane,
Zidane
1
came
with
in later,
Ancelotti.
3.
That's 4. So they are trying to build another level of consistent success, going into the future. So this is a very good signing for Real Madrid.
All right, so Jamale, we wish you all of the best. Best of luck, an Ivorian. If not for any connection, African blood. We want to see more African players fly or trade in Spain. Real Madrid, the biggest club side. Some will say no. I'm just saying, okay, Barcelona, Real Madrid, before they come for me. Who knows? But let's talk about Vinicius Junior. Arsenal are ready to make a Vinicius Junior highest paid player in the club history. And it's been more like a speculation. That's what it is. But it's growing every day. The talks is everywhere. It's breaking. The Arsenal are ready to make Vinicius Junior the highest player or highest paid player in the club history. And they are ready to offer more than what he earns at Real Madrid. He earns around 470,000 per week, that's euros. And then the Gunners believe Vinicius Junior is ideal, exactly the perfect player they want for themselves, and also to win the Champions League. I think Arsenal need exposure. Everybody knows Vinicius Junior would not be wrong in Arsenal shirt, maybe. Fabrizio Romano posted him out there, that's just you can see with the Arsenal jersey. But the truth of the case or the matter is that Arsenal allowed Trossard leave, and I felt like it was not the right time to let him go. Last season, before they won the Premier League, Trossard said, I want to be in the club. He had an agreement with the manager, and they said, okay, you can stay, play more, and get game time. He left now. A Brighton player came to Arsenal, won the league. Now Martinelli remains on the club side. Now, if Vini, I'm just saying, eventually joins them, we'll be having 2 Brazilians from the left. And also, don't forget that Arsenal just recently signed Zolis, Christian Zolis from Club Brugge in the Belgian Jubilee Pro League. In other words, it means that Arsenal's squad depth continues to grow. But do they have what it takes to win the Champions League? I'm liking the mentality from the manager, because now the manager is trying to make a U-turn, not the Premier League alone. It's not enough. After 22 years, they won the Premier League, and now they are going for the Champions League. Vini's signing, if it ever happens to be, I don't know if Madrid will let him go. I don't know. But Real Madrid are keen, and people are saying it's a speculation. They want to keep Vinicius Junior. But the problem is, how do you sign a Diamande for 100 million euros and then you haven't Vini in same club? There might be a way to make this right. That's secondly. We might also have to see Diamande play from the right, because no Rodrigo now, he's injured. Brahim Diaz has not really been that so effective, even though he can play as a number 10 from the right side. So we don't even know what Real Madrid are trying to do, what they're trying to pull out. But the truth of the matter is, you can have a Diamande who is fantastic from the left side, and maybe wanting to keep Vinicius Junior. So I just have a feel that this speculation seems to be small, true. Just a little true in it.
Well, no offense to Arsenal fans. Vini going to Arsenal will be like a step down.
Oh, he goes again. What do you mean?
That's why I believe they are trying to...
You say it will be like a step down?
It will be like a step down, because that's why I believe Arsenal is trying to lure him over with money.
Okay.
That's my opinion anyway. That's why they're trying to lure him over with money. And looking at Premier League, how is Vini's style of football going to fit Premier League?
Arsenal, okay.
The tempo, the speed, and the pressure of Premier League is totally different from La Liga. And Vini is not the kind of player that can actually thrive in that kind of atmosphere or under such pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they're trying to boost maybe commercial or whatever reasons for actually luring Vini to Arsenal. But for me, it should be a step down. It should go to a team like PSG, because they need a backup for Kvaratskhelia. Because Kvaratskhelia is not that strong. He doesn't play for 90 minutes. So they need a backup. That's why they're trying to sign Diomande. But it didn't go through. But
so if I want to quote you right, if I want to get you right, you said Vini's football style would not suit the Premier League. That's what you're saying.
Premier League.
And then I'll hold you another word. You said it's a step down for him or for Arsenal?
For Arsenal. A player of his caliber.
Wait. Is Arsenal, he's bigger than Arsenal, you mean to say?
Yes.
He's bigger than Arsenal?
He's bigger than Arsenal.
Wow.
Vini is way bigger than Arsenal. No offense to Arsenal fans, but this is just my opinion. He's way bigger than Arsenal.
Okay, step down from Vini.
United would have been a better option.
Man United. Okay, you're a United fan.
I'm a United fan.
No, I think I know where he's coming from, but regardless, his opinion. Carrington Palmer, you also might not be liking what they're saying, because the word says Vini a step down if he makes a move to Arsenal. Remember, this is still like a speculation. And then Fabrizio Romano also went as far as posting that Vini picture with Arsenal jersey. Not a done deal at this point in time. We just have to, put it out there so people will understand. But Vini's talk has been a long time talk at this point. Mourinho and Vini doesn't have a good relationship. We know the story. And I look at Vini's style of play, a very effective, strong player from the left side. Physicality, he's got the power, he's got the pace. What more do you want from a left winger that Vini cannot give to you? But coming to the Premier League should be a boost for us now, maybe exposure-wise, to win the Champions League, because we did see what happened in the final. They were outclassed because this Paris Saint-Germain boys, they've been there before. You just need to be there before, and so you can win it. Now, Arsenal has won the Premier League after 22 years. They can go on to win it again. But Carrington Palmer, he said, not me, Vini is a step down. If he moves to Arsenal, how true?
I'm seeing this in two angles. The whole Vini situation in two angles. Yeah, but just to chip in what he said he's going to be a step down for Vini. I don't think there's yeah, I share the same club with him. Yeah, I'm a Man United fan, but I'm not going to say Vini going to Arsenal is going to be a step down for him. No, to me, there is no player bigger than any club. No matter who you are, no matter the things you've won, you are not bigger than any club whatsoever at all. You are not bigger than any club. That is my own opinion. That is my own say or anything I have to say about this situation. But for the whole Vini Arsenal situation, I think Vini is trying to use Arsenal to get a new bumper contract at Real Madrid. We've seen this in the past with players. Sergio Ramos did this to Manchester United in 2015, saying that, oh yes, he's ready to move, he's going to move. And at the end of the day, they finally reached an agreement with Sergio Ramos and he signed a new bumper contract. We've seen players using clubs, other clubs to engineer their club to actually give them what they want. Vinicius Junior is actually demanding for a very high salary, at least a salary that is on the same level with Kylian Mbappe, or just a little lower than Kylian Mbappe's own. Yeah, I don't know how the situation is going to end, but whichever way it goes, should Vini leave or should Vini stay? I don't know, but I don't think Vinicius Junior is going to be a step down for him joining Arsenal, because if him going to Arsenal, he's going to be the main man there. He's going to be the main star. At Real Madrid, is no longer the main star because of Kylian Mbappe. He's not going to be the main star because of Kylian Mbappe. There's no Vini is not as good as Kylian Mbappe. So going to Arsenal, I think he's going to actually have that pleasure of being the main man. Yeah, he's going to have that pleasure of being the main. Even if he goes to PSG, I don't think he's going to play second fiddle to Kvaratskhelia or whatsoever. Yeah, he's going there to start whoever, but I don't think PSG is going to actually make a bid or actually want him. Yeah, but this is a very interesting situation. I would like to see how it ends. Wherever it ends, I wish Vinicius Junior all the best.
Okay, so Carrington, what are they trying to do? What Real Madrid do? Fair enough. What are they trying to do? Vinicius Junior still in the club. They are now going for Diomande. This week he'll be having medicals. What are they trying to do with that deal?
Real Madrid is a club that love the big stars. They want all the big stars in the world if possible. They wanted to get Michael Olise, but with the relationship between them and Bayern Munich, which they don't want it to end in a very sour situation, they decided to leave Michael Olise, since Bayern Munich is not opening the doors for them to actually speak to Michael Olise. Now Diomande can play as an orthodox winger, as a right winger. We've seen him play there mostly in Leipzig, even at the World Cup. But it got to a point when Pepe started starting more often. He was switched to the left side of the attack. So yeah, Vini, if Diomande goes through and Vini still remains at the club, Vini, of course, is going to occupy the left-hand side, while Kylian Mbappe will be the center forward, and Diomande is going to be the right winger.
Okay. Let's do. You're coming. I'll come to you. Hold on. I'll come to you, Adeniyi. Looking at what you're saying now, we have seen the best of Diomande from the left. No disrespect, they can play from the right. In the Ivorian setup, Amad Diallo, Pepe, that's how it works. The best of him against Germany, we did see him against Kimmich. Joshua Kimmich was so great to watch, was always from the left. Are we saying, let me come to Adeniyi, are we saying that these speculations of Vini and then the coming of Diomande just not have anything to do with Vinicius Junior?
The thing about Vini is that this is not the first time Madrid will sell a star player. They did it for Ozil. When they sold Ozil, we were all shocked.
Yeah, everybody was shocked.
Because after they sold Ozil, they went to pick Toni Kroos from Bayern. And nobody saw that coming. So this might actually repeat itself. If they should sell Vini, there's a replacement. But if the three of them should play together, like you rightly said.
Yeah.
He can play from the left.
Who goes from the right? Jemande.
I'm thinking they might want to play a 4-2-3-1 formation.
4-2-3-1
formation. That's Mbappe at the top.
4-2-3-1
formation. That's Mourinho's standard formation.
Yeah.
Then maybe Jemande from the right, Vini from the left. Then maybe what's his name? Rodri and Bernardo Silva. That's in the center of the park. Then that would be his default formation for me. Then Bellingham. You see, the squad is a star-studded squad.
Right.
And they have lots of competition. There will be injuries, definitely. So, Diomande coming to the team, I'm very sure the three of them will play together.
But you look at Mourinho's relationship with Vini, it's not been great in the past. Could this be one of the reasons why we are having this talk? Oh, let's talk about the one Carrington rightly said. He said, this might be Vini trying to get more money. I don't know. Because this is what agent does. You need to be in the news. Jude Bellingham earns well, even though he wants to earn more. Vini earns well, but even though he wants to earn more, you don't want to compare their money per month, or weekly, to compare to Kylian Mbappe.
Vini deserves better pay, in all fairness, because this guy has carried Madrid over years. Even
won the Champions League as well.
Yeah, and even when Benzema left, it has been Vini. Then Mbappe came in. Even when Mbappe came in, they were like, it's going to affect Vini, but this guy stood up to the occasion, and he's always rising up to the occasion each time Madrid needs him. So, for me, if Perez is saying he can't give him that kind of money Mbappe is earning, at least he should be close to it, because this guy has, he has given his best to Real Madrid, and you should give him the money he's actually asking for.
If that's what he's wanting, if that's what he's asking for.
That's what he needs.
All right, let's talk about more developing stories in transfer market right now. Enzo Maresca, the new manager of Man City, has a lot to say about Rodri. He said Rodri will have surgery on the back problem. That's today. He needs holiday. He needs rest to recover very well, and then he'll be back here for us, or with us. Anyone works. Every manager wants to have Rodri because he's a top player. That's Enzo Maresca's statement. But last week we heard Real Madrid have reached an agreement personally with Rodri. So Rodri and Real Madrid had an agreement together reached last week, and then he's now waiting for City to reach an agreement with Real Madrid. So it's more like City has got a job to do on the Rodri's move, because Rodri will not just leave the club side just that way. Now, this is a developing story because Rodri, he is in his 30s right now. He wants to make a move to Spain. It's more like, I'm going back home. Now, they have Elliot Anderson signed to the club. Bernardo Silva has left. Real Madrid trying to incorporate a lot of big players who we feel maybe their time is up. They got Bernardo Silva right now. They got Rodrigo. They have Rodri, but maybe, I don't know. Rodri's close. Cucurella is also there. Ibrahim Konate is signed for the club. So, a lot of players coming to Real Madrid, and with less contracts of the clubs that where they're coming from. Mourinho is really doing something very great. And trust me, this one will show the El Clasico will be great. We'll not be seeing a dominant possession from Barcelona anymore, because Mourinho would like to control the back room of Real Madrid, who have struggled, not winning the La Liga, not even the Champions League. They struggled last season. They only went as far as winning, individual award for Mbappe. That's the Pichichi, the highest goal scorer in the Champions League, and also, we're talking about the La Liga. That's not what Real Madrid stands for. Real Madrid wants to be a club to own it, to reach the level, the milestone that they deserve. Now they are trying to have a Rodrigo, but Maresca is keen, not letting Rodrigo go. But when you have a player like Ellis Anderson with a very big pay, what do you expect, Carrington?
Whoever comes in into that Manchester City midfield would actually have to play find a way to play with Rodri. Yeah, Rodri is the heart and soul of the Manchester City team. You could see the past 2 seasons that he has not been fit to win the league. Yeah, Pep Guardiola tried to actually make things work without Rodri, but yeah, he got it right to an extent, but he still didn't get the quality that Rodri actually brings to the team. Yeah, Enzo Maresca I know he would love to keep Rodri, but I think Rodri has already made up his mind to go back home, and he wants to play for Real Madrid. And I think Real Madrid would actually try to make the deal work. Rodri is still 30, and he can actually give Real Madrid another 4 or 5 years, as the case may be. Yes, he can actually do that. Yeah, we saw his qualities at the World Cup. Elliot Anderson being signed for a huge amount of money. For a few weeks, it was a British record fee for a British player or between 2 British clubs. It's going to be very, very, very difficult to actually keep such a player on the bench or to sit on the bench, especially with his high wages. He's going to earn up to £300,000 per week. So yeah, I think City also would like to actually be in a very good position in the FFP and also in the PFS, as the case may be. So yeah, in the PRS, sorry. Rodri, I don't know if they will actually let him leave or if he's going to stay, but let's see what happens with Nantes in the end of the transfer market. Whoever gets Rodri is getting a very huge player, a player with a huge mentality, a winning mentality, and a world-class midfielder. In fact, the best midfielder in the world currently.
Yeah, who wouldn't want Rodri? Let's talk about it. Who wouldn't want Rodri at any? Who wouldn't want Rodri? What club?
Madrid needs him.
If you have your way, you sign him. Everybody wants him. Madrid needs him. Chelsea needs him. Arsenal, I'm just saying, if they have their way, they will sign him.
Chelsea?
I'm just saying, Rodri, if he's in the market available, everybody wants to sign him.
Of course, that's it's like it's like the key man in the middle of the park. You understand? So, Rodri to Madrid, I'm not sure he wants to play under Maresca. He has won everything he needs to win at Man City. So I believe he needs a new challenge. So Madrid is the best place for him to actually go to. And seriously, El Clasico will be so interesting this season.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about Olise, wrapping up the transfer news before I let my man go. Let's tell you, Michael Olise has been in the news, but then the director of Bayern Munich Football, Freeland, has confirmed that Olise would not leave. That's not a topic for us at all. He's saying he will play an important role at Bayern Munich next season, and then they are keen on this French international player. They don't want to let him go. If you are in the Bayern Munich setup at Denier, would you want a player like this man leave? Because you know what Olise has done? They've shown us a different kind of football. They throw up front Harry Kane, Luis Diaz, and Olise. They were just a perfect to watch stars.
If Bayern don't win the Champions League, I said it on radio. If they don't win the Champions League this season, he will leave.
Oh, if they don't win the Champions League, he will leave?
Season, he will definitely leave because the only thing that can keep him is silverware.
Okay.
They are dominating their domestic league, yes, but this guy needs European Championship. So if they don't win Champions League, he will definitely leave.
Okay, so Carrington Palmer, let me sign you up from here. If they don't win the Champions League, he will leave. Is he leaving this season or next season? Or will he still leave?
I think he might be comfortable at where he is. He's in one of the biggest clubs in the world. I don't know what is going to happen that in next summer, but yeah, if probably Bayern Munich doesn't win the Champions League, he might leave. I don't know, but except when Madrid have to move Vinicius Junior next summer or this summer, because I believe Real Madrid will still come for him sometime next summer if one of those big players leave. If one of those big players leave, then I think Michael Olise will make that move to Real Madrid.
All right, so everybody knows.
PSG.
Maybe PSG. Everybody knows. Everybody wants to have this kind of qualities, and that's what Real Madrid love to do all the time. Adeni Joe, thank you so much for being here on the show with me. I really appreciate your time. We could do more away from here. And then my man who joined virtually all the way from Edo State, Benin to be exact. Thank you so much, Carrington Palmer. We'll connect again, hopefully, after the show. Thank you. Now, let's talk about other sports and news. Let's talk about golf. Now, Golf World preparation for the 29th edition of the Nigerian Cup, Nigeria's oldest running independent celebration golf championship, scheduled to hold at Ikoyi Club 938 Lagos from September 19 to 27, 2026, have entered a full swing as the steps to celebrate legacy and standard. Organized by Ikoyi Club Community Nigeria Association, IGCNA, better word to say, in collaboration with the Ikoyi Club 938. This year's championship will build on nearly 3 decades of rich tradition while setting a new benchmark for excellence in organization, and stakeholder in that very phase. So it's coming like twice. Excellence is what it is. But speaking on preparations, Olorogun Mohammed Oyibo, chairman of the organizing committee, described the 26th edition as a defining chapter in the championship history. So we'll wait to know. Now, from there, we jump to the NBA, the story from the basketball world. The Indiana Pacers are excited to have a very good news for the 26-27 NBA season to arrive after suffering through brutal year talk, and they are expected to be right back in contention for the NBA Finals. Obviously, the return of star point guard Tyrese Hamilton is one of the biggest storylines surrounding the team, along with Harlington's return. But Pacers are going to get their first look at the new star center Ivica Zubac in a full-time role with a superstar playmaker on the court. Now, let's go and let you know what's happening in the Formula One story. We should be wrapping up with this very phase. Away from the NBA, Hamilton is on the news today. Maybe, just maybe, there's a big talk about that man. But from this one, let's look into Lando Norris. He's won himself the first race of 26 after an LA squabble with McLaren teammate Piastri at the Hungarian Grand Prix. Paul Sergio Norris lost out to Piastri in a Fiesti opening lap, but eventually used the stronger pace to retake the lead after a second round of pit stops Piastri made contact with lapping Williams' Carlos Sainz. However, it's a big talk point in the Formula One story because Piastri later retired while running in second due to a gearbox issue, which caused a later virtual safety car with 14 laps remaining. And lastly, Lewis Hamilton talk. Maybe, just maybe, I don't know what's the fate for this man. I don't know. The truth of the matter is, I don't know what's the fate for Lewis Hamilton. There's a penalty talk at this point in time. Will he be fined about the Ferrari and also the Mercedes, how it's been? Lewis Hamilton handed another penalty. How many had he? I mean, how many are we going to see him have in 2026? Because we don't want to put a lot of blame on the British. Lewis Hamilton also received yet another penalty at the Hungarian Grand Prix, making his fourth across the last 3 rounds. The 7-time world champion took to his social media over the weekend to say he was doing his best to keep positive, but that it's difficult to hang out with those very face. Now, penalties coming for Lewis Hamilton. It doesn't sound good. Is the 41-year-old ultimately to be blamed, or Ferrari? That will be a talk for another day. It's time for us to call it a close. You've been watching Voptv, Lagos, Nigeria, and I am the man to take you through. Tomorrow happens to be a very great day. We'll be connecting as well to another man who will be away from the show and then have another man right here on the show to talk through with us. I am Kizuke. I rep number 10 Jesse. Back in the line. I'll see you tomorrow.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People television.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight, on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I'm Solomon of FEM. First, our top stories. Reps to quiz Accountant General over 1.32 billion naira budget. Troops foil terror attack and evacuate Borno student. Police probe attack on INEC officials and PVC theft. Peter Obi vows to cut presidential fleet and government spending. President Islam's Obi questions governance knowledge. Violence crime gunmen kill former Rivers, LGCSO. And our business news: blue chips at 2.5 trillion naira to market value. In sports, police arrest hotel worker over Super Falcons theft. And in the world of entertainment, Genge denies wedding report. We'll bring you details shortly. Once again, this is the World News on Voice of the People Television. We'll bring you details of these news headlines and other stories after the break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-price alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome. Welcome back. This is the Voice of the People Television's Midday News. The Accountant General of the Federation, Shamsuddin Ogunjimi, is expected to appear before the House of Representatives ad hoc committee today over the controversial budget allocation to the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council and the agency the federal government says does not exist. The committee, chaired by Yusuf Gagdi, is investigating how the council allegedly secured office space at the Federal Secretariat in Abuja and received more than 1.32 billion naira in the 2026 Appropriation Act, despite lacking legal recognition. Lawmakers are expected to question Ogunjimi on how the PFIPC obtained a government budget code, paving the way for its inclusion in the 2026 budget. The panel has already heard from the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, D.D. Watson Jack, the Director of Banking Services at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Abdullahi Hamisu, and the Director General of the Budget Office, Tenimu Yakubu, as it seeks to determine how the agency operated within government structures. The committee is also expected to hear from the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Dumegu-Juku, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi. Troops of Operation Adenkai have foiled an attempted terrorist infiltration of a military base and evacuated 21 female students to safety following intelligence of a planned attack in Borno State. Operational report made available to newsmen said troops also arrested a suspected cross-border kidnapper operating between Nigeria and Cameroon. According to the report, troops of the 3 Battalion at Forward Operating Base Logomani detected ISWAP and JAS terrorists attempting to encircle their position through CCTV surveillance. The troops engaged the terrorists, forcing them to retreat and preventing the planned infiltration. The report added that troops of Sector 3 responded to intelligence about 7 suspected ISWAP and JAS fighters carrying improvised explosive devices near the Waterboard IDP camp in Monguno. The troops evacuated 21 female students, saying stayed nearby to Kinasara Barracks as a precautionary measure. Elsewhere, troops of the 6th Brigade Nigerian Army Sector 3 of Operation Where Stroke have rescued 2 kidnapped victims in Lao local government area of Taraba State. The victims were freed during a fighting patrol launched after intelligence report of kidnapping activities around the Lande Jesse area. The operation, carried out in the early hours of Sunday, followed reports that armed criminals attacked Tashan Musa and Barkin Dan Fulani villages, abducted 2 residents and made away with food items. According to the brigade's public relations officer, Lieutenant Umar Mohammed, troops launched a targeted search and rescue operation based on credible intelligence. They successfully rescued the victims, identified as Usman Mohammed and Usman Harusu, who had reportedly spent about a week in captivity. Commander of the 6th Brigade and Sector 3 Operation Ware Stroke, Brigadier General Chukwemeka Michael Akaliro, commended the troops for their swift response, professionalism, and resilience. They said the successful rescue reflects the military's commitment to protecting lives and property across Taraba State. In another development, the Osun State Police Command has launched an investigation into the alleged attack on officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Odotin local government area by suspected hoodlums who reportedly made away with permanent voter cards, PVCs. The command's spokesperson, DSP Abiodun Ojelabi, disclosed this in a statement issued in Osogbo. According to him, the attack occurred while INEC officials were distributing permanent voter cards at Onyilola DC Primary School, Ward 2, when about 10 armed thugs stormed the venue. The suspect allegedly fired sporadically into the air before fleeing with 3 packs of PVCs. Ojelabi said the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Gutan, condemned the attack and ordered a full investigation to identify, arrest, and prosecute those responsible. He reaffirmed the command's commitment to professionalism and the rule of law and urged residents to remain calm, law-abiding, and avoid actions that could disrupt public peace. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission in Osun State says 192,702 permanent voter cards, PVCs, representing 37.5% of those distributed so far, have been collected by eligible voters across the state. The resident electoral commissioner, Oluwatunyi Babalola, disclosed that these are the Osun Citizens Town Hall meeting in Osogbo, assuring voters that every valid vote will count in the August 15 governorship election. She reaffirmed INEC's commitment to conducting a peaceful, credible, and transparent election. Babalola said the commission was awaiting sensitive election materials for the poll and had made adequate preparations for the smooth exercise. The REC also disclosed that INEC had identified flashpoints across the state, including areas prone to thuggery, communal clashes, and cult-related activities. She said the commission was working closely with security agencies to ensure a peaceful and secure election, and that ad hoc staff had been recruited and training will begin soon. In the meantime, Nigeria's Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has confirmed that the ongoing continuous voter registration CVR exercise will close on Sunday, July 26. The electoral body urged eligible Nigerians to take advantage of the final opportunity to register or update their voter records. INEC, in a post on X on Sunday, stated that participation in the exercise remains a key requirement for voting in the 2027 general election. The electoral umpire advised Nigerians who are yet to register to complete the process through its CVR portal or visit any of its state and local government offices before the exercise closes. The Commission added that the exercise also covers voter transfer requests, correction of personal information, and the replacement of lost or damaged permanent voter cards, PVCs. Moving on, presidential candidates of the New Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has pledged to overhaul Nigeria's costly political bureaucracy if elected president in 2027. Speaking during a television interview, Obi said his administration will be built on austerity, personal sacrifice, and a drastic reduction in the cost of governance. The former Anambra State governor said his administration would begin cutting government spending from its first day in office, including reducing expenditure on presidential aircraft and other costly government assets. According to Obi, Nigeria cannot justify spending hundreds of billions of naira on official luxuries while millions of citizens lack access to quality health care and education. He argued that funds spent on government aircraft could instead provide critical infrastructure such as cancer treatment centers and primary healthcare facilities. Obi also said the office of the First Lady will not have a separate government bureaucracy under his administration, maintaining that the Nigerian constitution provides for the election of a president, not a presidential couple. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu's Senior Special Assistant on Public Engagement, Frederick Nwabufo, has said the Nigerian Democratic Congress presidential candidate Peter Obi lacks a clear understanding of governance. Nwabufo made the remark while reacting to Obi's recent television interview in which he pledged to unite the country if elected president in 2027. In a statement, Nwabufo described Obi as lacking depth in governance and relying on what he called sentimental rhetoric. He also claimed Obi has no plan, no alternative, and no policy platform beyond what he described as empty promises. Elsewhere, gunmen have killed Letam Kine, a former chief security officer of Bori headquarters of Kana local government area of Rivers State. The incident occurred along Polytechnic Road in Bori, where residents suspect the attackers were cult members. The assailants reportedly opened fire on Kine before fleeing into nearby bushes. Reacting to the killing, the chairman of Kana local government area, Thomas Bariri, condemned the attack, describing it as a senseless act of violence. In a statement issued by the Council's Director of Press and Public Communications, Barry Nimana, Barry described Kine's death as heartbreaking and said such criminal acts have no place in a law-abiding society. The spokesperson for the Rivers State Police Command, SP Blessing Agabe, confirmed the incident, saying the victim's body had been deposited in a morgue. Joining us in the studio to analyze the media news is virtually Amobi Ihegboro, public affairs analyst. Mr. Ihegboro, thank you very much for joining us on the media news on Voice of the People Television. Let's just go straight to the business of the day. Let's start with, where do we start from? Okay, here we go. Now, the Accountant General of the Federation, Samsudeen Ogunjimi, is expected to appear before the House of Representatives Ad hoc Committee today over the controversial, fake agency that, according to the president, we've had series of committee meetings since the 10th National Assembly came into office, with a good number of Nigerians not being optimistic of any positive result as far as committee meetings, in this 10th Assembly is concerned. But what's your take on that? Do you think anything good will come out of this committee meeting?
Thank you very much. This is also coming alongside the ICPC probe that was instituted by Mr. President. I hope that they are not working at cross purposes. For some time now, people have lost hope with National Assembly probes and what have you. It is open to qualifications as to whether this probe will be different, because those people that are probing are part of it also, because the thing came, for them to scrutinize the budget, and they readily passed it, and we did not hear anything. So I wonder what the probe will be unearthing, as it were. But our fingers are crossed because Nigeria is on a crossroad presently. Nigeria is under satellite internationally to see how this impasse can be resolved. So I am having cautious optimism that this probe will lead to unraveling the issue of fake, in quote, fake agency. I want Nigerians to use this opportunity to correct all the anomalies, all the impressions that we have had with the probes of National Assembly. This is one probe that will go a long way in sanitizing our governance ecosystem if it is handled very professionally. I think the time is now for us to begin to, put pressure on the legislature to take their oversight function very, very seriously. I have cautious optimism that they will succeed in their probe.
Now, the panel had already heard from the head of Civil Service of the Federation, Didi Watson Jack, the Director of Banking Services at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Abdullahi Amisu, and the Director General of the Budget Office, Tinumu Yakubu. Now, this is coming after the CBN denied the agency having bank accounts with the Central Bank of Nigeria. But looking at these people that have appeared before the panel, do you think these are the right people to invite into the House of Representatives for questioning?
Whether they are the right people or not, the important thing is that the critical mass, the critical elements in the saga have been identified. If we are talking about opening an account, the Accountant General is central, the CBN is central, and I want to believe also that the NSA is supposed to do what they call clearance for these accounts to be opened and all that. So I think the people that have been summoned are very relevant to, unraveling the menace of misgovernance in this country. Let's keep our fingers crossed. The ICPC has a terminal date of, is it at the end of this month or whatever? And then I don't know the duration of the House of Representative probes. But come what may, I think in the next 2 weeks, these probes should have been, closing down, as it were, so that Nigerians, who are very expectant of the result of this probe, can have a sigh of relief. I think the government owes it to Nigerians to begin to, do certain things right. And I'm happy that this thing has happened. No thanks to Prince Adeyemi, because with what has happened, we have been able to also know that churches have been given some money, mosques have been given some money, and majorates have been given some money. World Cup has been, appropriated for, and what have you. So it's a good thing. Overall, it's a good thing that this probe has come to stay. One thing is to probe, government agency. Another thing is for them to be as transparent as possible. Nigerians will not accept anything less than transparency and accountability in this probe.
Now, when this scandal first came into light, the Senate basically took their hands off the situation, says the only way they can probe a situation like this is if any party makes a complaint directly to the National Assembly. But the reps, the House of Representatives, have decided to take this probe head on. Why do you think they are trying to probe when the Senate, few days after the situation, basically hands off any probe of the parties involved, either the Chief of Staff to the President or the Director General of the said fake agency?
House of Representatives in other clans, are known to be pragmatic and positive in their handling of national issues. So Nigeria is not an exception, because amongst the members of House of Reps are very young, pragmatic Nigerians. little wonder why they have taken the bull by the horn. The Senate gave an excuse that because the president have institutionalized the ICPC probe, that their hands are off and all that. Where did the question now is, where did the House of Reps derive the authority from? Is it not the same laws in this country? Why must the Senate, wash up their hands at this critical moment of our national development? This is one probe, this is one incident that has cut across several agencies of government, several agencies. And then the Senate decided to wash their hands off. The reason for doing so is best known to them. I asked again, where did the House of Representatives derive the authority to institutionalize this probe? So you see that it is one country, two different laws prevailing. I think at the end of it all, that Nigerians will be better for it, because it has offered us another hope that budget is not just that Nigerians should not just have a passing interest in budgeting. Budget is something that all Nigerians should take a time out and read and digest. That is what the implication of what is going on now. So I think overall, we Nigerians will be better for it. That's why what the Senate is talking about. I hope they don't have any skeleton in their cupboard. That is why they have washed off their hands. But if they are truly representatives of the people, they should have taken this in head on and ensure that the right things are done. But thank God their sister organization, like House of Reps, has also taken it up. The ICPC has taken it up. My belief is that in the next 1 week, their report should be turned in so that Nigerians will know what has really transpired.
Now, there are Nigerians that think the president is not being transparent as far as this probe is concerned. Their reason is that, first of all, this probe is supposed to be an independent one. And even the embattled DG Adeyemi on few times pleaded with the president to make this probe an independent one, free of interference. And secondly, they said, why is Femi Gbajabiamila still in office? Why this probe is still on? The normal situation is that he should have been suspended in order to reduce any kind of influence until this probe is concluded. What's your take on that criticism?
I agree with you. Government, did take a very wrong step ab initio when the spokesperson to the Mr. President came up after 3-4 days of the explosion, kind of, to absolve Gbajabiamila that he has no hand in what has happened and all that. That is the presidential position. Now, depending on the push by Nigerians before Mr. President was able to put in place ICPC to look at what has transpired. So government has already had their position. And that is why we said ab initio that this calls for an international, probably, when we talk about international intervention, people berate some of us by saying that are we talking about recolonization or what have you? It is because of the level of trust deficit within the Nigerian governance system that has made it, difficult for Nigerians to begin to trust government. There's a lot of trust deficit in this government of Nigeria. So once it is, a government agency probing another government agency in the same political framework, it becomes difficult to begin to not to suspect partisanship and all that. So an independent body, could have handled this and come up with a very trustworthy recommendations and outcomes. Okay. I share the sentiments of Prince Adeyemi because he also knows that a lot more people than Nigerians will not readily agree with what government agencies will come up with. But an independent organization will readily agree. So political pundits, economic experts, every person agrees that it has to be an independent probe, but the government thinks otherwise. And our hands are crossed, awaiting the outcome of this probe. Okay. Ordinarily, just last week, the Minister of Education of India resigned because there was a kind of examination racketeering involving medical students and all that. In Nigeria, people don't resign. In Nigeria, it is difficult for government to ask people to resign. In Nigeria also, I think during Babacha Lawal's case, he was asked to step aside. What was the name of this Minister for Finance? She was also asked to say, because of they can go to court and court will clear them out. But meanwhile, while the probe is going on, it is incumbent, it is important, it is necessary for them to excuse themselves so that their influence cannot, they will not exert a lot of influence on, the people that are looking into their books and all that. So because I think the right thing was aborted ab initio, which is very, very unfortunate.
Okay, now let's go to insecurity, where troops of Operation Adenke have fought an attempted terrorist infiltration of a military base and evacuated 21 female students to safety following intelligence of a planned attack in Borno State. Now, for all the criticism that this administration have gotten in terms of the will to fight insecurity, and with lots of calls saying the administration is doing little to nothing to fight insecurity. Different example, the list. Why are you not prosecuting these sponsors of insecurity? Now, but one thing you can't take out is how much the rank and file of security personnel are trying their best to combat insecurity despite the alleged failure of the security architecture and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. This, they will say, is good news for the ordinary military persons that are trying very hard to fight insecurity in the country. Don't you think?
Let me take it from this angle that the president has ordered for more boots on the ground, about 28,000. That is in the right direction. But I think the warfare is more of intelligence and technically based.
Especially at a time where we get news that Boko Haram are using AI to plan attack.
That is what I'm saying. It's not about the number of boots on the ground. It's about intelligence and technology. As much as government will, engage more boots on the ground, I want them also to look at the issue of technology as it affects the fight against insecurity. Because just like you rightly said, the insurgents have more technologically based approach to whatever thing they are doing. So it is very, very unfortunate. And we should invest in intelligence and technology. Secondly, the 8,000 people that wants to, be recruited, what welfare package do we have for them? Because the situation where it is in public domain that the least salary of a Nigerian army soldier is about 100,000 or thereabout 109. So with that, how can you, entice, average Nigerians to join the military? It's very difficult. Because what will happen is that if you want to enter the army, if you want to be recruited in the army, your family will call a family meeting and ask you not to, But when U.S. Army or Navy asks you to join, every person will be celebrating and going for Thanksgiving. Okay. So what we are saying in effect is that the military should be made attractive, as much as possible, so that new recruits can go in.
Okay.
Now the revelation of last 2, 3, 4 days, by somebody that says in and out of this thing, I think it should be very, very helpful to the Nigerian soldiers to be able to tackle this insecurity, because it's like he knows a lot about the workings, the dynamics of bandits and what have you. So we are gearing up. We are not there yet, but we are gearing up. I think the government should have the political will to push further, this idea, so that it can be much more fruitful
Okay.
in the future. But
Now
mere rhetorics of having more boots on the ground and lacking technological backing and obvious lack of intelligence will not help in any way possible to stem the tide of insecurity.
Now to election matters. Now the Osun State Police Command have launched an investigation into the alleged attack on officials of INEC in Udotun local government area by suspected hoodlums who reportedly carried away permanent voter cards. Now this does not inspire confidence as far as our election system in Nigeria is concerned. What do you think? Hello, Mr. Hegbero, can you hear me? Hello, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you. Yeah.
I'm saying election. I'm saying the Osun State Police Command have launched an investigation into attack on officials of INEC, where the hoodlums were reportedly carried away permanent voter cards. This does not inspire confidence in our election system that's already low on morale as far as ordinary Nigerians is concerned. Don't you think so?
Yeah, this happening about few days to the polls portends very serious concern, to our electoral system. What one will ask is, what is the spirit behind this? Do they want to disenfranchise a lot of people in Osun State, and what have you? So that is what we need to know. Why must it happen at the nick of time? And what will be INEC response to this? Because if this is allowed to slide, a lot more people will be disenfranchised. And how do you now talk about the election being credible when a large chunk of the people are disenfranchised? So the point is, I think the INEC officers and what have you requires a lot of security, a lot of security to navigate through some of these electoral processes. This is just a one-off election in a state. What if it happens in a general election? So that is what we will be talking about. What if it happens in a general election? I think there must be a way that INEC will, ensure that, people are not disenfranchised. Because if a lot more people are disenfranchised, then the election will neither be transparent nor very accountable, as it were. It's very unfortunate that we have descended into this base and elections. That is why a lot more people don't like voting, because all the issues around elections are not, attending with what the international community prefers. And this brings a lot to bear on electronic voting. Because if we do electronic voting, I will sit down in my house or in my, wherever, and cast my vote, and my vote will count.
Okay.
So it is a pointer to, electoral reform sufficiently, to guarantee transparency in our elections.
Okay. Now, let's see if we can analyze this next story in just 2 minutes as we round up. Now, the presidential candidate of NDC, Peter Obi, pledged to, in a televised interview, pledged to overhaul Nigeria's costly political bureaucracy if elected into office. He said he will cut government spending from its first day in office, including reducing expenditure on presidential aircraft and other costly government assets. Now, as expected, the presidency has responded to it, calling Peter Obi that he lacks a clear understanding of governance. In 2 minutes, what's your reaction to this?
Yeah, that is the basics. Peter Obi has said it repeatedly, even at the expense of redundancy, that, the cost of governance of this country is so huge, and we all agree. They are calling him names. That was how they called Jonathan names as a kindergarten president and what have you. They're also talking about Peter Obi not having experience. You that have experience for the past 3.5 years, where has the experience led Nigerians to? The man is talking about what he intends to do when he comes, to office. And he has also challenged Mr. President to a debate. I think we missed the opportunity, when the Electoral Act, was being re-engineered. Some of us were saying that it is time this thing is made a constitutional matter. Put it in the Electoral Act that presidents must debate, not once, not twice, not thrice, so that they can avail Nigerians of their intentions and what have you. Now you have been in saddle of this the ship of this country for the past 3.5 years, and Nigerians are slipping into multidimensional poverty every day. So I do not say the P2B has the right to say what he wants to say, and knowing him too well, I think he will start from there. He has also said there is no flamboyancy about First Lady office, that it was him that was voted into power. Assuming he gets in there. Okay. The cost of governance, I agree with him totally, is so humongous, so much that it becomes very difficult for us to distinguish between what is real and what is not real.
Okay.
So if the government feels that what P2B has said is wrong, they should take a cue. They should do something so that Nigerians will see. Okay. I think the cost of governance is so high.
Okay. Mr. Ihegboro, thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much for having me.
That was Amobi Ihegboro, a public affairs analyst, talking to us live on Midday News on Voice of the People television. Now, moving on, a 3-story student hostel known as Elite 5-Star Lodge has collapsed in Mokpala, Urumba North Local Government area of Anambra State, trapping an unknown number of occupants. The building reportedly collapsed in the early hours of today, throwing residents into panic as people believed to be mostly students were trapped beneath the rubble. Now, the spokesperson for the Anambra State Police Command, SP Tochukwu Ikenga, confirmed the incident in a statement on Monday and appealed to residents to remain calm as rescue efforts continue. He said the Anambra State Fire Service and the Anambra State Emergency Management Agency responded promptly and joined the rescue operation. Ikenga added that efforts were ongoing to reach anyone still trapped, noting that the number of casualties or affected persons could not yet be confirmed. He said further updates will be provided as more verified information becomes available. In another development, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, says it has filed a lawsuit against the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, over what it described as its failure to explain and account for over 211 trillion naira oil money recorded in its 2023 audited financial statement as sundry receivables and accrued expenses. According to a statement by SERAP's Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadare, NNPCL reportedly recorded the amount without adequately explaining the transactions or providing sufficient information to enable public scrutiny of the funds. In a suit filed at an Abuja court, SERAP said it is seeking an order directing and compelling the NNPCL to account for the 211 trillion naira, disclose all documents and information relating to the transactions recorded in its 2023 audited financial statement. The group said it wants the NNPCL to provide an explanation, reconciliation, and supporting documents relating to the 107.6 trillion naira recorded as sundry receivables, including the identities of the debtors, the amount owed, the legal basis for the receivables, and the status of recovery effort. In the suit, SERAP said it also wants the courts to direct the NNPCL to disclose the complete breakdown and supporting documents relating to the 103.4 trillion recorded as accrued expenses, including the identities of the creditors and beneficiaries, the nature and legal basis of the liabilities, and the documents establishing their legitimacy. The group said NNPCL's failure to disclose the requested information undermines transparency, accountability, and public confidence in the management of Nigeria's oil wealth, prevents Nigerians from determining whether the transaction are lawful and properly documented. And out to business news, the Nigerian stock market extended its bullish run week on week, driven by renewed demand for large gap stocks, pushing the Nigerian Exchange All Share Index to 247,357.40 points. The gains reflected stronger investor appetite for blue chip and fundamentally strong stocks, particularly in the banking, consumer goods, and industrial sectors. The rally also came amid improving investor confidence in Nigeria's corporate investment landscape. Market capitalization, which measures the total value of listed equities, rose by 2.531 trillion to close at 159.588 trillion, up from 157.057 trillion the previous week. The NGX All Share Index also gained a 1.6% rise from 247,463.13 points to 247,357.40 points. Meanwhile, investors traded a total of 4.433 billion shares worth 306.143 billion in 255,589 deals during the week. This compares with 2,819 trillion shares valued at 182.499 billion shares valued at 182.499 billion exchanged in 246,729 deals the previous week. And out to sports news, Moroccan police have arrested an employee of the Marriott Hotel in Casablanca for allegedly stealing money from the rooms of Nigeria Super Falcons players ahead of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, WAFCON. The suspect was arrested by officers of the Judicial Police in Casablanca's Anfar Security District following multiple complaints of theft from the players' hotel rooms. Super Falcons forward Esther Okoronkwo alleged on social media that $700 was stolen from a wallet, while other teammates also reported missing cash. Police said investigations led to the identification of the suspects who worked at the hotel where the team was staying. A search of the suspect reportedly led to the recovery of 10,000 Moroccan dirhams, which police believe is the full amount stolen. The suspect is also accused of converting the money from US dollars into Moroccan dirhams. Meanwhile, the Super Falcons will begin the defense of their WAFCON title on Tuesday, July 28, against Malawi in the Group C opener. And from sports, we'll go over to entertainment news, where Nigerian content creator and social media personality Emmanuel Obruste, popularly known as Genge, has denied reports that he recently got married, claiming that viral wedding videos and photos circulating online were generated by artificial intelligence. In a video response, Genge said reports that he married a woman identified as Mary Imina, Niger State, were false and part of an attempt to damage his reputation over his controversial views on marriage. The controversy began after videos and photos surfaced online showing the influencer dressed in traditional wedding attire alongside the woman at what appeared to be a marriage ceremony. The clips sparked reactions from fans, with some congratulating him while others accused him of abandoning his previously stated views on relationships. However, Genge insisted he was not married, saying the visuals were AI generated and urging followers to be cautious about content shared online. He noted that advances in artificial intelligence have made it increasingly difficult to distinguish between genuine and manipulated content. And that's the much we can take on our midday news on Voice of the People Television. But before we go, do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp on 0814 606 4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I'm Solomon of M. Good afternoon, and thank you for watching.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shakes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's another beautiful day here on the Spotlight Show. And yes, welcome. You're welcome, because this place is where we talk about a lot of gist. Yes, your favorite hub, where we talk about music, culture, everything entertainment. And yes, I'm your host, Precious Akumanu, aka call me Pressy. See, today is another brand new day, and we all know that on the Spotlight Show is always an amazing time, like I always say. And yes, today we have plenty gist. Things that has been going on throughout this week has been hot. And I can't even wait to dish them out. But yes, this is the Spotlight Show. And first on our list today, we'll be talking about social media personality and self-acclaimed financial advisor, Gege, as we all call him. Yes, actually got married in a private wedding. So to all the Gege fans, say hi. People where they support them. All of a sudden, Baba just leave us, go marry. Is that how it is? You people should tell me what I be like. Say, get some things one. Hey, blood of Jesus! He don't leave when I go marry. Finally, so all those people where they shout say, "Hey, I be supporter, I be fan, I be do this or I be this." See, Amo, he don't go leave you marry you. He be like say, now you even come there back. Hey, my God! When I saw this video, when I first saw this video, I was like, maybe not joke or maybe not play something like that. But I actually looked at these pictures very well. Baba really got married. See, this is my advice for you people. Make nobody deceive you. Tell tell you say wedding no dey real. Let's say love no. Even the ones wey they tell you say love no dey real, say don't go find love, leave you. Oh Jesus. They don't go find love, leave you. So make you just know say wetin you did now. Just go find one pino or one sweet odogu like this, goggles gone body. Because what am I not seeing? See, it's the fact that a lot of things has been going on, and the fact that, you know, Gege has been saying a lot of things this period. And sometimes I even wonder, with the advice when they give una, Abi himself they disobey. Okay, there's another video I saw him where he was actually begging and saying, oh, that he's sorry that he has left. In fact, let's see that video, because I wanted us to see the video before I even, you know, keep saying what I'm saying. Let's see this. This is serious. He's begging you people, please, to all the Gege fans, Mona forgive him, no verse. Mona no verse. But he don't marry. This is really serious. I beg. Well,
I beg. And if you be the woman, your husband leave you, your boyfriend leave you because of my advice. If the man come back, come beg you, I beg, accept her back. Now hypocrite, I be not blame them. It's my fault. And I don't accept all the blame. I don't go to also get a big pass best way. Which I'm responsible for, are they accountable for all my mistakes? You know that I beg, make una forgive me, I beg Nigerians, I beg. Okay, Nigerians, I want to share my own side of the story. I want to expose my secret now. You know that some Nigerians know everybody come here, Gege, you marry, what do you have to say? People won't hear from me, and I want to expose my secret now. That's what life just be. Okay, before I expose my secret, carry your phone, go your app store or your Google Play. You know that make you download Card Say.
So wait first. So after everything, all the advice, when you don't they give us since, me I no be fan, for people will be fan. When they don't they listen to your advice, now you don't go leave them, go marry. This wahala. If Gege marry, who else no fit? Mona tell me. Say Mona forgive him. Say all the people who don't they listen to him. Say if you don't break up for your relationship, or you know you don't divorce, or you don't go in, I bet Mona forgive him. Mona go back to spouse. This is a lot. See, my fans are not, they are not smiling, because this one is really serious. I've got to the comment section this morning and it's a lot. But let's go back to the comment section, because a lot of people are really excited about the fact that Gege is married. Some are still saying, Baba leave us, go marry. He's well. All right, let's go back to the comment section to see what people have for us. Anuchi Rich on Claire Bam said, remaining cider bush. Where cider bush can't enter this kilo day? What is all this? And Big Kogi one said, is this real or Madrid? I beg go. No, help me ask some more. Because me say I'm even shocked. Oh my God, we have a lot of comments. And yes, some people are saying, the lady in a billionaire from Arabic. See, is the fact that, some of my comment section people are not smiling. See what this one is saying. We are sure it's not a look. God. How can you people say that Gege's wife resembles, she has a look-alike with Bobrisky? And it's how people really come out to say things. I'm surprised. Mona, they calm down. Shebi, I know say he don't do bad thing, but he don't beg for forgiveness. Say Mona forgive her. They said to err is what, woman, and to forgive is divine. But the fact that you people are saying a lot of things concerning this young man, I bet Mona leave America rest. He don't beg, Mona forgive her. And to all those people who don't break up because of Gege, I beg, go reconcile with your spouse. Yes, it's a lot. But Gege, You leave us go mad. Now, wow. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about this, and a lot of people are so excited that Gege has gotten married. And Sozo Doc said, Nigeria state, no wonder. Mayor Miwa said, I really can't blame him. He saw gullible and he took the opportunity to cash out and even damage them more. Hey, Lord of Jesus. And it's the fact that he's even, making more name and doing a lot of things. That's how a lot of people were just criticizing and saying, oh, even the fact that he even called, that time there was a time he actually called out the video, like, oh, why would he buy a house? Why would he get a house? Why would he do this? Why would he do that? All of a sudden, don't go, get your own house, get your own kilo day. Just they using that day. Now, anyway, there are still people that, list that still love Gege and still love his comedy, because I see that as a comedy. Actually, and in what I find, man, no lie. And that's a big congratulations to him. And somebody said, gullible men learn. Okay, to all those people where they learn, they will call, they use Gege as a this thing, advice. See, can't you see? Shebi, you don't come back now. And someone said, Pella just surprised us with this year. What is happening? I don't know. Mona help me, seriously, because after Pella own, I don't see Pella own. Nah, Gege, wait till they occur. Because me, I don't ask this question. I say, maybe like saying this year, they say everybody must get married. So if you not get married, problem day. Because what is going on? For right, center, left, up, down, I'm so married, now so relationship. I won't use relationship wound the singles. Even the singles know they breathe again, because I even wonder how they are coping. Coupled with this weather. Because we don't know what's going on again. Let's take more comments. We still have a lot of people still talking about Gege getting married. We still have more comments, and a lot of people have actually said things concerning him. Some people are so surprised. Some are really, his fans are surprised. And some are saying, Baba don't leave us. So, and Faith Zatu said, so now why he been they always come, Mina be that. Relationship advisor don't deceive students, leave them behind. All right, and Professor Mickey's Pride said, Professor, don't lead everybody astray. Cry for me. I beg. Isaac said, some men go cry, Abi. So they've been crying since they saw those videos. They've been crying since. I just they pity them. All right, financial mistake. Instead, make him do parlor party. This one no be private anything. No, this one a real wedding way Baba will do. Anyway, we'll keep telling him congratulations. So for those people who don't go break up with their boyfriend and girlfriend, Joe, I say make I can't tell you say, una professor don't leave una go marry. So be like you go think of going back to your ex, or going back to your baby girl where you live, or your baby boy where you live. God go help una. For the singles, no worry. We gather full ground. No shaking. All right, guys, and that takes us to our next story. We're still talking about wedding, still talking about relationship. We're talking about Nigerian music executive and entertainment entrepreneur Soso Soberekon has officially tied the knot. And yes, with his longtime partner in a colorful traditional wedding ceremony that drew family members, close friends, and several celebrities from the entertainment industry. The event, which quickly became one of the most talked about celebrity weddings and featured rich cultural displays, elegant fashion, and joyous celebration, as guests shared photos and videos across social media congratulating the newlywed. So the wedding, while identified with his hashtag SoBeau2026, has continued to generate excitement among people and fans, with many praising the couple's decision to keep much of their relationship private, before their big day. So this is a good one. I've been saying this. I don't know if this is just for all the entertainment, people, because a lot has been going on recently, and a lot of weddings, a lot of engagement, a lot of sometimes they say waiting, they go on. See now. And they say, tell me how can singles breathe in this kind of condition? Just tell me one reason. How singles go feed it. Later they go say, Prezi, you too like venting. One no go like am. Mona tell me one reason why no go like venting. See am. When you go just get your dogu, you go just see your, achalugo. Una too go just, See, God go help all the singles this year. Amen. Amen. That amen, a big amen why they pray for all the singles, because Tell me what is going on. And it's the fact that all our celebrities don't they go, God, oh, if that, when you go say, are we a spoon? Are we a spoon? What's going on? But no worry. To all the singles where they hope, to get their own spouse, God go do one for you. And yes, God go do one for you. And it's a very big congratulations to So very and for his traditional marriage. It's a beautiful one. And his wife is actually pretty. You see, all these, they get ayo. See, when it comes to man know what he wants. No be joke. If man say he won't marry, he don't know what he wants. No, don't let anybody deceive you. Say, make we see. You see the fact that a lot of men have, I be like saying that the same, the kind of strategy that they use now. Man, when one day with you, go day with you. The one when no one day with you, go waka comot. You know, don't even waste your time. Say, oh, let us see how it goes. I know they believe that kind of thing. No, they believe to all my ladies, because I've seen a lot of men. They'll come and tell me, Prezi, no, I've actually spoken to some ladies and they will tell me, Prezi, bless say, we are just, getting to know each other, and, he just say, let us see how it goes. Or, madam, that see how it goes now to just carry you go somewhere. Once you reach 1 month, you don't leave you go. Don't let anybody deceive you. Say, let us see how it goes. See, if no be intentional man, we want you. No, just chook head, and they tell you truth now, because it be like saying that strategy now men they use now, they deceive some ladies, and some ladies go they chop your money, see go still leave you. All right, we see we had a lot of celebrities that actually came that actually attended the wedding. We had the likes of Iniedo, we had the likes of Prissy, we had the likes of Two-Face. A lot of people actually came out for So very cool. And it's a lovely thing that actually this man really, I say when man be odogu, see him, he pull up with a lot of things. Not be the one where you go say you won't do it, see him now, everybody don't pull up for him. You get? So to all the ladies where they, won't get married now, I just they give one example now like this. If you not there like this, no join body. I know big gege where they give advice, but the truth be say a lot of things are going on, and a lot of weddings are still, ringing bells. Wedding bells are still ringing, and if you want day for that, you have to be intentional. No, they allow me person they deceive you. Even if they tell you say wedding marriage, no, they now lie. No, make anybody deceive you. Love is real. Love is beautiful. See now. This is really, really lovely. I actually love. See when things they like this, and they like. That I like things like this. Not be when person go, they tell me bad this, bad this. Every day go, they do person. Things like this, they give us joy. All right, let's go over to the comment section. We have a lot of people still talking about the entertainment entrepreneur, So very for his traditional marriage. And Cyril Coco 396 said congratulations to them. And yes, Emmy Edo gave a emoji, fire emoji. And yes, Emmy Edo still said, my wedding will be massive too. I tap from, I'm telling you, see, when you see the kind of wedding like this, they give joy. You go weddings like this, you go, they see, part of they do marriage, go, they hungry you. And they tell you should not be lying. All right, and he said, reasons I will make this money. Ego bu ma woke abio. Don't be only ma woke now, ma wan you. So if you know, be the one where you go say, oh, my dog go come marry me for us. I go. See those days where they talk that kind of thing, no, they happen again, until go and walk. Yes, go and add value to yourself. Go and walk. Don't they allow somebody to deceive you? Say, oh, you go there for house, 9 man go come see you for your house. They lie. They give yourself that. I hope where they give yourself where you know they must. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about so very cool. Let's take more comments from our comment section. And trust me, when it comes to relationship, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to love is a beautiful thing. Don't allow anybody to deceive you. Don't allow anybody to say because of the fact that the high rate of divorce is everywhere. We have high rate of divorce, and a lot of people are off their marriage. And you will not have that kind of mindset that, oh, if you just go into relationship and you're out. Please, it's not true. Good real love can actually locate you. Real love can find you. And when you are doing marriage with the person that you desire, the person that is for you, go they suffer. Yes, because I've seen a lot of ladies, want to, because they are even investing so much in the relationship where they know they give them attention. And it's crazy. Yes. So please, to all the men, I know they talk basically for the ladies too, even men too. More now they try. But this is a collabo. If the woman dates person with the intentional, the man go date person with the intentional. More now too, una energy go they match. Yes. Because some go carry bad energy, gum the one way you get already. It's a lot. This life get plenty things to, fight about, and you can't carry another problem they put for your head. So to ease your stress, to ease your problem, date in fact, if it's talk date responsibly, they're important. I'm serious. Date responsibly, date well. No go they because everybody don't they them come out for single life now. Maybe because of the pictures or the videos or the weddings you've been seeing, you are not eager to get married. It's not bad to have that kind of mindset. I'm not saying that is bad, but it's good that you marry right and you marry well. May they not use you do punching bag. Either ways, because man they beat woman, woman they beat man. So may they not use you do punching bag. So just even as the time don't they reach where parents go, when they drag their children up and down. I beg, make parents today calm down. May they know they pressure their children, because this time not be the time where parents go to church, because you must marry. I don't see Adobe people. Adobe mama. They are all happy. They do ashebi. They don't they marry. And you see sometimes sometimes my gender sometimes they give me. In fact, I don't even know what I want to talk to our mothers. Una do, but more when they calm down, because it be like say sometimes for our body now so where the night die they do na mind. Do now one day wear your picking, where you go wear clothes, you go come out, come dance, come they greet in or greet. We know say you they like all those things, but more when they calm down to the pressure on our picking. Because sometimes I feel that when you pressure, when your children are being pressured so much to get married, they enter bad relationship or enter bad marriage when they no go fit come out. Now that one where they dance, now they don't go even they remember those ones. So, but sometimes like this, when as a mother, as a parent, all those things where you're supposed to do now, they give your child, they tell them, say, oh, you will get married. Not they pressure your picking. Because all these things done too much. Now it's also pressure. And all these people where they come up for marriage now, let me be sincere with you. Most of them now, because of family problem, family, mama say, papa say, all these things, they plenty. So to avoid all those things, more na marry right. It's important. I don't they talk now. People they say, oh, Prezi, leave marriage. No, I'm not going to leave marriage, because even as we they talk about every day for spotlight, when they say, men when I remarry right, they know they see here. The ones where get here, they go, the thing go enter from here, follow this side, come out. No be so it be. Sometimes, calm down. Even I've seen someone that has actually said to me, oh, Prezi, I'm 50, I need to settle down. I need to. Yes, it's not bad to really settle down. After all, not be everybody go marry. Yes, not be everybody want marry, because some ladies now waiting that they do now just born picking they their house. But we don't support that one. I know they support that one to be sincere. But the truth is that even if you're getting married, please marry well, because marriage has a lot to play in your destiny. Yes, because you might get married and progress in life. You might get married and still feel bad and feel depressed all the days of your life. And do you want that? No. So it's good that you're getting married to peace of mind. So to Social Bericon, we are saying congratulations to him. And to Gege we don't marry, congratulations. It's a beautiful thing. All right, let's go over to our next story. We are talking about Nigerian rapper and actor Falz is receiving widespread acclaim following that the release of his latest single, Nat J, with fans and music lovers hailing both the strong and its captivating music video, and shot entirely in northern Nigeria. The visuals beautifully highlighted the region's rich culture heritage, breathtaking landscape, colorful traditional attire, and vibrant lifestyle. So the project was sparked. This project has actually sparked conversations online, with many applauding the award-winning artist for using his platform to celebrate the beauty and diversity of northern Nigeria, while delivering his signature lyrical storytelling. And to be sincere, since its release, Nigeria has continued to gain momentum across streaming platforms and social media, with many describing it as one of the standout tracks from Falz's Break Time EP. So the song's catchy rhythm, relatable message, and stunning cinematography has earned praise from fans and critics alike, further strengthening Falz's reputation as one of Nigeria's most creative and socially conscious music star. This is a lot. You see, when I talk about Nigerian music on the whole, it has been really evolving. I really commend our celebrities, our music celebrities, our music stars. They are doing they give me joy to be sincere. And to think that our culture is so important that a lot of people, don't really value. But to be sincere, the fact that Fowls actually did this video in northern Nigeria is a lot to talk about. See the entire video. It's speaking beauty. It's high time we start valuing things that we have. Because a lot of people would want it. They can die so much to have this kind of thing. And it's beautiful to see that Fowls is really doing music. He's doing music and he's doing it greatly and well. I always want to commend, the likes of Davido, the likes of Whiskey, the likes of Fowls. It's a beautiful thing to see that, songs like this are, growing over time, and a lot of people are, singing and also singing along. And for Fowls, no matter say Fowls, they give us, diction. In as much as it does his thing, he always gives this rhythm that is always there's always a beat and a banger to all his songs, and it's a lovely thing to see. All right, guys, we're gonna go over to the comment section to see what fans have to say concerning Fowls. Let's go over to the comment section and see what they have for us. And yes, somebody said Baba with the emoji fire. He said, see the beautiful culture of North that bandits and insecurity bent on destroying. Even the leaders are crashing out from evil predicaments. I pray the Lord restore the glory of this country again. That's a lot, and it's a lot for this person. Thank you so much. I always say this thing. I said, the truth is, Nigeria is really beautiful. There are places you go to Nigeria and you wonder. I said, oh, now Nigeria be this. Our country is really beautiful, and the fact that the insecurity and a lot of things that happen in Nigeria is giving us concerns, because trust me, places like these are places that people want to see, people want to go, people want to spend time, travel out, see places like this. But with all the whole thing where they, with things where they happen there, everybody is scared, to go out. People are scared to even, spend time in even the northern places where people they travel, they go see, like places like that where people they go see, they go enjoy themselves. It's a lot. And now, see video, clean, sweet video, and it's I really commend Fowls for this particular video, because trust me, I think this particular scene created a lot of excitement for people, because people are really saying, really, this is the way it is. This is a beautiful sight to behold. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Fowls' new song, Najee. All right, let's take more comments from our comment section. And Mr. Meg Steph said, this is so nice. Else Expressions said, oh, wow, this is serenity. All right, and we have Money Chat with a Fast said, my love, you should have called me. I don't mind being among the hijab. Oh my God, a lot of people are really excited about Fowls' new song, and a lot of people love the costume. And I even want to give it out to the customer, because trust me, the person that really put this whole beautiful piece together, you deserve your flowers. I'm telling you the truth. You deserve your flowers, because tell me, every breath of everything just sounds well, rhymes well, both the clothing, the videographer, the cinematographer. It's a lot. It's just a beautiful sight. And I'll keep saying, this is a nice one from Fowls, and I will keep saying he deserves his flowers. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Fowls and his song. Let's take more comments from people. And Alhaji said, thank you for always uniting Nigerians. This is so beautiful, actually. And Mr. Black said, I wish we don't have insecurity in Nigeria. I wish too. And Nigeria is such a beautiful country and great location for tourism. I'm telling you, this is the truth. And we'll have more comments. Let's take more comments from comment section people. A lot of people are so excited about Fowls' new song. And me too, I'm also excited. I'm so happy, because things like this are things that we need to be seeing. We need to see all the time. We have beautiful places in Nigeria. We have beautiful places. And it's high time that we start talking about the whole insecurity thing. I just pray that, Nigeria will continue to be a better place for people to actually come, travel, come for sightseeing, and then go back. Because trust me, we have beautiful places. And waiting, they may even make people they travel come out outside Nigeria. Because tell me, if we have places like this that people are eager to see, people can die so much to come and see these places. But it's all well. All right, let's take more comments. And your Findery said, now the song makes more sense. Honestly, I used to just move past the song whenever I hear it, but I now see the vision. You see? All right, Iya Ibadan said, gosh, I appreciate your indigenous approach to your music videos. And Cyril now said, Omo, we need to explain Nigeria a bit more. What is this beauty? I'm telling you, when I first saw this whole video, I was mesmerized, because trust me, the video it says a lot of beauty. It's speaking beauty. It's speaking a lot of things that got to my head. A lot of beautiful things, actually. And somebody says, person sabi book, come still sabi do music. That's a good one for Fowls. All right, guys, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have more stories to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother Shaggy, the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV. Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Brave. Keep watching VOP TV.
And yes, welcome back to the show. Spotlight is still happening here on Voptv. And I hope you've been enjoying yourself because we're talking about a lot of things, a lot of weddings, bells that has been ringing that some singles cannot breathe. But, we're going to keep moving. All right, guys, next on our list, we're talking about Chris Brown. And yes, American R&B superstar Chris Brown could face a prison sentence of up to 3 years after pleading guilty to an afraid charge stemming from a 2023 nightclub incident in London. So the case has attracted widespread international attention, with legal experts noting that the offense carries a maximum custodial sentence under UK law. So despite the guilty plea, Brown has not yet been sentenced, and the court is expected to consider several factors before determining the appropriate punishment. So the award-winning singer is scheduled to be sentenced on 26 October 2026, when the court will decide whether to impose a prison term, a suspended sentence, or an alternative penalty. The development has actually sparked mixed reactions among fans and industry observers, with many closely following the case, as it could have significant implications from singer's career and future international engagement. This is actually a lot for Chris Brown. And over time, I know that, there has been cases where I've heard he actually loves, that he has actually had places where he, fights and stuff like that. But I think this is not really a nice thing for Chris, because trust me, a lot of people are always, a lot of fans always love Chris Brown, his songs and the rest of it. But trust me, it's something that is really not good. As a public figure, I think there are things you should know, you shouldn't do, and things you should do. So for this particular one for Chris Brown, I'm not so happy about it. And yeah, a lot of fans have said things concerning Chris Brown and him, facing charges with to face up to 3 years in prison. So let's take some comments from fans and see what people have to say concerning Chris Brown. All right, and the results said, I can't be in Nigeria. Even Portable is working freely with every 3 AK market days madness. Oh my God. I just feel that being a celebrity comes with a lot of things. See, I don't know as people they take view themselves, but trust me, when it comes to being a celebrity, a lot of things, you get things where you're not supposed to do. You get coming outside, fighting in a club. It's a lot. And trust me, people would want to, do things to make you sad, to make you angry, but I just feel there are better ways to fix all those kind of things than fighting. Fighting is not it's not a thing to actually be away from something, or if you're trying to avoid something, you're fighting. It's crazy. It's it's not even something to think about. All right, and Africa Mom Braid said, how you go enter party, go begin fight. You'll be money Miss Road, God I beg. And Sarumi T said, Chris Brown and Trouble now 5 and 6. Every time where I hear things about Chris Brown, if it's not his music, the next thing I go hear now, this one blow bottle, this one scatter, this one fight. Come to think of it. Even like person don't talk, say even Portable self is working free. But it's not like that. There are things you might do in Nigeria, and a lot of people might just turn a blind eye to. But not that. You cannot do that in UK. You cannot do that outside the country. I bet you. You are going to be carried. And yes, somebody said, the forces against CB, Chris Brown, is a tough one. They all want to see him fall. It's not these, it's that. Chris Brown, why now? My best guy. All right. So fans of Chris Brown that still love him and, still show concern as well. And let's take more comments. We still have a lot of people still talking about Chris Brown and him facing up to 3 years in prison. All right, let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said it can be in Nigeria. We have more comments. Let's take more from our comment section. And Damiola Johnson said, it a quick vex. That's the problem. Exactly. Anyway, it's how people don't get to, have self-control. Self-control is a lot of things. You see, it's easier said than done. I see how people are so quick to anger. And that's a very bad spirit. I mean, waiting will just make you, before you know it, you don't begin the fight. It's a lot. It's how to have self-control. Self-control, matters a lot. And JC Caleb said, just fight involvement, Abby. they buy person. I'm serious. Fighting is not a way to go. Because what if now you don't already go fight finish now? You don't another person don't fight now. Waiting will happen. It's a lot. So I don't think that's a good sight to see concerning Chris Brown. And it's really bad. All right, let's take more comments. We still have a lot of people still talking about this. And yes, somebody else said, can someone take me back to when we were growing up? Chris Brown was so cute then. Actually, all his songs, I actually loved. I used to be his fan, loving all his songs and a lot of things that I actually love his song. But where I actually fell out was the fact where he had, we had Rihanna and, a lot of things has, happened. And both of them, I even loved him because of Rihanna because, Rihanna is my go-to girl. But it's a pity for Chris Brown. I just pray he gets out of this because trust me, it's not a good sight to see that he's going to be spending time in prison and it's a lot. All right, Halima too said, my sweet boy. Oh, okay. And Aisha said, this guy never rests in sing no air. Oh my God, no air. This Halima, Aisha, calm down. It's a lot. Actually, growing up and listening to Chris Brown was really the thing. If you not get Chris Brown songs for you not be the thing. You not did the game. So listening to Chris Brown then it was really amazing. But right now, a lot of things are going on. People grow, people learn and things, keep moving. Let's take more comments. We still have a lot of comments before we go over to our next story. We have more comments from our comment section. A lot of people are still talking about Chris Brown. And yes, somebody said, lawful country where law works. If to say, now my country, if he fought, he for don't move on since. Our leaders would even beg him to forgive who he fought with. At I am Ken Paul is well with you. All right, and somebody said, make them leave my baby. Your baby, I think your baby did something. And some freaky one said, this guy be like Portable. Simone, I know they compare Chris Brown with Portable. Come on, you should be coming down in this comment section. What is all this? But I don't get joy for this comment section. We don't be saying it look like where the resemblance there. Kilo day. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Chris Brown and him facing, up to 3 years in prison. It's a lot. And yes, we have more comments and people are still talking about Chris Brown. Before we move over to our next story, we have a lot of stories we're talking about and it's a lot. Fighting is not the thing. I don't know how people just sit down and be giving punches and, it's a lot. People, they try, when you have self-control, anger, all these things are, things that are supposed to be avoided, meant to be avoided. And yes, somebody said, can someone take me back to when we were actually growing up? And Chris Brown was so cute then, yes. And Clinton official said, no, why? Okay. And Lisa Money said, just one pay me, Bele, go vex. Pretty Damsel said, Breezy, we love you no matter where you are. Never forget that. Okay, to people who still love Chris Brown, congratulations to Una. It's a good thing, but trust me, the truth is fighting is a no-no. And for Chris Brown, just pray so hard. He's out and he's free. All right, let's go over to the next story. We're talking about Zlatan. And guess what? See, all these times I don't they shout, say, wedding, don't they ring every day. I can't they talk, say, after Zlatan don't already go doing court wedding and the rest of them. Now he's announcing his wedding and he'd be like, say, white wedding is gonna be lit. You see, I said this year, it'd be like, say, our celebrities just prepare themselves. Say, now this year they want to do. Come on. Jesus. Things are going to go down. All right. And yes, our Nigerian rapper Zlatan is reportedly preparing for a grand wedding celebration with his longtime partner, following reports that the couple quietly formalized their union in a private civil wedding ceremony. The development has generated excitement across people, with fans and colleagues in the entertainment industry expressing their anticipation for what is expected to be one of the biggest celebrity weddings of the year. So yeah, while the rapper has kept his details of relationship largely away from public eyes, the forthcoming celebration has continued to attract widespread attention. And although it's a lot, see, I love the fact that some of our celebrities are really keeping their, private life to themselves. Not be everybody won't come, they bring up their matter outside. They let everybody know, say, things they occur. Even if you want to, you want to bring out it should be little thing, maybe your wedding or anything. Not they blame anybody, because I've seen a lot of people that say, oh, why didn't he come out to say this? Why didn't he come out and tell us that he's getting married? Why didn't he tell us that people should be coming down? It's not everything that is for your eyes to see. Not be by force. If person wants say he go do something, say he won't tell you, more that is when they will not tell you people that this is where he wants. But I love the fact that some of our celebrities are really, keeping their personal life to themselves, not by force to bring out things because the ones where they don't bring out, they shout, my husband this, my wife that. Things don't they stop every day. And no be joke. All right, it's a big congratulations to Zlatan and his wife. All right, let's take some comments from our comment section, because trust me, a lot of people are excited for Zlatan. After his civil wedding right now, it's about to go down with the white wedding, and a lot of people are so excited about this. Let's take some comments and see what people have for Zlatan. All right, yes, Miriam Jacob said, I love Zlatan's growth. Actually, do you get? And Zelene said, people, they marry every day. And then there are still single one. Boy is corner waiting to... You see, sometimes, this is our comment section. I don't get joy. When I joy, it does they far away from me, people. All right, and Stiletto Chick said, when it's more than one, do only one person does. Okay. I've asked this question before. I said, it's like a lot of our celebrities are just, having, some of them we just want to get baby mama, and everybody just clean. It's well, oh. All right, and where Rebel said clean. Okay, we have more comments. A lot of people are still so excited about Zlatan, and people are, congratulating him. Let's take more comments from our comment section. People are really excited about Zlatan. And yes, somebody said, truly classy with no noise and no flashiness, my dream wedding. Okay, there are some people that actually love the fact that weddings are so simple and with few guests. And DC Nation 1905 said the best so far. And CF Kubana said some they divorce, some they marry. Actually, life goes on. People where they divorce, they divorce. People where go still marry, go still marry. And somebody said things I love to see. And Olego James Jr. said congratulations to them both. Simple and low-key. See, I don't tell you, I say make nobody deceive now, because people where they still marry, they still marry. People where they divorce, they divorce. So for your own peace of mind, marry well. Don't make anybody pressure you. With all the whole pressure where they go on right now, don't allow anybody to pressure you. Do your thing, jeje. Your destiny and another person's destiny don't be the same thing. I'm telling you, definitely you will get there. Just continue with your grind, and definitely you are going to also get married and get your own spouse, and yes, do life better with your partner without person to pressure you. Okay, and this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Voptv Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People VOP Media. That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Bim Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drive. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart.
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 0904 473 2605. Now the news in detail. We begin in South Africa, where authorities are investigating the death of a Nigerian man who collapsed while being arrested by police in Cape Town last week. The independent body that oversees police conduct said initial post-mortem results showed that 42-year-old Ibe Chika Simon sustained multiple bruises and abrasions on his back and chest. Nigeria's Consul General in Johannesburg, Nini Kanwa Oke Uche, said the country was deeply appalled by reports of police tactics that led to his death on Thursday. She called for a transparent investigation and alleged there was an alarming pattern of unresolved extrajudicial killings and misconduct against foreign nationals. Western Cape Police said in a statement that Simon died after he allegedly became unwell and collapsed while being placed under arrest. The incident comes amid heightened tensions between South Africa and Nigeria over allegations of xenophobic violence. Authorities also confirmed the death of another Nigerian in June under similar circumstances. Egypt has restructured a military-linked body into a new overarching economic authority, reporting directly to the president. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi has ratified the law to restructure the future of Egypt's economic authority, according to the official gazette published on Monday. Since 2024, Future of Egypt has been running one of the world's largest wheat import operations. The body has also taken control of major Egyptian lakes and fisheries, acquired the largest stake in the Egyptian Commodities Exchange, and expanded into luxury housing, construction, renewable energy, and infant formula. A force allied with the Sudanese army says government troops destroyed 62 Rapid Support Forces or RSF combat vehicles and seized 54 others in operations in North Kordofan State on Sunday. In a statement carried by the state-run Sudan News Agency, the Joint Force of Armed Struggle Movement said the Sudanese armed forces and allied units scored a new battlefield victory. The Joint Force reported heavy RSF losses in both personnel and equipment, saying many fighters were killed while others fled and abandoned military hardware. There was no immediate comment from the Rapid Support Forces on the claims. The Sudanese army also said it captured the towns of Bara, Jabra al-Sheikh, and Sayala in North Kordofan before dawn on Sunday, following clashes with the RSF. Ugandan diplomat Olara Otunu has entered the race to become the next Secretary General of the United Nations. He is the 7th candidate to succeed Antonio Guterres, who steps down at the end of this year. 75-year-old Otunu was nominated by Uganda on Friday. He is a former United Nations Under Secretary General and former Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict. In his vision statement, Otunu pledged to prioritize ending major conflicts, reforming the United Nations bureaucracy, and creating a body to oversee United Nations work on artificial intelligence. Now, the number of confirmed Ebola cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo has risen to 3,200, including 1,405 deaths.
according to government data on Sunday. The data comes as the Democratic Republic of Congo battles its 17th Ebola outbreak. Infections have surged by about 1,000 in just 10 days. The World Health Organization says nearly 90% of cases are in the northeastern province of Ituri. The virus has now spread to 5 provinces. The outbreak, declared on May 15, is caused by the Bundi Bugyo strain, for which there is no approved vaccine or treatment. Healthcare worker strikes over unpaid wages have also disrupted response efforts. Senegal's President Bassirou Diomaye Faye has launched a new political party, formalizing his break with former Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko. Faye unveiled his Kire All Republican Patriots Party in the capital, Dakar, on Saturday. Kire means shield in the local Wolof language. Faye and Sonko were once the faces of Senegal's anti-establishment movement, but have been in a months-long power struggle. Faye dismissed Sonko in May. Sonko later became Speaker of the National Assembly and remains leader of PASTEF, the African Patriots of Senegal for Work, Ethics and Fraternity. And China says its trade with Africa reached a record high in the first half of 2026. At a regular news conference on Monday, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian said two-way trade totaled 1.41 trillion yuan or $196.6 billion. Lin credited the growth to China's zero-tariff policy for all African countries that maintain diplomatic ties with Beijing. He said trade volumes were growing faster and are expected to rise further by year-end. Lin noted that capital goods and immediate goods made up about 75% of China's exports to Africa, adding that the shipments support the continent's industrialization and agricultural modernization. He rejected criticism of trade imbalances, calling such narratives traps designed by those with ulterior motives. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a short break and return with more stories and, of course, the news analysis segment. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. polarized vertical, frequency 2 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobyte per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome back to the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We're now being joined virtually by analysts who give us his own perspective on some of the issues in the news today. He's Okweoluwa Taiwo, a public affairs analyst, and he is also the executive director of the Africa Bridge Initiative. Good afternoon to you and thank you for joining us on the African News today. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please unmute your device so that I can hear you. Okweoluwa, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Okweoluwa? I want us to actually talk about China saying its trade with Africa has reached a very high record for the first time in the first half of 2026. They talked about it reaching 1.41 trillion yuan, that is the Chinese currency, or about 196 billion, which is due to China's zero tariff policy for all African countries. As an African, are you happy about the growing, what some has called a dependence of African nations on China and their largesse, or also of having this kind of relationship whereby China supports African countries and then they have trade and these are economic partnerships? Okweoluwa, can you hear me? You might need to unmute your device so that I can hear you because I cannot hear you. All right, we'll take a short break to resolve this issue, and when we return, of course, we'll look at these issues. Stay with us.
Warehouse, your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. We have joining us for the African News Analysis session, Okpeoluwa Taiwo, the Executive Director of Africa Bridge Initiative, and also Okpemi Benjamin Ogunlami, who is a Public Affairs Analyst. Gentlemen, good afternoon to you and welcome to the African News. Gentlemen, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'd like us to get into the conversation and talk about China's trade with Africa reaching its highest volume in the first half of 2026. Okpemi, can you hear me? Okpeoluwa, can you hear me? All right, it's quite unfortunate. We've been trying to get to hear our guests, but that seems very, very unfortunate that we really cannot reach them at this time. In the meantime, we'll take another short break so that we do not waste your time. And when we return, we'll bring you the rest of the news. Stay with us.
This is Health. Smarter choices and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it
Dialogue. We bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer. And I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, everyone. It's a brother Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is Voptv. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOPTV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry Kel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy the most? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south,
Y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us on the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We do apologize for the issues, and this time around we still have our two virtual guests joining us. On the other side, we have Okpeoluwa Taiwo and of course Okpeyemi Ogunlame. Gentlemen, I hope you can hear me this time around. I wanted us to talk about China's trade with African countries finally actually reaching a record high of billions of dollars. And they say this is due to the zero tariff, on the business with African countries. As an African, are you happy about this relationship that African countries have with China? Is it symbiotic, or would you say it is more of a parasitic relationship? Can you hear me, gentlemen? Well, unfortunately, I cannot hear you. I do apologize for these issues. Behind the camera, our crew are working on this to fix it. In the meantime, we'll go on with the news. Former Citizens Coalition for Change, or CCC leader Nelson Chamisa, has dismissed claims that he received money from the Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front, or ZANU-PF, to remain silent on the controversial constitutional amendment bill number 3. Speaking to Zimbabwean journalist Blessed Malanga during a visit to the United Kingdom, Chamisa described the allegations as propaganda spread by his political detractors. He challenged critics to name anyone who had mounted a more effective challenge against President Emerson Mnangagwa than he had, saying his political record shows consistent opposition to the ruling party. Moroccan authorities have extinguished forest fires in the northern province of Tetuan and the central province of Tarudant. A national agency for water and forest official told newsmen the fires broke out on Friday and burned a combined 12 hectares or about 30 acres of forest cover. No casualties were reported. The official said Canada Air amphibious firefighting aircraft and an EC-225 helicopter were deployed to support ground crews. The Tarudant fire burned about 8 hectares, while the Tetuan blaze consumed about 4 hectares. The agency said Morocco has recorded 310 forest fires since the start of the year till July 20th, burning an estimated 1,850 hectares of forest land. Meanwhile, an impending Super El Nino is likely to inflict a $10 billion to $20 billion hit on affected African countries and trigger mass migration, according to a warning from the African Development Bank's top climate expert. Anthony Young, the African Development Bank's Director for Climate Change and Green Growth, told Reuters the event could cut heavily affected countries' gross domestic product by 1% to 2%. Forecasters say El Nino, which drives droughts, flooding, and storms in Africa, could become one of the strongest on record. Young warned the shock could also undermine government finances and banking sectors, and that it was unlikely to be a one-off. You're still watching the African news on Voice of the People television. We'll take another very short break and return with business and sports stories. Stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
Welcome back. We now take you straight into the world of business, where the South African rand strengthened in early trading on Monday, recovering some of last week's losses. The rand traded at 16.6650 against the dollar, up about 1% on the day after losing 2% last week. Analysts said the gain was driven by falling oil prices after the United States and Iran paused hostilities over the weekend, which improved market sentiment. South Africa's benchmark 2035 government bond was also stronger, with yields down 9 basis points to 8.65%. Still in business, South Africa's Vodacom Group has raised its medium-term growth target after taking a controlling 55% stake in Kenya's Safaricom, up from 35%. The Africa-focused telecom reported a 6.3% rise in first quarter group service revenue to 34.3 billion rand, or $2.1 billion, boosted by growth in Egypt. Chief Executive Shamil Jusub called the Safaricom deal a defining moment. Vodacom, majority owned by Britain's Vodafone, also lifted its earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and amortization growth target to the early teens. And now to sports. Algeria got off to a winning start at the Confederation of African Football CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2026 with a 2-0 victory over Senegal in their opening Group A match in Rabat on Sunday evening. Marine Dafior scored from a first-half penalty before Melissa Bethy added the late goal 5 minutes from time to seal the win for the North Africans. Algeria produced a disciplined display and grew stronger after the break. Senegal made several substitutions in search of a goal but could not break through. The result gives Algeria an early advantage in the race for the knockout stages ahead of their match against host Morocco on Thursday. Senegal will look to bounce back when they face Kenya in the other Group A fixture of the day. A former National Football League NFL player from Kenya has been deported by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, according to the agency. U.S. authorities said 37-year-old Daniel Adongo, who played linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts for 2 years, overstayed his visa in 2016, a year after his NFL career ended. They cited multiple arrests and prison time. In a statement on Saturday, ICE described Adongo as a very dangerous individual. The agency said he was ordered to leave the U.S. on March 23rd and was removed from the country on June 20th. Adongo made headlines in 2013 when, as a rugby player, he switched to American football in the U.S. without having played the sport before. And that's all on the African news. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to the number 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email. It's news@vop.ng. I'm Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
For many Korokwe and Keke Marwa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, and if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before, we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily, we see passengers. Luckily, we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour, 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something, to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price, to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Voptv. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Voptv because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
Hello and welcome to another enlightening edition of Health Check on Voice of the People television. I am your host, Praise Peters, and it is always a delight to bring you discussions surrounding your health and wellness. And today we are bringing you a crucial topic of conversation. You know, every year, thousands and thousands of babies are born with the sickle cell disease. And Nigeria, unfortunately, remains one of the countries with the highest numbers of people living with the condition. Yet, despite how common it is, many myths, many misconceptions, and stigma still surround the sickle cell disease. For some, it is simply a blood disorder, and for others, it is a daily reality that is marked by pain, marked by resilience, hospital visits, and the determination to keep living life to the fullest. I mean, this condition goes far beyond what people see on the outside. But I know that with the right care, support, and information, people living with sickle cell can live meaningful and productive lives. And that is why we are Voice of the People Television, because we will bring you the right information as to how you can take proper care of your health. And today, we will be looking beyond the pain to better understand the condition. I mean, how it affects individuals, how it affects the families of individuals, and the latest treatment options, and what every Nigerian should know about these particular ailments. Well, joining me is a medical expert. He is Dr. Charles Adeogun, a public health physician, a wellness advocate, and a medical practitioner with decades of experience. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Dr. Charles Adeogun.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. And you're welcome to Health Check. So today we are talking about sickle cell disease, and as much as we both know that Nigeria has one of the most prevalent number of people with sickle cell disease, it is quite unfortunate that that is the reality. But Nigeria is one of the most countries with sickle cell warriors. We call them warriors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah.
They're warriors because they fight.
They keep fighting.
They keep fighting. I mean, it's a very, very sad situation. But it is beautiful because there are ways that it can be managed, of course, and that's what we have come here to discuss. But before we delve into sickle cell disease fully, can you just tell us one way that we can maintain a healthy living every day? Because this is Health Check, of course. So how can we maintain healthy living for everyone right there, just before we delve into the topic of today?
Okay, for everyone, first and foremost, we need to nourish our bodies properly. We are what we eat. So the nutrients you give to your body will ultimately help you build your body and help your body to be in the best shape to fight infections. And then secondly, you also have to get sufficient rest so that you keep stress levels minimal, and then you are able to make your immune system work optimally to defend your body. And of course, we stay physically active to maintain a healthy weight and proper blood circulation.
Amazing. Stay physically active, no sedentary lifestyle over here. All right, so let's delve right into the topic of conversation today. So when people hear sickle cell disease, I mean, what comes to their mind is pain. What comes to their mind is people who are sicklers, who are fragile, and all of that. But before we talk about the crisis, treatment, and all of that, help us understand what sickle cell really means. What is the term sickle cell anemia?
So sickle cell anemia belongs to a group of inherited genetic disorders that are related to how blood is formed. It's one of the groups of hemoglobinopathies, whereby hemoglobin, which is the oxygen carrying pigments in the red cells, which is a protein anyway, it has some kind of mutations that has altered the amino acid sequence in the polypeptide chain. So these are big medical terms where it simply tells you that hemoglobin, which is a protein that carries oxygen in the red cells, is characterized by 4 polypeptide chains, one amino acid linked to another, one amino acid linked to another to form chains of 2 beta and 2 alpha. So basically, you now have substitution of one of the amino acids at a certain position. Glutamic acid is replaced by valine, and that gives you the HBS. And then it could also be replaced by lysine in some cases, where you have the HBC. So the hemoglobin S and hemoglobin C are the altered forms of hemoglobin that, when they are present in a particular individual, before it becomes present in the individual has to inherit it from both parents, has to inherit the defective hemoglobin from both parents, because before a child is born, you get genetic materials from the father and from the mother, to come together in the child. So basically, if the child inherits the abnormal hemoglobin from both parents, then the child now becomes a sickle cell patient. But if the child inherits it from only one of the parents and inherits a normal hemoglobin from the other parent, the child becomes a carrier or lives with the sickle cell trait. But that person who is a carrier cannot marry, another person who carries the trait, because they're going to now have a 25% chance of having an offspring who has sickle cell anemia. Like you rightly said, Nigeria is like the epicenter of sickle cell anemia because it's the most populous black country. And aside that, we are still trying to create a lot of awareness in terms of genetic counseling when people, intending couples, meet and they decide to spend the rest of their lives together. These are part of the important tests that they need to go for to know if they are genetically compatible to raise a family. Because the essence of raising a family goes beyond you just coming together. It's also to raise healthy children and to make sure that your bloodline is healthy. So you need to, make an informed decision on your own state of health and your well-being. Because some people, you'll be amazed, some people don't even know what their genotype is as at this time.
I was going to come to that because it's actually appalling that Nigeria has one of the most prevalent cases of sickle cell anemia, yet we cannot deny the fact that there is awareness, yet we keep falling into that. So why is that? Is it that we are still ignorant about it, or what?
I think many times in Nigeria, not only relating to sickle cell, across different important health topics, a lot of Nigerians are really, really a bit adherent to their belief system. And for them to actually shift ground, it requires you doing a major reorientation for them, in the community level, even in the religious institutions, in the community. They need to create awareness that, look, we need to make decisions now for the generation unborn. We need to make decisions now for our children. If you want them to be healthy, then it starts with the choices you make today. And even the choice of your spouse, starts, as a key or crucial aspect of determining the health of your children.
So are you saying that the term love does not come to play when two people are potential carriers of the sickle gene?
Well, love is all encompassing. So I don't believe love is something that is just for the moment alone. Because if you're thinking in the moment alone, you're thinking of you spending the rest of your life with that particular significant other, but you're not considering the lives of people who are going to come after you. You're not considering the challenges that union can bring up. And that is actually, what you should be looking at in the long term, because you're going to have children. And you don't want, certain situations to happen. And, like we said, everybody associated with pain, regular hospitalization, blood transfusions, all sorts of complications and all that. Nobody really wants to see their loved ones in pain and all that. So I think making informed decisions, goes a long way. And it's one thing, though you can't compel anybody. Even as a medical doctor, you can only advise and counsel. You cannot compel anybody to call off their engagement or their wedding plan because they are not compatible. But though I know that even when you do advise that, okay, you two are not genetically, compatible to go ahead. I know some churches or some other institutions now beginning to enforce this also as an important criteria before the union, the official union, in matrimony. But all the same, I think it's still up to the individuals involved. But I think for love to matter in the end, it should go beyond today. It should go straight into the future.
For love to matter in the end, it should go beyond today.
Yeah, it should
That's
go beyond.
profound.
Yeah, it should go beyond today, and you should look at the well-being of the people coming after you, and making sure that they are healthy, making sure they are strong, and you don't want any form of future pain that you would actually ask questions.
If you ask me, I feel like sickle cell pain does not just affect the warrior.
It affects everybody around. It affects everybody around. It affects if a child is in crisis.
The mental capacity to watch your child go through severe pains. I mean, your pocket is going to feel it. Your mental health is going to feel it.
The pocket
Your
is even,
emotional-
I think the pocket is even the least of it all, because because as the child is not sleeping, the parents are not sleeping. As the child is in pains, the parents are in tears also. As the child is hospitalized, the parents can't function. Everything around them is halted too. You know, even the siblings are affected one way or the other. And we live in a country where our health-seeking behavior is not too good, whereby people even find it hard to go to the hospital normally. So you can now imagine somebody who lives with a condition that may warrant frequent hospitalization or frequent hospital visits. You can imagine the economic implications, you know, absenteeism in school, absenteeism at work, the stress and pressure on the family or the immediate family and all that. So I think it takes a whole lot, you know, on everybody.
Yeah.
You know, everybody involved. And you know, some people have described it before that the pain of a typical crisis is indescribable. That it's only the person experiencing it.
I heard from two warriors, right? The first person said the pain of crisis can be associated, is more than the pain of childbirth.
Yes, more than the pain of childbirth. The pain of childbirth is bearable.
Is bearable. Another person said, you know, when you hit your hand between a door and then you have to force your hand out, how excruciating that is, how the pain is times 10.
And I've heard somebody say, if you're having crisis and it's affecting a bone like in your leg, you're feeling the extreme pain in your leg, it's almost like you having a truck on it. The weight of, and you're like, wow, how can somebody, you know, be in this kind of, so, but the truth of the matter is that genetic counseling has been quite helpful in helping people to really know if they can go ahead with a union or not. Then secondly, we also have prenatal diagnosis now that also helps us. You know, that a pregnant woman is able to do some tests prenatally to be able to know, you know, the genotype of her unborn baby.
That brings me to the question, because you talked about genotype earlier, and you said some people don't know the genotype that they actually have, even as they're already getting older and they're about to get married. You even see some people that are about getting married before checking their genotype, which is actually very dangerous, because what if you're both of the ASAS genotype? So how early should every individual know their genotype?
I think genotype is something that you should know. It's like, it should be part of your identity. Because first and foremost, we know that in the first 2 years, the fetal hemoglobin would mask the real genotype. After which the fetal hemoglobin will go down and then the real genotype would surface. That's why most children under the age of 2 may not likely present classically with symptoms of sickle cell anemia. So, but it's important for us to also know that for many reasons, you should know your status, your health status at every point in time. And since genotype is not something that changes with time, the earlier you know your blood group, like you know your blood group, like you know your genotype, all those things are very essential. They could be life-saving because a lot of things that we trivialize in this part of the world are actually very, very important, because these are things that should be routinely done and should be in people's medical records, you know, and you should have access to your medical records. You should have details of your medical records. Nobody prays for an emergency, but if there's an emergency, at least you have all the right information ready. So rather than people going to go and start conducting new tests or finding out history or looking for somebody that knows the person well to be asking questions and making inquiries, you already have a detailed medical record that they can access easily to be able to, you know, carry out the right intervention.
So everyone be self-aware. Be self-aware of your medical records. Very, very important. Now that brings me to the question. I know that sickle cell can be managed. I mean, it's not a death sentence. I don't want to believe that it's a death sentence. I don't want to believe that it's the end of the world. And it's not a curse. You are not your diagnosis. So it can definitely be managed.
Very well.
So how can we manage sickle cell? I mean, what lifestyle habits can aid a healthy life of a warrior?
So a warrior can first and foremost establish in his or her mind that you are a human being like every other person.
So it starts from the mind.
Yes, you are a human being like every other person. You are not disabled. It is not a disability. You can function. In fact, they are usually typically intelligent and smart. Yes, and and it's one other thing for them to know that, okay, I may be different in some areas, and I may need to take some extra precautions. And what are these precautions? You don't want to be dehydrated. You want to stay well hydrated all the time. You want to make sure that you know your stress limits. You don't overwork yourself. You want to make sure that you take your daily supplementations, because there are some supplementations that are necessary, like the daily folic acid, and then we maybe B complex, yes, and then although we don't give iron supplements to them because they already
they're already rich in iron.
Yeah, they already have excess iron. And then also you also want to find out about the environmental conditions. You don't want them to be in a very, very cold environment, because extreme cold can also be a trigger for a crisis. And then also we also want to prevent malaria as much as possible. Malaria is endemic in this region, so we expect them to be on prophylaxis for malaria, possibly like paludrine or what we call progranil on a daily basis. Sleep under insecticide treated nets if possible, and then making sure that they keep the environment clean. They also want to reduce infection by all means. Infection either from food or the environment or whatever kind of infection must be treated very quickly and promptly, because it can also be a trigger for a crisis.
Wow.
Then also you also want to ensure that physical exertion is minimized in people with this condition. In as much as they can be active, they can function optimally, they can do well in their career, they can be excellent students and everything. It's very necessary for them to not overdo things, because you can tend to forget.
Right.
Yeah, you can.
Apart from who forgets their health status, I feel like the problem is not with forgetting. The problem is trying to prove a point.
Yeah.
You know, when people already know you as the fragile bee, and then you want to just show you, what do you mean? I'm strong. I will show you that I'm strong.
Yeah, but yes, but you really do not need to prove anything,
right?
In the real sense of it, because the truth of the matter is that first and foremost, your well-being is what matters, and you need to remain in your stable state. That's the aim. That's the aim of the management, that the person remains stable as much as possible. So regular hydration, going for regular checks, making sure that the hemoglobin levels are well maintained, making sure that if there are signs of anemia happening, for some they may need transfusion periodically, and for some, especially for the females, when they now get pregnant, we want to ensure that their family is kept as small as possible. The fewer the pregnancies, the better for them.
Really?
Yes, because every pregnancy is like a potential risk. So you don't expect a warrior to have 5 children, for instance. So, you just want to make sure that everything is done, moderately, calculated, and, and they have a good hematologist who reviews them from time to time. That's, this follow-up is a very crucial part of their management. They need to keep going back for monitoring. You don't go back only when you're in a crisis. You don't have to go for your hospital appointments during a crisis.
Not only when you
Not only when there is a crisis. Yes. You should go periodically to have yourself assessed, to have yourself reevaluated. That's the only way you can know that you're stable, you're doing something right, and you can nip things in the bud early. So it's essential. In fact, it is mandatory that follow-up visits should be made a priority.
Talking about follow-up visits, I got to realize that growing up, sickle cell warriors tend to be more prone to complications. So we have cases of acute chest syndrome, ACS. We have cases of infections, leg ulcers and the likes.
Even stroke.
Even stroke. They are very prone to stroke as well. So I want to understand, how can these be well managed? Is it that everyone must have a hematologist that is assigned to them? Because what about the people that are not financially capable?
Well, that's why we have the government institutions. The government institutions, the teaching hospitals, for instance, are a multi-specialist setting, and or the general hospitals, as the case may be. You can actually get enrolled and go to the hematology department. Have a file, get registered, so that you have somewhere that you can be dealing with a consultant in that field who has seen a vast number of cases like this. So that really, really helps put your case in context. And, a lot of things, will be properly managed. And it is not just you leaving anything to chance. And there are also very great advocacy groups out there now for sickle cell, which I think is worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Those advocacy groups, they've really been very helpful. Some NGOs, they help with the medications, with the supplementations. They carry out routine checks, and then they have certain days where they have volunteers, and they volunteer doctors and nurses that help out with these outreaches. And then, of course, you do have some of these NGOs that go out of their way to even assist financially in the treatment of some of the warriors. Yes, so this happens. And we also have groups that are like support groups, of sickle cell warriors. They come together, they form a group. And then people of like minds, people of the same age group, they share experiences, they learn from one another, and they are there to support each other. I think it's a fantastic initiative.
I think it's really fantastic because when you first started, you said that it starts with the mind.
Yes.
So I feel like when they have a group of people that are like-minded,
you don't
they'll be able
feel
to
alone.
support
Yes.
themselves. Yeah, they are enabled and emotionally supported.
Absolutely.
Well, that brings me to ask the questions about families now. When a family is saddled with the responsibility of caring for a child that is a warrior, or even multiple children that are warriors, how can they manage the situation very well at home? Is there a first treatment for them, or is it that the first point of action must be the clinic?
So sickle cell anemia is something that can get complicated very easily. And I want to reiterate here that no two crisis conditions are exactly the same. And you don't want to just assume, oh, it was the kind of crisis that the person had last week. This could be a more serious one. This could be something that is really an emergency. So you don't want to, because you see, we try to be careful as doctors when we're answering these kind of questions, because when you tell people, oh, you can do this at home, you can do that at home, and in the face of a real emergency, they are attempting to do what cannot be done at home, or they are attempting to look for solutions that can never be achieved at home. So it is best that if anybody is in a crisis, please take them to the hospital. The hospital can run investigations. The hospital can place on IV fluids immediately, can administer analgesia as quickly as possible, and can ask for specialist review as necessary. If somebody has acute chest syndrome and is already having some major complications in the chest, how would you manage that at home? If a child who is prone to, of course, children have the cerebrovascular accident, that's the stroke. It's quite common in the younger ones. It happens a lot in them. You can imagine, how do you want to manage that at home? So it's
very... the blood of Jesus.
Well, yes, the blood of Jesus works for us, but God has put things in our hands that we can do. And he has laid out plans that we should follow. So if we refuse to follow that plan, then we'll have ourselves to blame. So we should really be very factual, knowing that, yes, God helps us. God hears our prayers. He supports us. But we should do the needful when we need to.
Right. We have to put it out there that being a Christian does not take away the fact that medicine is really efficient.
It is something that we keep advocating.
It's something ignorance.
That we keep talking about it. Even the Bible says faith without works is dead. So you cannot have faith and not have works. Because it is even there that I show my faith by my works. So
preach, pastor.
Yeah, so it has to be.
All right. Yeah. That's really, really profound. Well, it's been a very interesting conversation as we've been talking sickle cell disease, and this is really, really prevalent in Nigeria. Meanwhile, over here, we are breaking it down and making sure that you understand the intricacies of sickle cell disorder. Well, right about now, we are going to be taking a very short break right now. Right on. When we return, we will be discussing the relationships, the career, the treatment options to this, and whether medical science is getting closer to cure. Please just stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and I'm still joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun as we've been talking sickle cell disorder in individuals and how to better manage it, including if you're a family of a warrior. Well, now we'll be talking about adulthood. Doctor, many young warriors wonder whether sickle cell will stop them from achieving their dreams. You are in the best position to answer this because you've seen these cases happen over and over again. So to what extent can sickle cell alter or limit the life of a warrior? I mean, can someone living with sickle cell pursue demanding careers? When I mean demanding careers like yours, demanding careers that would enable or that would need to exert lots of energy on, can they get married? Can they raise children? They probably need hope right now. So what do you have to say to sickle cell warriors with this question in mind?
So to sickle cell warriors, we see you, we appreciate you, we understand what you go through, and we care. So first and foremost, you can be whoever you want to be. You can be whatever you want to be. I have colleagues in the medical profession who are warriors, and they are fantastic doctors.
Wow.
Yes. And I can tell you they are super intelligent. So yes, we do have them. And some of them are married, some with children already. And they've lived a good family life. And some, when you see them, you don't even know until you are told. So it's all about management. It's all about taking good care of yourself. It's all about being intentional. And it's all about you having a great support system as well. So like I said, compliance is key. Compliance to your daily routines. Know your limits. You can be anything.
Know your limits.
Yes, know your limits, but don't overdo anything. Don't push yourself. Know when you need to take a break. Know when you need to go on a vacation. Know when you need to ask for a leave. Know when your working hours, if you can actually tweak your working hour in such a way that you are not stressed or space out how you do your work, that would really, really help you. And then secondly, you need a good support system because if you're a married warrior, you need a very understanding spouse and you need a spouse who would not add more pressure to what is already on ground. And then also you would need a very, very supportive family and network around you. So whenever the chips are down, you don't have anything to fear. You have people, you're surrounded by care and love. That's very important. Then I would also say that it is not a disability. So they are very smart people, like I said. They can engage in very, very highly intellectual careers. They are lawyers, they are doctors, they are engineers, in great professions, and they are making waves across various professions. So it is not a limitation in itself, but it's a factor of you knowing how to manage yourself and knowing when to seek help. And like I said, don't wait for an emergency. Don't wait for things to get complicated. Go for your regular wellness checks and you should be fine.
Beautiful. I really hope that this would encourage someone out there. Well, you talked about some people that are already having children, even as warriors. And you also mentioned before the break that pregnancy is very, 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 very wonderful for people like that. I mean, it increases their risk, okay? So this is me asking now that how can pregnant or what do women that are warriors, what should they know before getting into the pregnancy phase? Is there something that they should do to better protect themselves so that they can have healthy babies and also live healthy lives even with their pregnancies and all that? What should they know before getting married and having children?
Like we know, most pregnancies, when people are attending their antenatal visits, after they get registered, they are placed on supplements, routine prenatal supplements, which include blood boosters, hematinics, and the likes, because even non-warriors need to have hematinics. So you can imagine warriors who are always in an anemic state. So you can imagine that they will require good supplementation, proper monitoring, and you want to make sure that things don't get complicated, with the pregnancy. And it's important that the antenatal early. It's important that they do antenatal visits. It's important that they are managed by the obstetrician and gynecologist and the hematologist, who would be keeping their eyes on them, monitoring them every step of the way, because it is a special high-risk pregnancy, and you don't want to have the idea that you're going to have a large family, like I said, it's always easier to just keep the number of children minimal, to reduce unnecessary risk, on the body of the woman. And it's also very important to note that they need to be closely monitored throughout the phase of pregnancy, to avoid from the start of the pregnancy till delivery and even into the properal period, which is 6 weeks post-delivery. They need to constantly be monitored for any signs of complication. And of course, the delivery process, should be something that is professionally decided. So I don't think it would be wise for a warrior to say, oh, I want to have a normal delivery. It is not like it is contraindicated to have a normal delivery, but because every case is peculiar, you need to listen to professional counsel. So if the counsel is that you would need to go for an elective cesarean section, please, so be it. So not to give excuses, not to do some kind of trial and error, or not to form that I'm strong, I'm capable. You're not proving anything to anybody.
Yes.
It's just best for you to follow what is due, or suitable for your case, so that you have the desired outcome.
Yeah, I think you should put it out again that you don't need to prove anything.
No, you don't need to prove anything to anybody.
Because I have seen cases where these people go, they are very strong actually, but they go beyond, their limits in a bit to want to prove something, and most of the time it breaks them down.
Of course it does.
It breaks them down.
You see some of them go into sports, into athletics and all that, and they do what is way beyond them, and everybody is kind of cautioning them that it's a bit too much, slow down and all that, and, until something happens, and so it's always best to reduce your risk generally. Reduce your risk and stay as much as possible within the confines of safety.
Within the confines of safety. Well, I'm quite curious as to if there is a treatment, a permanent treatment option for sickle cell disease, because we've been hearing things like bone marrow transplant and the likes. And I've also been hearing that bone marrow transplant has a 50-50 chance of survival. And we are not so sure. So is there actually a treatment option, or it just has to be managed?
Well, for now, the most promising cure is the bone marrow transplant.
Promising?
Yes, that's the most promising for now. Okay. Though we have some medications that we give that we're already seeing as documented facts have reduced frequency of crisis, frequency of hospitalization, and frequency of complications. It has reduced it significantly. Drugs like hydroxyurea, because what hydroxyurea does is it helps to increase the fetal hemoglobin, which does not sickle typically, and then reduces the chances of sickling, because we know that these cells, the red cells that are defective, that carry the HBS, they change shape, when there's low oxygen tension. They change shape, they become sickle shape or crescent shape, and then they can clog blood vessels. That's what we call the vaso-occlusive crisis. And once they clog the important blood vessels, circulation is impeded, and then you have the painful bone crisis that is typically presented as what we call the bone crisis. So actually we have 4 types of crises that happen in sickle cell. So you have the vaso-occlusive crisis, which I just described, which has to do with blood vessels clumping together, the sickle cells clumping together to prevent blood circulation. And then you have the sequestration crisis, where you have the red cells pulling into the liver, or the spleen, it pulls into the liver, and then you find that the liver is enlarged and all that. Wow. And then you can also have the aplastic crisis, whereby the bone marrow just shuts down and is not really producing plenty of cells, red cells, like it should, and puts the person in an anemic state. And that's, can be caused by some kind of viral infections too, like parvovirus. And then you finally have the hemolytic crisis, where the red cells actually break down and releases bilirubin, and the eyes become yellow and all that. The person gets jaundiced. Those are the 4 types of crises you have, and each of them cannot be managed at home. That's why sickle cell crisis or sickle cell issues, you cannot manage at home. If you know you have a warrior, you live with a warrior, you have a loved one who is a warrior, it is mandatory that they go to the hospital frequently, periodically, and they follow all the routines that we earlier mentioned, the hydration, making sure that you stay warm. You don't walk in the rain on a rainy day. When there is harmattan, you keep yourself warm. Very, very important. For children that go to school, they must be well kitted, you know, in the cold weather. And it's very important that they are on their routine medications. Very essential. And it's one thing for you to give these warriors their medication, because now we're speaking from real life experiences. They get tired of the routine medications,
Yes.
and they don't want to take them
Anymore.
and you would not know they're not taking them, and
They could
fall
just lie
ill.
to you and
exactly.
what do you want to do?
So you really need to you can't really force anybody to do anything, but you really need to counsel them so they are fully aware that this is for their own good, and let them know the consequences of not being compliant with the treatment. I think that would, in a way, make them more adherent to it, and they can be more receptive to it.
Nobody likes the pain.
Nobody likes it.
Well, before the course of this particular episode, I had to put out a poll, and some people sent in their questions. So we're going to be taking maybe 2 or 3 of them. Are we ready? Okay. So one person asked, okay, this is a lady and she's a warrior. And this question is very peculiar to the female gender because we go through menstrual cycle. And you mentioned that anemia has something to do with the blood, right? And when they have anemia, sickle cell crisis, the blood tends to depreciate in levels, right? And this person is asking now, how can she manage crisis when she always have frequent menstrual cycle? I mean, she has to go through 7 days of passing out blood, right? And crisis has to always clash with menstrual cycle. So what should she do to manage
So she will really need to be big on nutrition to make sure that she's taking nutrient-rich foods, green leafy vegetables, fruits, and then for some people that can eat liver too is good. You know, all the things that would make sure that you're having a good blood level. You know, all these things are very necessary. And then she should be also very adherent with folic acid, vitamin B complex. You know, all these are essential. And she should be going for regular checks for her blood levels, hemoglobin and the PCV levels, very key. And the moment she feels fatigued, having dizzy spells, fainting spells, or just extremely lethargic, she should go to the hospital because it could just connote that she's severely anemic, and that could be an emergency. So you don't want to rule that out. So immediately you feel that way, that you feel extremely fatigued and dizzy or fainting spells, please rush to a nearby health facility to get yourself assessed, because you may even be in need of transfusion at that point in time before you have some organ shutdown.
Wow. So are you saying as ladies, sickle cell warriors that are females must always go through transfusion process?
Not necessarily, but that's why you need to know what the level of the hemoglobin and the blood level is, because the kidney
Okay, do you mean steady state PCV?
Yes, steady state PCV. Okay. So you can imagine somebody who has gone below has steady state PCV. After some time, the kidney is the first organ to actually sense that drop in cardiac output, and if the kidney is not well perfused, you can have what we call AKI, that's acute kidney injury, which can lead to further complications. So it's very necessary for you to know what your steady state is so that when it goes below that, you seek help immediately.
Okay. All right. Another question here talks about the hydroxyurea drug. Well, I don't know how true, but I'm seeing here that hydroxyurea has a tendency of affecting infertility when taken over time. So are you suggesting that when the person is taking hydroxyurea and it is time to get married, they stop? Or how can they manage it, knowing that hydroxyurea helps their crisis over time?
Yeah, hydroxyurea does help their crisis, but that is why I said earlier that when pregnancy comes into the picture, you would need to be managed by 2 different specialties. That is very, very profound, and that's why everybody should hold on to. You need to see the OBGYN for the pregnancy-related conditions, and you need to be managing your underlying condition, which is sickle cell anemia. So both specialists will have to rub minds and go to the table together and know what is applicable in pregnancy and what is not applicable in pregnancy, because pregnancy is a game shifter.
The hydroxyurea thing, it can also affect the man, right?
Their drugs, it's also, whether regardless of gender, it's useful. It's useful in the treatment of or management of sickle cell anemia to prevent frequent crises. But when pregnancy comes into the picture, you are now thinking of two lives, and a lot of things that you consume can cross the placenta to the child. So it's very necessary that you are very intentional about what a pregnant woman is on. That's why the two specialists need to be working closely hand in hand to know what is appropriate and what is not suitable.
Okay. All right. I believe that you've gotten the answers to your questions. Well, this last one is quite tricky, and I practically saved it for the last because it's very, I don't know what to say. So this person has a spouse that is a warrior, and she is also a warrior. Okay. We need to breathe for this one. Okay, so she's asking, is there anything she can do about this because she doesn't want to leave the guy?
It matters.
I think they should just forget about having children.
Or they could adopt.
Yes,
because the truth is, you two already have a condition that
love is strong.
But even if they want to still live together, they can have other options. You can have other options of raising children. But the truth is, you don't want the whole family to be involved in this. Because you both are warriors already. You don't want children who would also be in the same situation. And sometimes when crisis happens, the whole house can be in crisis. So you don't want that.
The whole house can be in crisis.
Yeah. So you want a situation whereby at least somebody is still like a support system for the other person. So it's very necessary that if you think you can't live without each other, then you may be advised or counseled to think about how you'll get children. That's very important. But this is a decision that is a bit delicate and sensitive. You can't compel people to do anything. You can only advise them. But when you let them see the facts and you lay the facts on the table before them, it can help them make informed decisions that would be beneficial to them on the long run. But truth be told, it's quite a sensitive and dicey situation. So it's just best for them to consider other options of having children.
All right. Please, the person who asked this question, you're advised to think about this very well. And, of course, think about other means of having children. Well, before we wrap up this conversation, I'd love to ask you, Dr. Adeogun, to say something to every warrior watching today. Say something to everyone who may be discouraged, and even the parents and families of people that are raising children with sickle cell disease. It can be a lot. It can be quite a lot. So please say something to them, to the people who might be discouraged right now.
So for the warriors out there, you've done well so far. You've come this far. We understand this is a condition that needs to be managed, but the truth be told, you can manage it efficiently and effectively. A lot of people, are living their normal lives, achieving their dreams, meeting their targets, doing well in life, and they live with this condition. You are not an exception, so you can do the same. So it's just for you to be more intentional about your health, more intentional about your health-seeking behavior, adherence to your supplementations daily, and making sure early intervention is key for you. You can't have a crisis and say you still want to manage to go to work, for instance. You can't be due for a leave and you're having a crisis and you say, no, I'm go resilient. Next month. Yes,
I can do this.
Yes, the last crisis, I was able to wait through it. So this is even a milder form of the crisis than the last one. You can't make those excuses. So it's better for you to face the reality that it lies on you. It is your responsibility to make the right choices and decisions for yourself, and always put your interest first in every decision you make, because you know that it's only one life and your health is important.
Talking about putting their interest first, I think we should reiterate that hydration is very important.
Yes, especially here in the tropics.
Water.
Yes, especially here in the tropics where we have the hot climate. Very soon the rains will go away and the heat will come down full blast. So we need to stay well hydrated. Hydration is very key. It helps you to maintain good circulation. It also helps you maintain, less frequent crises, when you drink water well. So it's very necessary that you also do not allow peer pressure affect you. I think it's important to mention that, especially to the adolescents and young adults. You know, you don't want to be caught drinking alcohol. You don't want to be caught smoking. You see, all these detrimental health habits that, you know, people call cool or in vogue, you know, they may be terrible for you.
Yeah,
You're
not like everybody else.
You're not like everybody else. And that doesn't mean you are disabled. It just means that it is not
You're
a perfect
special.
fit for you. Yes, simple.
Yeah, just see it that way, that you're special.
Yeah.
So what amount of water should they be taking every day?
So we advise at least 2.5 to 3 liters of water a day would be good.
3 liters every day.
Yeah, so you take lots of water, you help your kidneys do a good work, you flush out toxins from your system, helps your digestion, and you'll be fine.
And you will be fine. This is a message to the warrior out there. Please drink water. Okay, so we've heard from Dr. Adeogun and we've learned about how to better manage the sickle cell disorder. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles Adeogun, for your insights and for your expertise on this particular topic of conversation.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. And today's conversation reminds us that while sickle cell disease presents real challenges, it should never ever define a person's worth. It must not define your dreams. It must not define your potential. You know, perhaps the biggest takeaway is this: know your genotype, seek proper medical care, support those living with the condition, and don't ever downplay the need for the right kind of knowledge. And together, we can build a society where people living with sickle cell are not judged by their diagnosis, but supported to live healthy, fulfilling lives. Thank you for watching Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. And until next time, remember that your health is your greatest wealth. Do have a wonderful day ahead. Bye for now.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Healthcare professionals, researchers, and innovators gathered at the Landmark Center in Lagos for the World Health Expo 2026, showcasing technologies aimed at improving healthcare delivery. Among the innovations on display were advanced diagnostic and scanning systems, automated laboratory equipment, oxygen delivery devices, and medical training mannequins. Exhibitors also showcased infection control solutions, including hospital-grade disinfectants, sterilization products, and many others designed to improve patient safety.
We provide support services. We import equipment, medical equipment, to meet the yearning needs of Nigerians and meet all their needs in the hospitals and medical places and the laboratory as well.
I think Nigeria is the big demand for the medical equipment. Yeah, so we visit many hospitals in Nigeria, more than 100. So we see the basic medical equipment is not enough, such as our digital X-ray machine. Many bigger hospitals still don't have. They use the analog one. So we think they need the digital X-ray machine.
This is the ultrasound Akusin Sequoia. It's the latest from Siemens 2026. It comes with upgraded features and AI features specifically. For this machine, it measures for you automatically. Yeah. So, and also it tells you the organs you are measuring. So if you are the liver section, it tells you are the liver, the sagittal aspect, transverse aspect. If you are in the spleen, the kidney, to tell you this is the right kidney, this is the left kidney. For the cardiology, it measures for you your LAA, RAA automatically.
This machine is able to do ENA panel. You know, in the past, if you have systemic lupus, ENA issues, or ANA issues. The samples are sent to Turkey, they're sent to UK. They were not done, never done in Nigeria until recently that we introduced the autoimmune device. So right now, if you have a case of autoimmune, you can be diagnosed in Nigeria and get treatment. What these have successfully achieved is that it has reduced patient waiting time. So in place of waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get results for a sample that be sent abroad, labs now do this in Nigeria. So you can walk into a lab that offers this service and get a shorter waiting time, thus improving the patient outcome.
GNCR represents 27 leading medical equipment technology brands that are leaders in their area of specialty. So for example, Canon Medical for imaging equipment, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, Electa for linear accelerators for cancer treatment, Gettinger AB for everything you need in your operating theaters, in your ICU, from the ventilators. So our solutions start from when a patient enters the hospital, from the ambulance that brings him to the hospital, to the stretcher he's on, to the bed he would lie down on, to when he gets into theater for surgery, the table he's on, the anesthesia machine, the instrumentation, everything around that, till he goes back to the ward and goes home on a wheelchair or walking out. We have equipment that can support the continuum of care from beginning to the end.
Stakeholders say the expo reflects Africa's growing embrace of precision medicine, medical automation, and technology-driven healthcare solutions.
Today I've gone around, I've seen machines, equipment that have AI in our robotics coming into their software. So they are futuristic machines. And this program, like I said, bring in time pass. Nigeria is always where we have things that happen 10 years in other places before they come to us. These days, this program, they are bringing this technology very close to us. So it's really, really helping us in the health sector.
They add that continued investment in innovation and capacity building will help improve healthcare access and outcomes across the continent. Today marks the final day of the World Health Expo 2026, bringing to an end 3 days of innovation, collaboration, and discussions aimed at strengthening the medical healthcare systems and improved patient outcomes. Stakeholders are now living with new partnerships, fresh insights, and renewed commitments to bringing healthcare delivery across the continent. From the Landmark Center, Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living
smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.68.
And welcome on board. It's another wonderful Monday again for us to actually kick it off here. Of course, it's another beautiful Monday where I would need to tell you to remember that lives will fall in pleasant places for you, and whatsoever it is that you've been trying to achieve and to get, of course, everything would actually work out. All right, just believe in yourself and keep hoping everything would work out. All right. Welcome on board and welcome to People's Voice on Voice of the Television, where stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Obi to Tinubu, step down, you have failed. APC fights back. This is the conversation we have on our table this wonderful afternoon. Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Silvio Udo. Let's look into our stories with details. Hoodlums attack Osun INEC office, steal PVCs. About 10 armed hoodlums on Sunday attacked INEC officials at Oyinlola DC Primary School, Ward 2, Odiotin local government in Osun State, and carted away 3 packs of permanent voter cards with officials, which of course are the officials distributing the PVCs ahead of August 15th, 2026 governorship election, actually talked about, and saying that the hoodlums fired shots into the air and made away with cards. The Osun Police Command condemned the attack and said an investigation have begun to arrest the culprits and, of course, recover the stolen PVCs. Residents were urged to provide useful information. INEC is yet to comment on whether the affected PVCs will be reprinted. All right, we just hope that INEC would give us clarity as regards to that particular one. away from that particular one, let's move into the same most talked conversation, in the country as we speak. Reps give IG 48 hours to produce fake DG Adeyemi. The House of Representatives Committee probing PFIPC has ordered IGP Olatunji Disu to produce a self-acclaimed DG Adeyemi Adeni by 12 noon on Wednesday. Lawmakers are investigating how PFIPC, which has no legal backing, got office space and 1.32 billion in the 2026 budget. Police told the committee Adeyemi faces 8 charges of fraud conspiracy after the chief of staff petitioned over alleged forged documents. Investigators said 29 fake approvers linked to the State House, SGF, and Ministry of Finance were found, of course, in the same web, as we would call it. All right, these are, of course, one of, the conversation that you would agree with me that we've actually, talked about it over time, and we've actually flogged it over time. At this point, we just want investigations to really, come out, and we want to know what is really happening in the country, and we want to know what has happened to this particular, money. I want to also know what has happened to that particular agency. How did we get here? Who appointed him, who gave him that particular appointment letter, who gave him the space for that particular office, in federal secretariats, how bank accounts were opened. If it is fake, let us actually get all of this particular information. That's all we want to know. We want to see who and who is part of this particular conversation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 081-387-14129. 081-38-14129. Of course, I'd like you to share your thoughts via that particular line on your screen. All right, and of course, you can also send a WhatsApp message via that particular number to share your thoughts with us here. And of course, you are allowed to follow us on social media at Voptv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voptv. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're dissecting the conversation here. Obi to Tunumbu, step down. You have failed. APC, of course, fight back. Don't go to web. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Big news this year.
Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome back to the program, the State People's Voice on Voice of Television. 2027 politics flared up, of course, on Monday as NDC candidate Peter Obi urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to step aside and rest, while the presidency and APC accused him of having no plans. Obi said Nigeria needs fresh ideas and reaffirmed he would serve 4 years, not a day more if elected. APC's Dr. Ijoma Arojugbo called it counterproductive, saying Tinubu's subsidy and forex reform should be consolidated. The presidency, Frederick Nwagbufo, said Obi's remarks showed vagant thinking and sentimental noting that Tinubu has delivered exclusive governance across all 6 zones. Of course, the clash comes as opposition unity talks collapse with ADC, NDC, Labour Party, and of course PDP factions are now fielding separate tickets. Tracker also brought up a conversation here saying that about, in 2026 budget, about 962.83 billion was budgeted, and then Mark 4 SUVs, and of course empowerment projects, more than 7 ministries combined, as the deficit rise to 46%. This is the country we're in. We're now being joined by Mr. Kunle Lawa, a social and political analyst. Good afternoon, Mr. Lawa.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome on board. And of course, joining us virtually, we have Comrade Awolimo Lajide, who is a APC chieftain. Good afternoon to you, Comrade. Please unmute yourself if you can hear me. All right, I'm told that we're having a network glitch with Comrade. As soon as he's in, we would get more conversation from him, because I want him to, give us facts and figures when it comes to that of the APC's conversation. But Mr. Lawa, here we are. Some would call it rhetoric, and of course, we don't actually know, why the APC feel that Mr. Peter Obi, is not in the right, a position to talk about the president's, the president's scorecard, or how far he is, and how well he's actually done. But we know this is, election, season, where politicians get to, throw shades and talk about, a different situation. But when we look at some of the policy that the presidency are actually, saying that they've done over time, should we say that Mr. Peter Obi's statement is right? Are you in support of that statement as regards to stepping aside to go and rest? Or is this just a political, a banter, because we're actually in that particular season again? What's your take as regards to this? Help us to understand this conversation better.
Okay, thank you very much. One, Mr. Peter Obi is a Nigerian, so he has the right to comment or make decisions concerning Nigerian situation, whether good or bad. Second, Peter Obi is in the opposition, so it's the duty of the opposition to, give alternative where they think it is necessary. And then three, he has been in the helm of affairs for 8 years. He was a governor of a state, and then with that, he can use that to make a comparison between how he ran the state when he was a governor and how the president is running the country. Because the president too was also a governor at some point. So for that three singular reasons, to me, he has the right to say what he's saying. So there's nothing wrong about what he's saying. Now, it is now in the coffers of the president to, prove himself that what Obi is saying is not what's supposed to be, that it cannot be because of what he has on the table. Now, based on what they are always using as a yardstick of a, as their scorecard yardstick, I don't think that is good enough. Each that they use that is not good enough at all. Using subsidy, using floating of the naira, it's not good enough, because all those ones have been counterproductive, and it's glaring in the eyes of Nigerians and the international community that is counterproductive. For example, the removal of the fuel subsidy that's not brought any progress now, except hardship and more suffering. So why do they keep using that as a scorecard every time they talk? They should find something better to say. Even floating of the naira. I could remember when former President Jonathan was in Nigeria, was a president of Nigeria. You know how much was a dollar to naira? It was even not up to 1,000. It wasn't even up to 500 naira. Now we are talking about 1,300 and something to $1. So that means we are buying, whatever we are buying is times 1,300 and something % of whatever the goods or services that Nigerians are buying or are using or are paying for. So how is that productive? It's counterproductive. Even NEL fund, because it's not free, the student must pay back. So how do they pay back? When they finish school and they start looking for a job, or when they get a job that cannot even run them for a whole month. So why would they now pay back that loan? Where the government has more than enough fund to fund education. And then the students are giving loan, and that's not a scorecard at all. Because it's a debt for the student to pay back. So the question is, how would they pay back? Is there jobs waiting for them when they finish school? Is there jobs waiting for them? And what I've seen graduates that are earning 35,000 naira. For those who manage to get job, some are earning 60,000 in this present Nigeria. So if you have a loan to pay back, how much are you going to save every month to be able to pay back that loan of millions that you use in schooling, where your salary is about 80,000 or 60,000 for a whole month? So how much are you going to be saving every month for you to pay back such amount? Let me say we have that a student is in that debt now, and you graduated, and then you have maybe 1 million or 2 million to pay back. And then you are earning 60,000 naira or 80,000 naira per month. And you have to pay your house rent, you have to pay for utility, you have to get your own drinking water, to get your water, domestic water to use, pay your transport fare that is high now, get food. What else? So how much will you save at the end of the month that you say you'll be able to pay back that debt that the money you borrowed to school?
Okay.
So how's that productive? It's counterproductive.
Now, Mr. Lawa, all right, I love the fact that, you're trying to open up the conversation, which is, better. But let me pick it up from, the Now Fund, for example. Of course, we have NANS, escalating the conversation as regards to the University of Uyo students complaining of the upkeeps. They were meant to have about 30,000 as upkeep, but the other money was meant to be paid directly to the school, right? Now, some of this money have not been disbursed, till date, and that's why they're calling on them. That being said, now you talked about the same subsidy conversation, which every presidential candidate said they would also remove subsidy. He also mentioned that it will remove subsidy. Atiku said it will also remove subsidy. Where I'm going to with this is the fact that upon the revelation of a different, budget padding that we've seen, in the public domain, and we're surprised that some people, they've actually alleged that the presidency is still paying a subsidy. But they don't just call it subsidy, because when we check the books of NNPC, we realize that that money is still being paid. So if it is still being paid, why don't we just go back to factory resets?
I don't even
know. The reason why I'm asking this is because it's not clear to us, and we would like proper clarity. Now, this subsidy that we talked about, as regards to, even, of course, floating of Naira that you also mentioned, the presidency have actually given themselves, a good scorecard, which I won't be here to either say yes or no. But what I'm more particular is that if the reforms of Nigeria, if the reforms of this government has really been, going on well, how has it been able to reflect in the life of Nigerians? That you would have to come in there. And of course, I would like you to talk about, that particular situation of irregularities when it comes to our budget. We've seen different budgets being mentioned on different, channels. They would mention that this is what this budget is in the book, but what the money actually,
it's meant for,
is
used for something else.
It's totally used for something else. Now we saw that of Abia State as well. It was meant to go as a sensitization for youth in Abia, Bende local government, to be precise, in Abia State, for the youth to, stay away from drugs, narcotics, stay away from prostitution and what have you. But if we are giving the tone of 1 billion, which upon deduction of a taxation, just like it was said by the person of the Deputy House of Rep member, Benjamin Kalu, if we are to talk about that exact amount, which is 780 million, Mr. Lawa, what is the job of National Orientation Agency? I would want you to go. Please, it's your time. Please, quiet.
Okay. National Orientation Agency.
And they have offices everywhere, at least in the 6 geopolitical zone that we know.
See, the issue we really have with the government, with this government we are running, is that transparency is not in their book. Accountability is not what they are after. Fighting corruption is not what they are so strong about dealing with. So you see things like this.
But if you say fighting corruption is not in their book, the likes of Malami was brought to book as regards to
you can mention Emefiele too,
and he just forfeited different properties.
Good. I even help you to add Emefiele to it. You know why?
No, you shouldn't hide for me. You should hide for them.
Because that's the only 2 people, that worked with Buhari in the last administration. You get it? All the others are clean. It's only those 2 that are not clean.
You should tell us who is not
fighting
clean.
This. Because I don't know. We so much see so many. And then we are seeing 2 people being dealt with. What about the others? I will expect the whole probing of that. What about that? Is it an Ethiopian airline that was brought and painted?
That's Sirika, the former Minister of Aviation. Yeah, Sirika.
And then it was discovered that the aircraft was rented, and then everything goes off like that.
But
it's huge money.
But Mr. Lawa, if we are to follow what he said, I think the man told Nigerians, he said, you would see Nigerian air in this country before the end of Buhari's administration. And we saw it. They did the cross-border unveiling, and he kept his promise. So we saw it.
Yeah, but sorry, you forgot
I don't know,
that.
I don't know where he mentioned that we were going to fly the plane. So we saw it. And in less than 24 hours, the owners of the plane took back their plane to Ethiopia.
But we've forgotten that it wasn't his money. It was a public fund. So that public fund was not, scrutinized. They just let it go like that. Even if you rented that plane and you brought it to Nigeria, the money you spend for the whole exercise, you get it, supposed to have been, scrutinized. Because it was very huge. It runs to billions, I think. And for renting a plane, painting it and returning it back, you spend so much money. Then what about those, entertainers and even business people that rent aircraft and use it for business and return? That business must have been renting it for so huge money.
Okay.
Let me understand.
Mr. Lawa, I'm told that Comrade Wolimo is there now. Hello, Comrade. I'd like you to unmute yourself if you can hear me loud and clear. All right, Comrade, I'm sincerely sorry about the network glitch there. I'm told that you're really, finding it hard to, say something. But of course, I'm told that your network is bad, and I understand that it rained, cat and dog today, so I understand. But if you can still try, I would gladly want you to be part of this conversation so as to give clarity as regards to APC's, position. But, Mr. Lawa, now let's talk about the pledge. And the reason why I want to mention this particular pledge is because we're already getting a new situation as well. Are you aware that the governor of Lagos State, the deputy governor of Lagos State, the present deputy governor of Lagos State, who happens to be, Amzat, who happens to be the gubernatorial candidate of the APC in Lagos, has also said that this is not about agreement, but he wants to do one term.
Okay, he said he wants to do one term.
We just saw this particular one as well. Nigerians are still looking at it, or Lagosians are looking at this. Is this based on agreement, or is this now a Fubara thing, or is this now an Ambode thing? I don't know. But, Mr. Lawa, let's talk about that one term of Mr. Peter Obi. He said he will do one term, and reaffirmed, the gentleman agreement that he was going to do the one term. Do you think, because so many people feel that some APC, chieftain actually called it, serious allies. They said there is nothing of such. That's after, that particular one term, if he wants to go again, is there anything legally that bounds you to make him feel he has to? But what do you have to say about, this particular one-term situation? Do you think it's doable?
Why not? It's doable. And it's like Mr. Obi set up another presidency, precedence.
A precedent?
Yes, precedent, sorry. He set it up again. Everybody is now trying to copy it. You can see. So they will put his name on it, that the person who started this one-time business.
But it has not been done yet, because he has to win the election first.
They are not keen.
He has to win the election first.
Into it now.
We don't know the undertone as regards to that of the APC, the Lagos APC, but he said that there is no, what do we call, no agreement, but he just wants to do one term. That's Amzat. But now, I'm talking about the president you said, yes. Obi has tried to start. But talking about Obi, do you think it is, visible? What if, Mr. Lawa, you win an election today and your governance style is okay for, for Nigerians, and your followers, Nigerians in general, tells you, oh, you have to go back again and finish it up. We want to see how you would, transform this nation for us. We are really seeing your work, and we want you to stay there. What happens then?
See, your conviction matters.
Because this is about democracy.
Your own integrity matters. There are two people who have done that. You get it. They did it. And their integrity stands up to now. The first person was Mandela, former president of South Africa. He did one term. When they even told him, the president go second, I said, no, it's okay with one term. Let somebody else come in. Because eventually he will have to leave that place. Good Lord Jonathan did that when he was a president in Nigeria. He said, when he contested, we know. But we know he could use the power of incumbents to do so many things about that election.
No, Mr. Lawa, I think I wouldn't be in support of you using that of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. When we use that particular term, agreement is agreement. You understand? When we use the word agreement is agreement, if you had done, the remaining years of the former, president of blessed memories, Yaradua, and you were voted in, you actually said you were not going to, contest again. So why bother in the first place? Why, even collect any tickets in the first place? So you can't use that as an example.
I'll set that aside.
So set it aside, or you just close it somewhere.
Let's set this aside.
Because if I get to open more conversation as regards to that, we might actually want to deviate a little. So I don't think I'm in support of that particular one. Yes, it's controversial. So if you say you want to do a thing, you have to stay there. That's all I'm just saying.
But like
you're talking about integrity, so please go ahead. You said?
I can use Nelson Mandela.
Please go ahead.
Okay, he did well, because one thing he stood by his word. I will use one term, and he left. You get it? Now, Obi can do the same thing. And if you believe that there is some part of the law that can hold him to his word, then bring it to the public.
Some parts of the law, where exactly?
See, oath, swearing by oath.
That's my question I'm about to ask you. Was there any official oath with the NDC?
Then they should go and do that. If he wants to authenticate it, and Nigerians believe that this is the step he needs to take for them to believe him, then he should take it.
Why should you get to that particular point?
Point of
taking oaths?
Because he wants people to take him by his word. Why do we go to church or go to whatever to swear? To do this marriage certificate. It's just for you want people to take you by your word. So if Nigerians say that this promise you are giving, some people are believing you, but some people like us, we are not believing you. We want to take you by your word. We want to take a step by legalizing it. Then these are the things you can do constitutionally that will hold you by your word.
All right, Mr. Lawa, let me mention this. I am not saying that you are taking briefs for the NDC or Mr. Peter Obi, but I want to, mention some points here. You've actually said a lot as regards to what the ruling party or this particular administration is not doing well, right? Well, let's talk about the fresh ideas. Mr. Peter Obi, in the media parley granted, he said that Nigerians need fresh ideas, beyond slogans. Nigeria needs, a fresh, movement, things to be done properly, and not this particular, way that this particular administration, this present administration is actually going about it. Now, of course, away from the slogan, what ideas do you think that Mr. Peter Obi, and what things do you think that Mr. Peter Obi is bringing to the table? Don't forget that Atiku Abubakar also is actually saying he is the best candidate to actually come in. And that's another person, around the corner that I would be talking about briefly as well before we keep moving as the conversation, unfolds. But I'd like you to share, what do you think, because when we come to this table, this is people's voice. So not about just, bringing issues out. We can also prefer solution. What do you think that Peter Obi would do better? Or what are the solutions that you feel that Mr. Obi, is bringing to change Nigeria? Because it's very sure, he was asked, do you think, what if you don't win this particular election? And he said, I'm not going to lose.
Anyway, one thing is this. We will start with his antecedents. He was a governor, two-term governor in Anambra State.
The presidency are saying that he has no idea, no clue in presidency.
Okay. He has no clue. What's the difference between driving a car and driving a Jeep? They are both salon car now.
No, one is actually a salon, one is an SUV, right? So, yeah, but it's about the height, and one is a four-wheel drive, and the other one is not.
But it's still the same steering and throwing the gear and pressing the throttles and then pressing the brake and looking focus. It's still the same thing. No matter the look of the vehicle, the shape of the vehicle, it's still that same thing. The steering, the concentration, the pressing of the throttle, the changing of the gear.
If one is just 4 plugs, for example, and the other one is V6 or V8, you can't compare the speed.
25,000 blocks.
You can't compare the speed.
you still,
Please go ahead.
You still press your brake now.
Please go
All
ahead.
of them have brakes.
Please go
they
ahead.
have throttle to press and move forward. They have a steering to move. And they have somebody driving and looking focus. So it's the focus now. That's all. Somebody can ride the ordinary tricycle and they will do badly. And somebody will ride a trailer and they will do very well.
Okay.
So it depends on the focus. And then we'll look at your antecedent. How did you focus? How did you run the state when it was put in your care? See, one of the problems of this country is not only our runaway inflation, it's our runaway debt. Are you getting me? What I mean by runaway debt is that we keep borrowing and keep borrowing as if we are not going to pay back. We are going to pay interest and then we are going to pay back. So who's going to pay all these things back? How do we pay back? Have we envisioned how we are going to pay back? Or is it going to be a debt burden in future on the future generation?
But the APC said that the subsidy and the forex reforms, is yielding results already. And it has to be consolidated.
I said, how do we pay back these debts that we are accumulating? Do you know it's a burden? Have you not thought about that? Okay, we are borrowing. We will pay interest and then we still have to pay back the principal. Now, what are we going to use to pay back? If you borrow money now to buy a vehicle and then you use that vehicle for transport, to transportation, and then you calculate, in the next 6 months, I should have been able to pay back all this money. In the next 1 year, I should be able to pay back this money. If you get a loan to build a house, you'll be thinking, if I rent this house out, I'll be able to make money in the next 2 years, 5 years, I'll be able to pay back. What is our plan for paying back this loan? Have you thought? Nigerians have not talked about that. Do we have any plans to pay back the loans? Or it will be that burden for us forever? Or it will be a burden for the generation to come? Or they will bear the burden of paying back? How do we pay back? Now, let's look at Peter Obi in Anambra. Did he leave any burden, loan burden on the government, the administration that took over from him? No. Now, if you don't leave any burden of a loan, that means that the state can have a breath of fresh air, that whatever comes in, we can use for whatever we want to use for. And then he left money in the covers of the state for the next government to run the state. And he didn't owe anybody. These are very good antecedents, I am telling you.
All right, Mr. Lawa, let me mention again that the presidency says that Tinubu has delivered projects across all 6 zones. I think the first they quickly talk about is the Lagos Calabar Coastal.
Some people are saying it's flooded. Someone said it's flooded. This rain.
And of course the Sokoto Badagry, and of course, as to mention, but a few.
It's rehabilitation. No, that's Sokoto, Badagry Sokoto is rehabilitation. No.
Okay.
It's been there, but it's rehabilitation now. So it's not reconstructed. Or it's not a reconstruction project. It's a rehabilitation.
It's a reconstructed project. Fresh one.
Sokoto Badagry Expressway.
Yes,
that is in Badagry here. After
yes, fresh. They're doing fresh. That's what they mentioned. That's what was mentioned.
Because
maybe we have to
Sokoto
get.
Badagry, I know that there's one that passes through that Igbesa.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That road has been there now since I was.
Perhaps
maybe they are expanding it, but I know what they did was that they just
the Minister of Works has really done a lot. He has been working. So I think
you can be working when you come to the office.
Okay.
You resume work in the morning and then you close in the evening. You are working. But the question is, that work, how productive is it? These are the questions.
But are this project, actually reflecting the economy pain from, reforms? And I want to talk about impact now. The president talked about the presidency. They've talked about forex. They've talked about a subsidy. They've talked about several reforms. Including this particular project that they are mentioning. But how are Nigerians? What is the impact of all of these reforms in the life of Nigerians? I want you to respond to that, please.
Now, one of the issues I have with this government is that they don't always look back. They always say there's no going back. There's no government that cannot have a serious government that cannot have a going back. You can retrace your step back now. That's why you call it reform. You reform your reform. I keep saying that when you take a reform, I see that this thing is not yielding what we want it to yield. You reform that reform and take another step until you get to where you are going. You don't continue going where you say this thing, like this subsidy thing now. It's not yielding any positive thing for Nigerians. And then you cannot retrace it. And then we hear they are retracing it, but it's in a hidden way that rebrand it or whatever. But it's still the same thing. You get it? So my point is that there's nobody that cannot make a mistake. That's why we will call it innovation, renovation, reform. So you can reform. You can retrace your steps. Because Nigerians are seriously groaning. Look at this Calabar Coastal Road. It's a fine road. I'm not against the project. But there are existing bad roads that are supposed to have been fixed first before you begin a new one. You can't have 2-3 projects all running concurrently and then none of them are true at the moment. You could finish one, while people are using one, you'll be working on the other, and then you finish that one, and then there's a relief, and then you pick another one again, and then you finish one at a time. You get it? You finish, and that is when it is positive in the lives of Nigerians. But we have so many. Do you know what it takes to travel from Lagos to Calabar or Akwa Ibom? In December, a friend of mine traveled. When we went to the park, we were waiting for those who traveled, day before yesterday to return. They were spent like 2 days on the road. Now, there are reasons for that.
Because the existing roads are bad.
Thank you. So you fix that one first, let it be good, and then you start another one. You get it? Another one, by the time you are through with that one,
then we have options.
You have options. That's how you develop. And then you see how you can link this one again. You begin this one, you start another where you can that. You don't, leave the existing one where you can just rehabilitate and it's okay. You leave it and you start another one, and then you are clapping for yourself.
So you're not clapping for them?
Why will I? When a journey that's supposed to take you like 6 hours is taking you like 12 or 24 hours.
Okay. Now, let's talk about opposition party. Of course, we've actually, touched this conversation, in every part. But let's talk about opposition party. And that was the reason why I said I was going to come back to, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Coalition is not looking, possible anymore. Some opposition party, Labour Party, ADC, the likes of them, of course, PDP, that's the Turaki-led faction. They were thinking of coming together to bring, one particular leader, to just have one front. But it is not looking that way again, and it's not looking like as such would happen. When you talk about the opposition party, to an extent, some even look as if they are also fighting themselves. They are in competition with themselves. With this particular situation, don't you think that 2023 might repeat itself in 2027?
One thing is this. One.
Because we still have the Atiku figure, we still have the Obi figure, and these two sides are still throwing, banters and shades, if I'm allowed to use that word.
That will go on. It's normal. But one, the election has not taken place, so anything can still happen. Do you know that?
So you believe Atiku and Obi can actually come together?
Nothing is impossible.
So who would step down for who?
Well, that's why I said nothing is impossible until the election is concluded. As of now, there's still time to do whatever they want to do. They can be consulting. They might be consulting on that. We don't know. And then, second, the electorate. There will still be crossing among the electorate. So you see some leaving this party to this party. You see some being in this party and voting for another party. That is still another thing, and it's still coming on. So as of that, this time anything can happen. There's still hope on all sides. That's what I see. So I'm not writing anything off as of this time. Because when it gets to a certain time, each person from the opposition will be weighing their strengths, their weaknesses, and their options towards the end. You get what I'm saying? Somebody may even step for one, the other, or someone may have more votes, taking shares from the other one, while the other one may lose, vote. So things can still happen, just like it happened in 2023. In such a way that you see some people from even the APC pulling votes towards the Labour because of Obi. That's why you see Obi's vote coming up so high, even in Lagos State here.
The APC are saying that mistake would not happen anymore.
Mistake or no mistake?
And they said he actually used the fact that there was NSAS situation. You heard it.
No matter what they say, even if they say he used juju or he used sham.
What's juju?
What I'm saying is that he got the vote, didn't he? The rest is excuses now. He got the vote. If they are so confident, why are they putting so much pressure on opposition?
And some are also mentioning that they don't think Obi would. Of course, not about they don't think as well, but Ganduje, mentioned, the former governor of Kano, that Obi does not have any structure, in the north.
Let them do opinion poll now. If it doesn't have any structure, let them do opinion. Whether he is the one to vote for everybody in Kano. Whether yes, maybe we'll carry their hand, cut their finger, and use it to vote all over.
All right, finally, let's touch quickly on the situation of SUVs and empowerment.
Wow.
We have heard a lot, when it comes to this particular administration, and sincerely, we've heard budget over time, we've heard budget padding, and in as much as we
have a fake agency.
We also have fake agency, but we're surprised that we now have, a budget padding that is so loud that even the deaf can actually hear it. Now, let's talk about the amount. That is what I'm concerned about. 962.83 billion naira for SUVs and 2,579 empowerment projects. Mr. Lawal, more than 7 ministries combined. Mr. Lawal,
I don't even understand what they mean by empowerment. I don't understand what...
Because almost everything is just about empowerment. It doesn't make sense.
You keep saying it. What is the meaning of empowerment? Empowerment has no meaning now. It's just a word. It's just a word. So anytime they talk about empowerment, it's deceitful. Just like saying critical project.
We saw also
deceitful
we
words.
saw also in some ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there's some budgets that were there. When they broke the budgets down, we realized that they're using a ton of some billions to buy boreholes. And the question, boreholes for where exactly?
I don't know.
There's so many things that, including street lights. So my question, what are they going to use all of these things for in some ministries that these things are not connected?
In fact.
Or is it just about for the books? How do we hold some people accountable? And how do we stop this padding?
This Rural Electrification Agency, I don't even know the work of that agency. It has no meaning. This is a counterproductive agency. Do you know why? Because you already have Ministry of Electricity.
No, but they were meant to give.
Power.
They were meant to give, renewable energy. That's as regards to solar.
What is the work of Ministry
That's to have
power?
To have mini grid. Now, it's in some rural areas. If our REA were to be doing their job the way they were meant to, because we're pressed for time, you understand, they were meant to take this solar, we call it mini grids, to rural areas where they get to, take a particular plot, fix it, have a control room, and distribute the lights. But they've done it in the past, but I cannot, mention any for now.
I am telling you that is a double function. That is the work of Ministry of Power, to provide electricity for the whole of Nigeria. So is the rural area not part of Nigeria?
Okay, so
are you separating it?
So, Mr. Lawa, if your government have separated it because one is alternative,
why alternative? That means the other one is not functioning. Then shut it down. You want to shut down Ministry of Power? You are telling me that power is not
your national grid has been your national grid has been collapsing.
That is why I said that is a double function.
Okay,
it's
Mr.
a double
Lawa,
function now because
we're pressed for time.
That's the duty. the duty of providing electricity for the whole of Nigeria, whether rural, urban, or suburban, is Ministry of Power. Abi?
Yeah.
Now, if you now create Ministry Rural Electricity Agency, that means you are separating some areas from the function of the Power Ministry.
All right, Mr. Lawa, we're pressed for time. I think I would actually, move.
Plus, that's SUV. I still want to talk about that SUV.
I would move.
What is going on? What is that is going? That's why I told you that the government is not interested in fighting corruption. It's not. You are buying SUV for who? People who already have SUVs. And then you are buying for 900 and something billion, for God's sake.
If your name was part of people they were to distribute the SUVs for, would you have had issues?
When I already have the SUV, what will I do with it again?
Okay, what about house?
That is why when Obi, excuse me, when Obi says some things, it looks like it's not normal to them. When some people like Obi say some things, it looks abnormal to them because they don't see how they can do that. Therefore, they see that
Mr. Lawa, we can actually go, further than this particular one. Thank you so much for being part of the program. And so sorry, comrade, we're told that your network is not strong enough, and we hope that you can join the program, one of these days. Again, coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the water football, I'd like to stay put to enjoy that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last but tough. We do last whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOPtv. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Beautiful day to talk football right here on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. This is the home of football. Locker room is back. And of course, the WAFCON is upon us. The very first two games we've been seeing, big teams actually living up to expectation in female football in Africa. Talking about Algeria and the host nation, Morocco. Morocco actually trashed Kenya 4-0. And of course, Algeria did the magic against the Taranga Lioness of Senegal. It was actually a very beautiful one. We'll definitely also be looking at what really happened in the camp of the Super Falcons. We've heard that the police have actually arrested the alleged thief who actually stole over around $700 from the wallet of Super Falcons star Okoronkwo. Esther Okoronkwo, her name is actually. And of course, we'll also take a deep dive into what's happening in the transfer market. We'll definitely be mirroring through Real Madrid's transfer policy. And of course, what Madrid will be looking at this season with the kind of signings they've made. I will not be doing this myself. Afis joins me in the studio as we explore all of this conversation. Of course, break every single thing down to your delight. Afis, welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, good evening, Ikechukwu. Good evening to the viewers out there. I mean, the WAFCON is finally upon us after about 3 to 4 months, about 3 months,
yeah.
From the tournament being postponed and all of that. So, I mean, it's just so good to see. Finally, we have tournaments going on. Morocco defeating their opponents 4-0. The Atlas Lionesses are now back in full force. They are hosting their third WAFCON in a row, and they'll be looking to be third time lucky. The last time they lost 2 consecutive finals, the latest one to the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Now they want to go a step further and try to win. I know the WAFCON is on, but the question still remains: why is Morocco still hosting? After trying to postpone the tournament, saying they didn't want to host, they backed out, CAF not doing anything. But of course, like I said, let's leave the backstory and let's focus on the football. Just like we had at the World Cup too, we saw everything that was going on through the World Cup. Omar Atan not getting permission to enter the United States. A lot of stories, Iran and all of that. But when the games kicked off, football came into play and football won eventually. So I think that should also be the theme of this AFCON. But well, it's been a good start. We are waiting for when the Super Falcons are also going to play, but let's see how that goes.
Absolutely, wait for when the Super Falcons to definitely have to persecute the game. That game comes definitely tomorrow against Malawi, and the coach of Malawi is also talking tough, saying that they are actually going for the kill. They're going for a fight against, the 10-time champions of Africa, the most decorated side in female football, I dare say, because I don't think there's any team across the world that actually won 10 times, in their continent. Call them local champion if you will, but then these girls are actually, built for something quite different. And of course, they are going for Mission 11, and I hope that they are able to actually do that. But let's look at the conversations right upon us right here as the Super Falcons, suffer racial abuse. That's actually the very first conversation we'll be exploring today. The Falcons of Nigeria actually reportedly been subjected to racial abuse ahead of the start of their Women's Cup of Nations title defense in Morocco. The incident which surfaced on social media and other online platforms has sparked widespread condemnation from football fans and anti-discrimination advocates, with renewed calls for stronger action against racism in the game. The 10-time African champions are in Morocco, aiming to reclaim the continental title, but the off-field abuse has cast a shadow over their preparations. The Nigerian Football Federation is yet to issue a detailed statement on the reported incident, while supporters have rallied behind the team, urging the players to remain focused on their quest for another WAFCON crown. Racism remains one of the football's biggest challenges, with FIFA, CAF, and other football governing bodies maintaining zero-tolerance policy against all forms of discrimination. Despite the setback, the Super Falcons are expected to remain focused as they begin their campaign to add another continental title to their illustrious history. I mean, Afis, we can go on from, Cristiani that we actually saw in the UEFA Champions League, to all manner of abuse. You recall this same country was where, you talked about it, that the Super Falcons actually won their Mission 10 right there in Morocco. And one of the highlights of this tournament before it actually started it was last year actually, 2025, was that the Super Falcons were subject to a very terrible accommodation. You recall, these girls were posting the pictures and the videos everywhere about where they, and again we're back in Morocco, drama again before our first game. Afis, help me explain this, Matt.
Well, first thing, we have to condemn racism. It's not something we want to see in our modern game. And of course, a lot of our policies have come up. We've seen punishments here and there. We saw what FIFA tried to do at the World Cup, that there will be punishments if you get to cover your hands, your mouth with your hands. It was just like that. And well, I just feel like I don't think that will ever stop. Even though I know we have to just be factual, but I don't think racism is going to stop anytime soon, even though they are trying, with all their policies and all of that. But this is not what we want to see. But I want to just implore the Super Falcons to put this behind them and, try to focus on, getting title number 11. Yes, we saw what the preparation was like in 2025 for the WAFCON, for the Super Falcons. They still went ahead to win. This time around, it's not even about the Moroccans. For me, I even think this racism is even the least of the Super Falcons' problems, because we could see that even from home, their preparation has been very, very, very poor. Games that were cancelled, they were supposed to be in the Unity Cup. They had games that they were supposed to play against Ghana, even in the training camp. They ended up playing double headers against the Cameroon and Senegal and faced Tanzania. Sides that I feel like they would beat on the normal day. I don't think that challenge was enough for them. But from this theft thing now to racism, it's just issues upon issues for the Super Falcons. Even the promises that are yet to be fulfilled too. Remember in 2025 that they were promised $100,000 each and some housing documents and all of that. It has still not been given to the girls. So I think right now, the mental preparation for these girls is actually somehow messed up. For me personally, if you ask me, I don't see them going all the way formation number 11. I want them to. So because of the preparation that they've had, not because of their talents, because of the preparation they've had, I don't see them. I think the bare minimum, they will get to semi-final and, have a place for the World Cup, because other teams are actually preparing well, and there are no small teams at this AFCON. But racism generally has to be a thing.
Yeah, you mentioned something about Morocco hosting their third in a row, and you also recall that one of the biggest conversations earlier this year after the Nations Cup was that Morocco was pulling out because of the conversation around why CAF seemed to be pampering Morocco, and why after the championship they actually awarded the trophy to Morocco, and thank God CAF has actually done justice to it. But at some point, Mackenzie, who was actually the Minister of Sport for Cameroon, also came out to say, you know what, definitely want to do this. And a lot of persons were feeling that, okay, it's actually heading to South Africa, I beg your pardon. And a lot of us were thinking it's actually heading to South Africa. Right. But something happened again. Morocco is actually the host now. And Morocco did a very good job. 4-0 is actually ended against Kenya in that particular game. You saw Morocco, this Morocco game. You saw the Algeria game. You think Morocco has actually stepped up their game from what we actually saw last tournament?
Yeah, I think generally the African women's game is developing fast. I mean, if you recall about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, Morocco are not, their female team is not like one of the best, even though they have a very good male side. But when it comes to, female team in Africa, female football teams in Africa, national team, you look at Nigeria, you look at Ghana, Cameroon, South Africa. I think those are the four is between West Africa and South Africa. But now North Africans are also coming up, and now Morocco is the one setting the precedent. And it's not just the female team. Morocco generally just shows that their football has grown, from the prince or the king of Morocco. Yeah. We seeing football academies making football more attractive for Moroccans, and now it's bearing fruits. And because of their infrastructure as well, stepping in for CAF, hosting tournaments. I think they will be hosting the Female Champions League edition for like the next 5 editions. So Morocco are there. What they've been doing for the past 15 years is actually bearing fruit. But you can't now say because you've made such investments, you now want to have everything to yourself, you want to control everything. And that was what happened at the AFCON. That game was won fair and square by the Senegalese, even though I won't still say what the Senegalese players did by walking off the pitch was right. No, it wasn't. But then you have a rule against that. That should have been applied on that day, on the pitch that day, that when you walk off, there's the punishment, that when you walk off, you forfeit that game. But why was that not given? Morocco went on because they had a penalty. They went on to play that penalty. If they had scored, would they still come out and come and claim such a thing? But they missed that penalty, and Senegal went on to win the game. And they now took all the case to CAF, and eventually they were awarded.
Morocco hosting this tournament again. What does this say to development of football in Africa, in Africa generally?
We are still not there yet, because it seems like the Moroccans still have their way, because they look like CAF is under their hands or their feet or whatever. It shows that they are still having their way.
But South African League, right, can actually make a very strong case when it comes to a level, side by side the Moroccan League, right? South African League can really make a very strong case for themselves. I dare say, right? I mean, when was the last time a Moroccan league side won the Champions League? It's been a while, right? And defending champion today is South African side.
But they are dominating in the Confederation Cups, likes of RS Berkane, likes of Casablanca to coming in.
My point is this.
The FARs of this world.
Yeah, I know. My point is this, right, Afis? If you put the both countries side by side in terms of development, you want to agree that they are almost at the same level.
Yeah,
right?
but in recent times, it's the Moroccans that are doing the business. In recent times, in Africa.
In CAF?
In Africa.
CAF Champions League.
Yeah, in CAF Champions League, do you know that are doing the business.
Of course, defending champion is South Africa.
I know.
But see, do you know why I'm making this reference? I'm making this reference because I'm looking at South Africa have one of the best, set of, stadiums across Africa.
Yeah.
So they have what it takes to actually, host a World Cup. I mean, what's this?
They hosted the World Cup in 2010.
Yes, I know.
Do you know Morocco is the co-host of the World Cup in 2030?
See, Afis.
It shows that development.
Afis. Right. They hosted the World Cup in 2010, right? The only African side yet, right? Yeah. Now we also see that South Africa hosted the Nations Cup also, right? I think it was in 2013 they did.
2013, they hosted
right.
2013.
Again, that was way back, even way before. As of 2013, their league is not even at this level in Africa.
Yeah.
In when you look at reckonings, right? Now, look at them now, 13 years later, right? South Africa league has really developed. If they had that level of development, right, what is the WAFCON that they cannot handle? That's my point.
Yeah, that's the question we will be asking Patrice Motsepe. At the time,
Motsepe is actually from South Africa.
Yeah, but at the time that Morocco announced that they are backing off from hosting the WAFCON, it should have
Why did he go back to
immediately to another nation. But because they are already in Group A, they didn't play any of the qualifiers. So I think he's just dancing to their tune, right? Because he could have just said, I am CAF, you are Morocco, fine. You are not hosting, fine, no problem. Then we are going to replace your team or just play with 3 teams ahead in your group.
See,
group
Hafiz, I'm saying this in reference to what happened in '94, right?
Right.
Kenya was supposed to be the host nation of that particular Nations Cup. Right. But something happened. No, not Kenya. They won, South Africa won 96.
In 96, yes.
Yeah. Kenya was supposed to be the host nation of that particular tournament. But, something happened and, Kenya actually pulled out. And then, emergency host and the South Africa actually hosted that tournament. Now, what happened here? CAF actually banned Kenya. This is what I was expecting from Patrice Motsepe to jump on it and say, you know what? Because you guys have said you're pulling out, we are banning you. South Africa, South Africa said they are ready. So it's not like anyone actually leaves South Africa. South Africa said we are ready to host this Nations Cup.
Why can't you just a particular female even said it that he said we are ready to host, where Getty McKenzie now came out to say we have to follow protocols.
It is Mabe.
Yeah.
Mabe. Right. Mabe, who is I think Mabe is their Minister of Sports, right? The other one is the
Getty McKenzie is the Minister of Sports.
The other one is the Minister of Culture and Art, right? She said
they are ready to host, right? Then Getty McKenzie now came out to say, look, let's follow protocols. I was expecting Patrice Motsepe at that point to yank off Morocco, let them settle what they want to settle. Because they are in Group A, they didn't play qualifiers, they are not going to take part in this tournament. Those are the questions we are going to ask Motsepe. Why did Morocco end up hosting? And why are they playing?
Well, we'll definitely find out why, they actually did what they did, because it's really quite sad that we're having this conversation about, Morocco.
It's African football for you.
But let's move on to, something very not too good to hear, right? Right here at the Marriott Hotel where the Super Falcons is really camped at the moment, some incident actually happened yesterday, and it was one of those things you don't want to see, from a side that's actually really preparing for a tournament. Now, the big question on, the list of everyone is the fact that, was this actually a stage robbery to actually put the ladies in some sort of mood? Because now we've talked about, them being racially abused. Now we're talking about, a theft case that actually happened. Yes, thank God the police have actually identified the culprit and, of course, arrested the person. But one of the Super Falcons star, talking about Esther Okoronkwo, $700 got missing at the end. Hafiz, if we have this conversation from now till thy kingdom come, if we use our local parlance, right? What does this really represent, when it comes to how, the North Africans? Because there's been a lot of talk about North Africans being a very hostile ground when they want to host a tournament. Now, a particular team, right? First time racism. The last tournament was, bad hospitality. Now we're having, racism and theft. Hafiz, does this look like a target on the Super Falcons or just a pure coincidence?
See, I think they are not covering themselves in glory. You could actually make a case for them and say, okay, all those are just conspiracies. But from the AFCON, where we saw the Toro gates, we saw fans disturbing and all of that, they are not really covering themselves in glory. You can now say, oh, because this happened, it might just be, because let's ask ourselves some questions. Let's go into some conspiracies right now. Let's ask ourselves some questions. Why Esther Okoronkwo, the player that actually, dismantled the Moroccan side in the final with her 2 assists from the last edition? Why Esther Okoronkwo? Why the Super Falcons? And how come in supposedly a 5-star hotel in the host nation, how did they get a locative coming and try and shoot up? Why the Super Falcons? So there are a lot of questions, in that area. But for me, well, I'm glad that the copies has already been apprehended. But the question is, from where? Where did he come from? Who sent him and all of that? So I think those are the questions that are still unanswered. And for me, it's still a case of trying to put the Super Falcons off. And their preparation is also taking another hit. Like I said earlier, the games that they played were not enough. Now we are having case of promises unfulfilled, players getting robbed, racism and all of that. It's trying to put the Super Falcons off. And this time I would want to challenge the Super Falcons to still put this all behind them and try to get mission number 11. But to be realistic, Ikechukwu, I don't think the Super Falcons will go all the way. I don't think they will.
We'll talk about whether the Super Falcons will go all the way later in this particular conversation. But let's still talk about this particular incident of robbery.
Yeah.
Yes, the ladies actually left Casablanca where this particular incident happened. That's where it did happen. You know, they've moved away from Casablanca. Now they're actually preparing for their very first game against Malawi. Tell me how much of, you know, an impact will this incident have on the girls going to their very first game against Malawi? Now, you recall that the Malawians are, you know, saying that, you know, yeah, we are definitely here to actually, we are here for the kill. We are here for a fight. And for a team that has suffered, you know, back-to-back, you know, mental attack, because racial abuse is a mental attack, and theft also is also, you know, comes with you know, some level of psychology issues. How much of a preparation, or how well are the Super Falcons, you know, mentally ready for a game, you know, of this magnitude, knowing that, you know, the Moroccans also will definitely be enjoying the fact that this whole thing is happening to them?
I think this is where the coach comes in, and, you know, the coaching staff. Justin Madugu will try to get the girls together and say, look, let's forget about all that happened. We have a game to play. We have a mission to complete. We want to go in and win number 11. Regardless of what happens, we are still the best team in Africa, right? I think he has that job now, along with his coaching staff, the members, you know, to try to bring the girls up and try to, like, encourage them. It's up to him right now. And for the girls themselves, the team captain, Rashida Ajibade, you know, should also come in and say, look, girls, let's go and do this for the nation, right? We know, regardless of all of these things that are happening, we are already here, right? We are already in Morocco. We have a mission to complete. Malawi is the first game. They are the first order. Let us clear it. And I think that they will be able to achieve that at the end of the day. Yet Malawi, they will come in, they will try to, you know, go against a supposedly weak, or, you know, supposedly mentally weak Super Falcons, because just like you said, all this will affect, you know, their mentality coming into this tournament. But then Malawi will think that, okay, fine, because of all these things that are happening, they are mentally weak, but the Super Falcons will want to rise above that and still try to let them know that we are still one of the best teams. If we are even the best team in Africa when it comes to women's football. So I think they will be able to still get over the line. But Ikechukwu, the reality is that it might also affect them. They might not be at their fluid best. They might not be at top 100%, you know, to go into this game against Malawi. But I still expect them, you know, to be able to negotiate the Malawians. Yes, the Malawians, they are just showing some improvements in their football. But I feel like the Super Falcons will still pick up all 3 points and go against much tougher fixtures, which is against Egypt and Zambia.
Absolutely. I mean, we definitely also look at, you know, what, you know, Francisca Odega also said. She was actually talking about the Super Falcons, saying that the Black Stars of Ghana remains the only team that she sees as a real contender in this particular tournament.
Really?
You know, yes, that's exactly what, you know, the Super Falcons, you know, legend actually said. And she said that, you know, there's no other team that she's seen at this moment. I mean, tell me, you said that the Super Falcons, you know, don't have what it takes, you know, from what you can see, based off, you know, a lot of things that you definitely will tell us what are the things you put into context to conclude that, you know, the Super Falcons. But she's saying that, you know, aside the Black Stars of Ghana, there's no one. I mean,
I feel like she has a point there because of the long-standing rivalry between the two countries when it comes to football. You know, Ghana and Nigeria, and the Black Queens of Ghana as well. But when it comes to the WAFCON, I don't think the Black Queens have actually been, you know, at their usual best over the years. But of course, you don't forget the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon. And I feel like everybody, the remaining 15 teams in this tournament, they are a potential banana skin for the Super Falcons, just because of their preparation going into this tournament. I feel every other team in this tournament is a potential banana peel. But if she's mentioning the Black Queens of Ghana, fine. Maybe because of the long-standing history that they've had with Super Falcons. But how about Morocco? That in recent times, Morocco, they know that they want to clear every hurdle going into this tournament. Even if it's the Super Falcons, they want to clear every hurdle. The likes of Ghislaine Chebak, she wants to defend that crown of being the best player in Africa, best women's player in Africa right now. She won that award at the CAF Awards. She wants to also improve on, you know, on a tournament as well. It was last year they finished second to the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Now they want to do one better and try to win by all means, really, because on the pitch, let's put that there. They want to do it by all means on the pitch to defeat the Super Falcons. So I feel like it's not just the Black Queens of Ghana, even the Zambians. Have you seen the way the Zambians have been playing recently? They play fantastic, attractive attacking football. There's Barbara Banda, who is also one of the best women's players in Africa as well as we speak. She's also in there that will lead, you know, that Zambian team. The South Africans are also there doing the business. Remember, in those days used to be South Africa against Nigeria, the likes of Pocha Modise, who used to be like how would I put it now, like a challenge for Perpetual Nkocha at the time. South Africa are still also in there. There's Cameroon, there's Cabo Verde, who will be inspired by what the men achieved at the World Cup, in this World Cup in North America. When you saw the likes of Vozinha stepping up, you saw the likes of Sidney Lopez stepping up, the Cabo Verde men doing well. This will inspire their ladies who are at their first ever WAFCON. They are making also their debut at the WAFCON. They will also want to impress. So I feel like every other team, aside from Super Falcons, the remaining 15 teams, they are a potential banana skin. It's not just the Black Queens of Ghana. All other 15 teams are a potential banana skin. So
let's create a hypothetical situation. Right. Say the Super Falcons ends up not winning it.
Just get to semi-final.
Yeah, let's create it. I want to believe they will get to semi-final. But let's create a hypothetical situation that the Super Falcons fail to win this particular tournament. Who do you think will win it?
Well, Morocco have set an early precedent, winning 4-0 against Kenya. They are showing that they're all about business. Senegal against Algeria as well. I saw Senegal against the run of play, Algeria to the lead for me. Senegal they were getting all the chances, they couldn't convert. Algeria as well, they've also laid an early statement. So it's too early to say who is going to go on eventually. But I think Morocco will get into the final with the way they play, really. I don't want to go with all the off-field incidents and all of that. I don't want to go with that. But with the way they play, I think they have a striking resemblance to the way the men play. Right? And I mentioned the likes of Ghislaine Chebak, who is in that team. She's ready to drive this team forward again to get to the final. I think they will get to the final. The winner, I think, is too early to call. I think it's too early to call right now. If the Super Falcons are not getting there, definitely another team will get into the final. But I think Morocco and any other team will get into the final.
All right, so I feel things it's Morocco and any other team, in the finals of the 2026 WAFCON. Hopefully, I want to believe that the Super Falcons will find their way back into the finals. And
it will be a big achievement.
Absolutely. I mean,
normally, Ikechuku, sorry, if the Super Falcons gets to the final of the WAFCON, it's like a normal thing because they are the best.
True.
Right? But now, it's going to look like a big deal just because of that preparation that they had going into this tournament. Everything on the pitch and even off it. On the pitch with what they played, with their preparations, with the preparatory games they've had, and off the pitch with all these cases of theft, unfulfilled promises, and racism and all of that. I think getting to this final of the WAFCON 2026, I think is going to be a big deal.
Okay, so the chairman of the NSC, National Sport Commission, Shehu Diko, actually said that the $100,000 have actually been paid to the Super Falcons after months, of promise. I mean, we recall that after the Super Falcons did the La Decima, meaning the 10th title right there in Morocco, which they're actually looking at, doing number 11. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, actually did promise them $100,000, a reward. And of course, a lot of questions have been asked. The last time we queried into this conversation, the skipper of the side, talking about, Ajibade, came out to say they've not received a dime. And now we're hearing that, the money has been paid into the accounts of these ladies, talking about, the man at the helm of affairs, the man who decides, what and what not. Talking about the man who runs the NSC, Shehu Diko. I mean, Afis, are you impressed? Eventually, if it's turns out, because we will have to hear from the ladies to confirm this particular, story. But let's hypothetically say it's true. The money eventually has been paid. How much of a morale is it going to actually add to the Super Falcons?
It's a big morale
following all
booster.
of the negative stories around.
Yeah, it's a big morale booster, but I just want them, if it has been paid, let's say, just like you said, if it's been paid and they've confirmed that it's been paid for them, I think it's a big morale booster. After a tournament, they can come back and say, why now? Because we should ask that question, that why now? Why is it that it's when they are now speaking of almost a year to when the promises were made? Remember the D-Tigress, the basketball team, they were also made that promise. Super Eagles were also made that promise. All those were fulfilled. Why the ladies? Why the ladies?
The big question we'll definitely we'll be looking at. But does it say a lot about how we prioritize women football here?
With what they've done, I think it does. With what they've done, I think it does. Like, okay, don't worry, they are the ladies, they might not really complain that much. But they will, because they didn't ask for it. You made the promise to them, right? And now that you've made the promise to them, their mind is already there. They will ask for it. You said for winning. They didn't even say if you won. They said for winning, right? We promise you this and this and this, right? And they're expecting that, okay, we have won, right? Now it's up to your own end to keep up.
I mean,
they did not.
Trust me, Afis, I really hope that the Super Falcons goes on to actually get the number 11 so that they will give them additional.
I'm even surprised myself saying it's going to be a big deal for them to get to the final. Because normally they should.
Sincerely, right? I want to see them do the number 11. I want to see them get another.
I just want them to go to the World Cup. I just want them to go to the World Cup.
No, definitely the Super Falcons.
It won't take anything from them if they don't get to win. They are still the best team in Africa.
The Super Falcons will get it, make it to the World Cup. I don't have any doubt.
There's no Ashley Plumter.
I think
there are other players.
I think we still have a very decent team to actually go as far as at least the semi-final.
But how about the mentality? It's not about, we used to say
$100,000 is a lot of mentality.
It's a morale booster, but how about the money that was stolen? How about the racism chance?
Well, right? Considering that a lot of these girls actually are not Nigerian grooms, many of them based abroad, so these sort of things can definitely affect the psyche. I get what you're saying, but let's move away from the Super Falcons story. The Super Falcons definitely will be playing tomorrow against Malawi, so we'll get to see that and then hope that the Super Falcons, do what's needed to be done, get all 3 points, and then start your campaign in a very good note. Because the very first game of every tournament, really goes a long way to actually help a team, set off. I mean, if you win your first game, you know that you just need to win the next game and then rest, a good number of
people lose and win tournaments now.
Yeah, of course. Rest a good number of your top legs and then you get to relax.
They can lose and still win.
No, I don't want them to lose because all of this drama, all of this drama going on in the camp of the Super Falcons. If they lose this first game,
I think it's going to
really impact them a lot, and it's going to be easy for people who have been actually making conspiracy theories saying that Morocco wants the Super Falcons kicked out of the tournament early. If the Super Falcons ends up losing this game, it's going to be easy for any sort of referee decision against them, and then they end up drawing the next game, and then drawing the next game and get knocked out of the tournament. So I don't want to see that for them. I want them to go to the World Cup, and it has to start from the very first game here, tomorrow against Malawi. So let's move on to the game, to the big story happening right there in the capital of Spain, Madrid. Real Madrid 16 years ago appointed Jose Mourinho, and Spain won the World Cup. And when they did appoint Jose Mourinho, lots of players actually came into that particular team. The likes of Mesut Ozil, so many players came in, and Mourinho changed the face of Real Madrid. Right now we're actually seeing Real Madrid again, a new chapter. But the big story is Yan Diomande. Right, the man moved from RB Leipzig to Real Madrid after a very decent season, because I don't think that season was a wonderful season, but it's a decent season. He moved for over 100 million euros. Now that's the big question. They have Ibrahim Diaz, they have Rodrigo. These guys can actually play wide, but for some reasons Real Madrid wants this guy. And to add to the likes of Konate, Rodri, who's transfer will definitely be concluded in a few days' time, because he's giving his green light, so it's club-to-club conversation at the moment. And then we also have Bernardo Silva also in the ranks. Now, if you look at Real Madrid now, you know that something is brewing. A big fight is coming for Barcelona this season. Let's start, Afis. What exactly is Yan Diomande going to add to this Real Madrid side?
Well, I think for me, it's a good transfer for the player. It's a big one for him. And to make that step up from RB Leipzig, to Real Madrid. But you look at the player himself, right? You look at Real Madrid. Is he the kind of player that they need right now? Does he fit the profile of players they need right now? Is there an improvement on the attackers that they have right now? I think that's a major question. I mean, look at the attack. Yes, they are not making any decision yet on Vinicius Junior. Do they want to keep Vinicius Junior? We don't know yet. The transfer window is still
Jose Mourinho said he wants Vinicius to stay.
If he wants Vinicius Junior to stay, definitely. Yes, under Mourinho anything can happen, but that barring any tactical change, Vinicius Junior is the one that will start on that left wing, right? Then you have Kylian Mbappe. Then on the right wing, maybe that is where Yan Diomande will step in. But that a typical Mourinho signing, it has to be one of energy. Has to be one that if the ball is lost, you have to try your best to win it back. That's where he brought in the likes of Denzel Dumfries, brought in the likes of Bernardo Silva, people that can chase the ball for 90 minutes. He has Michael Corella. Is he looking to go that way or that path with this young 19-year-old Yan Diomande?
Let's talk about Yan Diomande. What exactly is special about him? Liverpool chased this. Liverpool chased this dude. I was hoping Liverpool was going to get him.
Right. Paris Saint-Germain as well. They also chased him. I'm even surprised that. Why is everybody going after Yan Diomande? There was a point that even Manchester City and Arsenal were rumored to be following him. And this is the Yan Diomande I saw at the World Cup, and I'm like...
Is he about his agent? Because, I mean, Osimhen, with all of this stuff he's done, right? They didn't get all of these, suitors. Ademola Lookman, with all of what he did, right, at Atlanta, We saw the Champions League, how he wrecked Europa League final, how he wrecked, a team that went unbeaten in Germany, talking about Leverkusen.
Yeah.
He didn't get all of these titles. But this young man getting the biggest fish across Europe.
From RB Leipzig, much respect to RB Leipzig in the Bundesliga. Even Michael Olise, well, I think Bundesliga is now trying to sort of promote their players because Michael Olise as well, who has also been scouted by Real Madrid, is also from the Bundesliga.
We can talk about Michael Olise. We've seen what he can do. He matched that right there at the World Cup. Yeah. 7 assists. That's exactly what he's known for right there, Bundesliga. He did the magic in the Champions League. He did it in the league. So yes, we can expect that kind of.
Maybe Real Madrid are watching a different level of compilations because I don't understand. Well, Real Madrid were not actually in the running for Yan Diomande before. I think all their investments was trying to lure in Michael Olise, especially after that World Cup that he had. And maybe they now felt like, okay, Yan Diomande is like an alternative. He can actually operate on both wings because when you watch RB Leipzig, if it's not on the left, there's going to be Antonio.
So there's an image, right, of what Real Madrid is going to look like next season, right? I would like you to take a look at that particular image, but then while looking at that image, I want you to look at that image and of course look at Jose Mourinho that if Jose Mourinho is going to set up his team that way, because I mean, people look at this, Yan Diomande, Bernardo Silva, Rodri. There's another Gula who is going to be having. Yeah, this is exactly what Real Madrid 2026, 2025, 2026, 2027 season is proposed to look like, right?
What's it?
What is going to change in this setup? Is this how it's going to start, or?
Well, I feel like if Mourinho wants to play this way, it's a fantastic formation. If they get all those signings, I think they've gotten about.
They've gotten all except Rodri.
All except Rodri, and if a Rodri steps in, and there's a high possibility that they will get the Man City man because he is also claiming the love for Real Madrid as well. If they get this is a fantastic team. Even though I feel like on that right hand side of the fullback, I think it's going to be Denzel Dumfries because there's a reason why Mourinho he has a Trent Alexander-Arnold. Yeah. Yes, Dani Carvajal has gone. I feel like if Dani Carvajal was still around and Mourinho wants to use him, I think he's the one that is going to be starting.
So let's take it bit by bit. I mean, Jose Mourinho, you know how he likes to set up his team. Right. Let's start from the right back, right? We know the history of Jose Mourinho's fullback. Right. Does Trent look like any of Jose Mourinho's fullback in history? From Carvajal to...
it was Arbeloa when it was in 2010-11.
From Carvajal to Arbeloa to the Maicon of Inter Milan to Ivanovic. Right. Does he look like any of those guys? Brute, rugged, fierce, tough? Does he look like that?
That is the profile of Denzel Dumfries, right? There's a reason why they went on for a 28-year-old Denzel Dumfries. From Inter Milan. Denzel Dumfries is someone that can give you some quality attacking. He is very, very good offensively and very, very good defensively. Dogged right back. He can win the ball back and he can also start attack. So I feel like for Jose Mourinho, if you look at this particular formation, Trent and Cucurella, they are different. Absolutely different. When you have a Cucurella on the left-hand side, then you should have somebody like him on the right-hand side. Because there was Arbeloa on the right-hand side when he was there 2010, 2011. And there was Marcelo on the left-hand side. I think Mourinho as well somewhat trained Marcelo to be able to go forward and to get back. I remember even if Marcelo is not doing well defensively, there was a Coentrao that was mopping up things.
Fabio Coentrao.
Coentrao was mopping up things defensively. And even Sergio Ramos could step in at that right back row because remember Sergio Ramos used to play also as a right back.
He played right back at the World Cup.
Yeah, so you should have a dogged. That is a typical Mourinho signing. Look at Manchester United when he came in. And look at his right back and left back options. Luke Shaw was actually very, very solid, defensively. Anthony Valencia was there on the right hand side too, who is traditionally a winger, but he was shifted to that right hand side. Ashley Young as well. He has these players. He has this profile for getting dogged, full backs. You don't have to contribute offensively. Defensively, you have to do your job. An entire full back. That is what Mourinho uses. That's why they call them full backs. That you can go forward, yes, to contribute to the attack. That is the way football is now. But your job, your primary job, as a fullback, defensively, you have to do really well too. So I don't think Trent, I mean, you could say a lot about Trent's offensive powers. He's actually one of the best going forward. He can contribute with his pull-outs, he can assist. Also with set pieces, he can contribute. But defensively, for me, it's like a cone. Anybody passes him. So for me, I don't think it's Trent that will be there. I think it's going to be Denzel Dumfries.
So let's look at the centre-back pair, Rudiger and Konate.
Well, I think after the World Cup, I think Mourinho will be like... Maybe he has a special training for former Liverpool man Ibrahim Konate, but I think he's still going to go with an Eder Militao. The only issue there is Eder Militao is very, very injury prone at the minute. So this might be a chance for Dean Ocean to actually step up. I think Dean Ocean will actually take this opportunity and step up and do well. For Mourinho, there is an open floor for everybody. If you are not doing well, another person will step in. So I think everybody's game will improve. I think for them to still be able to go ahead for a Konate, knowing that Mourinho is coming. You remember Real Madrid actually went in for Konate before they pulled out. Now Mourinho is coming and they feel like, okay, Mourinho has a plan. I think Konate might improve his game with Rudiger. And with a coach like Mourinho on the touchline, looking at you, you want to improve your game. So it might still be Konate. But if it's not Konate, I think it's going to be Dean Ocean.
Cucurella?
Definitely a mainstay.
All right, so let's talk about the midfield because that's where the real battle is. There's Valverde, there's a Bernardo Silva, right? For some reasons, he's not even right there in reckoning.
Right.
Is it possible that Bernardo Silva will be the man playing on the wide?
It's going to be a long season. So, yes, if you look at that squad that we saw earlier, you could say, going into the season on paper, these are the players that will be there. But it's going to be a long season and there's also need for depth. Right, the season might not go according to plan. Bernardo Silva might now be the one to actually come in and be chasing ball up, and you know how Bernardo Silva can be. When he was at Manchester City, he was deployed as a right winger. He is an attacking midfielder primarily. He still did not forget his job as an attacking midfielder. Sometimes Pep Guardiola will employ him into the defensive midfield just to go and win the ball back, and you know how Bernardo Silva can be. So I feel it's going to be like that joker in that Real Madrid team for Jose Mourinho. Well, at this point in time in his career, I don't think he's a player that will be getting starts all the time. But whenever he comes in, trust that Bernardo Silva will give you his 100%. If they get a Rodri, I think that balances the midfield.
So, hypothetically, let's say they've gotten this Rodri.
Madrid is a super power.
So this Rodri in this particular team, what exactly is he going to be bringing into that Madrid midfield?
Everything that he has been given with the Spanish national team and with Manchester City and with Villarreal.
But we know how Jose Mourinho likes to play his team. He doesn't really like this, possession, and that's what Rodri offers. So, I mean, are we going to be seeing I think friction in the way they the both manager and the coach will approach the game? Or
I think Rodri is a complete package.
I'm coming at this. Or is there going to be a sort of a change from Rodri's end because of the manager Jose Mourinho?
Well, I think Rodri is a complete package. You remember you and I discussed something where we saw something about Rodri when he mentioned his move to Man City. He says he spoke to Sergio Busquets and he said Pep is going to make you a complete player, right? He will always be demanding. And I think he's moving from one demanding coach. Let's say he gets to move to Madrid. He's moving from one demanding coach to another demanding coach. So I feel like it's a complete package. When you talk about possession, Rodri is there. Purely winning the ball back, Rodri is there too. I don't think it's just purely a center midfielder or defensive midfielder that when he gets the ball, he doesn't know what to do with it. When you want him to actually contribute to goal scoring, you can have a Rodri. You remember all those shots he plays outside the box. So I think it's a complete package for a defensive midfielder.
We'll definitely talk about how this is going to affect Barcelona pretty much later. But let's look at the men who will be playing alongside him in the midfield: Jude Bellingham and Ernesto Valverde. How much are you seeing? Is there a possibility for them to have a very good chemistry?
Absolutely. I mean, there are three players with 3 different jobs to do. Even though those 3 players have almost the same profile. Jude Bellingham, yes, you will look at him and say this is not primarily a defensive midfielder, but he can go in. He is a man with extra lungs.
Now. It's usually the man
but he can actually get back to command.
Very well, I know.
That is Jude Bellingham for you. Also, I think he's also a complete package of a central midfielder too. Then he can also contribute as an attacking midfielder, right? And there's a Dagula in there too that might also come in and play as an attacking midfielder.
There's a
Bernardo Silva too that can contribute.
There's an Ibrahim Diaz there too.
And we are forgetting a particular name. There's Tchouaméni in the midfield too. Tchouaméni as well. I think Tchouaméni will go up against Federico Valverde this time around. And Valverde is just like Jason Park. 3 longs. He can run in. He can also play as a makeshift.
There's a reason he's the skipper of the side.
There's a reason he's the skipper. And even if they hadn't gotten Dumfries, he can still contribute in that right back row. Federico Valverde, complete package as well. I think Mourinho has a lot to work with. If he is able to balance this squad with the signing of Rodri,
is it possible for us to see big name exit? Because there's a lot of rumors about Vinicius, joining Arsenal until Jose Mourinho shut it down that he wants him to stay. He wants Vinicius right there at the Bernabeu. But is it possible with all of this acquisition, is it possible for us to see a big name leaving the Bernabeu?
Yeah, I think there will be a big name leaving Real Madrid. They have to also balance the books. Yes, Madrid is not one of those names you see in the PSR issues and all of that, but they still have to balance the books. They know how to find their way around it.
So if there's anyone who is leaving from what you see, from the kind of transfer we've been witnessing, who are the players who will be leaving?
Well,
not forgetting
normally
there's also
there are players in there.
There's also a Camavinga.
Yes, there's a Camavinga in the midfield, but there are players in there that they will look at themselves and say, look, I can start at every other club. I'm coming from Real Madrid, right? I can start at some clubs. With their talents, they can start at every other club or some clubs, right? So, but if you look at that team, some people will say, look, I want to also be like a first teamer in a different club. Yes, I know that I'll be scrapping for minutes here because of these players around me. I will try to give you my best, but I will be fighting for minutes. So why not let me move to another club where I'll be the main man? That's the same move that Goncalo Ramos made from PSG. He's like a super sub at PSG. Now he's the guaranteed starter at DC Milan. You know, with the amount of money that is splashed on him, I think he's going there to be their starting number 9. So that's how some Real Madrid players also view it. And if you look at it, Rodrigo right now is battling with an injury. He might not be the main man, you know, just like he was about some 2-3 years back.
It's good you mentioned Rodrigo. Now we have Ibrahim Diaz contending in that position.
Diaz.
There's
there's Bernardo Silva. There's Adegula.
There's Gula and
Diomande.
Yeah. Right. So
somebody's going to go.
who do you think will leave?
Yeah.
Because before now, he's already, before the injury, he's already, behind the pecking order, right? So now we're having him, there's a new boy, a new kid in the block in Yan Diomande, and also we also have, Bernardo Silva, who can actually play multiple roles comfortably.
Right.
And there's a manager who is who doesn't really care about, your status in the team. He's really what he wants is the result. So is Rodrigo the man who's most likely going to leave?
Yeah, I think for me, in a way, I think this is the time. He actually came out when Alonso was, at the coach. He was behind on the pecking order, like you said. But he also, reinstated his commitment to Real Madrid, saying, look, I want to be a Real Madrid player. I love Real Madrid. But I think this is the time where he has to look at his career options and say, look, yes, unfortunately, I was injured. I missed the World Cup, right? But this time around, if I still want to get into the Brazilian team, I need to be somewhere where I am the main man. I am starting games. Yes, you can't blame a player for his injuries, right?
Yeah.
But now he has to get that behind him. If he's not getting a start at Real Madrid, he has to go to another club where he's getting a start, and he has to get back scoring and assisting so that he will be considered for the Brazilian national team too. So I think Rodrigo, for me, if he's actually looking at his career, he should be looking beyond Real Madrid and not Saudis or a DMLS. He should stay in Europe and try to get a big European club to step in. Rodrigo is a fantastic player on his day. And even Brahim Diaz too. I expected him to actually stay at AC Milan when he was making waves in Serie A. But he went back to Real Madrid. He has won the Champions League.
Let's just tell me quickly how this particular transfer or how this proposed Madrid setup is going to actually come in handy in a Clasico against Barcelona as we wrap up, because our time is very much against us right now.
Right. So there was something you mentioned, when Mourinho's first coming at Real Madrid in 10-11. Yes, Spain won the World Cup, but don't forget that Barcelona won La Liga and the Champions League, and Barcelona decimated them in the El Clasico. They won 5-0. I think it was in the first leg.
Yeah,
Remember, it was in the Champions League semi-final where Lionel Messi scored those wonderful goals coming in from the midfield.
Yeah.
So 16 years on.
But there's no Lionel Messi. There's no Lionel Messi in that team again. And trust me,
but there's Lamine Yamal now.
With all the love and respect I have for Lamine Yamal,
yeah,
he's nothing close to Messi.
I know he's nothing close to Messi, but then
he can't do
Barcelona are just like their kryptonite. Look at what happened France against Spain. Kylian Mbappe, they knew that Kylian Mbappe will always stray offside if you keep the eye line. Spain is not a team known for the eye line, but there was something that De La Fuente and maybe the Barcelona boys spoke about that. We know him. We know Kylian Mbappe. So it might be the same thing, but Jose Mourinho, I think the competition is going to be
Jose Mourinho is a different...
and if they get Rodri, I feel if they get Rodri...
They'll break Barcelona.
I think they will break past Barcelona. It's not going to be... they lost about 4-5 games in a row against Barcelona. I mean, Barcelona now have that confidence that no matter what you want to play, we will beat you. Absolutely. But I think now that there's Mourinho, and if they potentially get Rodri, I think it's going to be a different ball game.
Thank you very much, Afis, for being a Barcelona.
Always a pleasure.
And of course, exactly where we'll be wrapping up today's edition of the show as we look forward to what's going to be happening when the season eventually starts. I think it's going to be starting, a couple of weeks from now, precisely in August. And of course, we'll also look ahead for the very big one tomorrow, where the Super Falcons will be reopening their campaign for, Chapter 11 of the WAFCON Trophy. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Fresh exchanges between former President Olusegun Obasanjo and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar have reignited debates over the country's political history and the road to 2027. At the same time, explosive claims by former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Babashi Lawal, about the late President Muhammadu Buhari, President Bola Tinubu, and key figures within the APC are raising new questions about the party's internal dynamics, past campaign strategies, and leadership decisions. We'll also examine Lawal's candid assessment of former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi, his comparison with FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, and Atiku's latest response to the presidency over references to China's legal system and the renewed controversy surrounding President Tinubu's past U.S. forfeiture case. Well, are these political revelations, strategic messaging, or the opening salvos of the 2027 election? This is Political Lens. Good evening and welcome to the program. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now let's get into the conversation. We have in the studio here Prince Francis Chilaka, a political affairs analyst, to help us make sense of this conversation. Good evening, the Prince, and thanks for being part of the program. I appreciate your presence as always.
Good evening, Okoro.
Thank you very much. Very well.
I mean, you saw how the rains just came.
Suddenly.
Suddenly.
Yeah,
everywhere is flooded.
Everywhere. But NICEA did warn that, well, the rains are not yet here, that it's going to be heavy between August and October.
Yeah, but the thing is that the traffic out there today is killing, because I had to leave home. I had to leave where I was early to be able to get here.
To be able to meet here.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of cars, breaking down on the road because of the traffic being on the...
Even across the highways, already there's a traffic gridlock here. Anyway, it's good that you're here. We're happy for that. Thanks for the traffic letting you come in the first place. Now, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has rejected former President Olusegun Obasanjo's allegation that he bribed the late former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Gali Omar Naba, with 5 million naira to initiate impeachment proceedings against him in 2023. Atiku described the claim as unfair and irresponsible, arguing that it is wrong to make such accusations against a deceased person who can no longer respond or defend his reputation. He also questioned why no legal action was taken at the time if credible evidence existed. Atiku further accused Obasanjo of reviving old allegations to damage his reputation ahead of the 2027 presidential elections, claiming the former president is attempting to influence public opinion in favor of his preferred candidate. He maintained that their long-running political disagreement stems from his opposition to Obasanjo's failed third-term agenda, and his focus remains on, while Atiku said his focus remains on addressing Nigeria's current economic and security challenges rather than engaging in historical political disputes. The Prince, Obasanjo and Atiku are there no love-lost relationship again? What's the value of what Obasanjo is saying now, especially since the man at the center of the drama, Omar Gali Naba, is no more? What is the essence of all of this? Old wounds made afresh.
Well, the truth of the matter is that over time, it's become obvious that the seemingly gentleman agreement and peace, in quotes, between former President Obasanjo and his vice, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, seem to not have been well cemented. If you recall, in one of his memoirs, one of his books.
Okay. Under my watch.
Yes.
Olusegun Obasanjo.
Yes.
Okay.
He came at Atiku heavily, and he also, told Nigerians that Atiku was not fit
for public office.
For public office, and that has been on. So this is, for me, this is not new. This is just scratching onto the old wound, and as we move on in life, there are things people do that you don't throw everything out at once. So once in a while, something triggers it, and you need to say something. So I still believe that it is something the two of them can sit down and resolve amicably, because these are two elder statesmen, and washing their dirty linens in public is not to the benefit of anyone. But like Atiku rightly said, you are raising an issue when the other party is dead. And then, it's something he said, speak no evil of the dead. But in Nigeria, yes, we speak no evil of the dead, but in Nigeria, most people who are dead are very evil-minded.
Okay.
They are worse than they were when they were alive.
Well, Omar Gali Naba might be dead, but according to former President Olusegun Obasanjo, his chief of staff, at that time, who is still living, was very key in recording the conversations. And do you think that if Obasanjo didn't know what he's saying, that he will come out to say all of that?
Knowing the kind of person the former president is a man I have a lot of regards for. I've actually met him once in my life in his...
Otter Farm?
No, not Otter Farm, his Hilltop.
Okay.
And one thing that resonates with him is he never forgets anything. So I seriously believe that behind every rumor, there's an element of truth. And I want to also believe that the former president would not, at this age, come out and make such frivolous accusations. We know very well that there are also accusations against the former president that he tried to bribe the National Assembly for a third term. So it's been back and forth between these two elder statesmen, and that's what I'm saying, that the two of them need to sit down. There seems to be a much more deep-rooted animosity that we are probably not aware of, and that is eating both of them up. And, that's why we keep calling that for Nigeria to heal, we need to have reconciliation. We need to sit on a round table. We need to put out everything. That's how you reconcile. That's how you make peace. But we keep making peace of the graveyard. And that's the problem. Peace without justice. So they need to sit down. Both of them need to sit down, eyeball to eyeball, and tell themselves the bitter truth. We were not there. You were not there. But they need to tell themselves the bitter truth. And like I keep saying, it's gotten to a point where certain people haven't occupied certain positions and offices in Nigeria should become more like, enigma rather than, throwing themselves up. Because every period that we have elections, we've had issues where the integrity of some people is called to question. And it's
and unfortunately, we don't have answers to those questions.
And it's becoming something that seems to be driving the Nigerian political class. A lot of people today who want to contest elections, a lot of people are being questioned, their character, their qualifications, their service to humanity, their way of life is being questioned. And yet, the political parties themselves are not helping, because the parties are not carrying out in-depth investigation.
Even if they do.
No, but
we'll talk about that in a bit.
Yes, they're not, because if they do, you should be able to, I remember the days of the late Chief Edwin Omejoke.
Okay.
Yes. And these were men who, at that period, there was character. There was dignity. And people protected their dignity with everything they have. But today, our politicians don't care. They don't give a hoot. It's no longer an issue of coming to serve the people. No, it's an issue of coming to serve themselves.
Like a certain close to 1 trillion naira now that has been set aside for SUVs for members of the National Assembly.
So you keep asking, you're asking Nigerians to go and fast. You're asking Nigerians to be patient.
To make sacrifices.
To make sacrifices. Are you making the same sacrifices?
Men of character, we like them now. Let's return to the issue of Olusegun Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar. Well, Obasanjo has been very unsparing of Atiku Abubakar. I mean, he painted him, shredded him in his memoir, in his public appearances and all of that. Look, this man is not fit for public office and all of that. But in all of this, we are asking, is there anything that is particular about Atiku Abubakar that, there is what they call the Atiku Challenge that he raised up some time, in 2017. And up until this moment, Atiku says, well, if anybody has anything against me to suggest that I'm corrupt in any way, let the person come up with that evidence, with that fact. And up until this moment, we have not seen anybody come up with that. So,
well, you see, when things like this happen, you must understand there's this thing about being a godfather and being a very articulate person.
Like his name suggests, articulate.
Well, yeah, articulate, yes. You see, over time, I found out that a lot of people who want to get into politics in Nigeria, they have found a way around their shady deals. They no longer throw themselves up.
More like to cover their acts.
Good. So they take time to cover their blemishes. And then when they come out, they look like virgins. And then it becomes difficult for you to say, oh, this man did this, this man did that. Between you and I, we know that there are accusations that when the vice president, as Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, was in charge of public procurement and the selling of assets, he was accused of selling it to his cronies.
Okay. And does that constitute a crime?
Well, yes, it does.
And so why is it that he's not been prosecuted all this while?
Well, it depends when you say crime. It depends on the crime we're talking about. But in terms of legality, I don't think it's a crime. But morally speaking, it's a crime.
Okay.
So I think that's the basis where people are looking at it from. That morally speaking, he had done. Morally speaking, you are, for instance, morally speaking, you are. Let's assume you are the MD of VOP, and then you are awarding all the you get the person in charge of contracts to be awarding contracts to your family members and your friends. Obviously, morally speaking, it is wrong.
Yeah, but even legally,
you are not creating,
it's
you are not creating an open system, a transparent system. And that is why Nigerians were questioning the procedure, the rationale behind the award of the Calabar Highway.
Okay.
It's because of that. Morally speaking, it is...
Even legally speaking, it is wrong. But because he's a sitting president, you cannot prosecute him. You can only investigate him, which is what Nigerians are doing now.
Well, the investigation, because he has a immunity.
No, you can investigate him.
And then what do you do? So what do you do with the investigation?
When he steps down, now you prosecute him.
Well, a lot of governors have been investigated while they were in office. And we heard a lot of things.
Now, the problem is with the anti-graft agencies.
Good.
Not with the law itself, because the law is very clear on that.
The law is waiting.
The law is very clear on that.
No, the law is waiting.
No, the anti-graft agencies are waiting.
No, the law is waiting for the anti-graft agencies to file the case.
Exactly. So, if they are able to cover their acts, their tracks, what it means is that our security agencies or the anti-graft agencies don't have debt in their investigation and prosecution.
When you talk of that, don't forget the fact that the issue we're having in Nigeria today, the issue of insecurity, boils down to gathering of intel.
Okay.
It boils down to that. Because you cannot prosecute someone if you don't have evidence, if you don't have facts and figures. And that is why I'm one of those who is against anything that has to do with media trial.
Okay.
But in Nigeria, media trial has become the order of the day. And then when they put you out there in the media, everybody talks about it. And then within a short period of time, it fizzles out. You saw the media trial between the EFCC and the former governor of Kogi State, Yahya Bello. You saw the media trial. It was everywhere, was agog, everywhere was boiling. It was like heaven must fall, but heaven didn't fall.
Yeah, heaven didn't fall because Nigerians still believe that that the anti-graft agencies didn't do the right thing.
That's why I said we need to stop this whole issue of media trial.
Okay. Or do we need to put pressure on the anti-graft agencies to do what is right?
Do you need to put pressure on somebody you pay salary every month to do his job?
Unfortunately, that is what we see. We need to do.
Because if you do that too at the same time, then there's nobody respects what they're employed to do. The anti-graft agencies are employed to do their job, and they should do their job well.
Let's return to the issue of Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar. Now, Atiku Abubakar is saying, well, Obasanjo is trying to taint my reputation, to damage my reputation because he has a preferred candidate. And we hear Professor Aki Oshunto, who you know him, say that, well, Obasanjo is the promoter of the Obiko Kwanso ticket. Does that warrant Obasanjo running down Atiku to promote his candidates? I mean, politically, is it morally right?
Well,
to run down someone to promote your own, why don't you just allow a free rein, for Nigerians to choose?
The truth of the matter is that Nigerian politics, as you and I know, has deviated from issues. Over time, Nigerian politics has become something where people's character is damaged. So rather than addressing issues, we now begin to talk about the individual, begin to look at their character. So, until we're able to draw the line of the kind of politicking we want in this country. Because for me, I'm one of those who would say, well, what we have in Nigeria is not even politics. It is more of character assassination. Because you're contesting an election, for instance, you want to be a local government chairman. And your opponent will just wake up from sleep and say, oh, they saw you doing this and that and that. And the thing will trend and trend and trend. So we need to stop it. And it beholds on our leaders, those who call themselves our leaders, to stop it. They are the ones promoting it, whether they want to accept it or not.
Prince, Nigeria's problem, do you reduce it to leadership or to followership? Which one comes first?
Leadership.
Because we hear that the people, get the leadership they deserve.
So it's leadership.
Or the people deserve the leadership they get.
No, it's
the people. Which one comes first?
See, the problem is that over time, the people have relinquished in totality their sovereignty.
So it's the people's problem, not the problem
Let me finish. No, they have relinquished their sovereignty to their leaders based on trust. Now, these leaders have turned around to do what? To betray that trust.
Now,
and in betraying that trust, they have also failed to allow the people take back their sovereignty.
No, the people allow themselves not to take back. Because
no.
One of the clauses of the social contract is that, we surrender our rights in trust to you, and for any reason, you are not able to protect us and provide.
What is the process? What is the process
back from you?
What is the process of recalling somebody from the House of Assembly?
I know it's very cumbersome, you will say.
Why should it be cumbersome?
Why did the people allow it in the first place?
When you say the people,
yes.
What powers do the people have anymore?
What powers do
the
people of South Korea have to say, hey, members of our assembly, go back to the parliament and say, this is wrong.
You know, I have said this before, and I'll keep saying it. So long as we have a National Assembly that over time becomes an appendage of the executive arm of government, then the people's sovereignty and hope has been dashed.
Because the people allowed it.
How did the people allow it?
I just gave you an instance of what happened in South Korea.
Okay, look at when we're talking about the electoral reform bill. The people spoke. The people said what they wanted. And what were the people giving? What were you expecting the people to do? When this government came to power and people went and protested against hunger and bad governance, you saw what the government did. The government arrested children and charged them for treason.
How many?
I was sending a message to say, be very careful.
Okay, now, assuming the people now, how many bills have the Nigerian people, because they are vociferous, because they are outspoken, have shut down in the National Assembly?
You know, when you say the Nigerian people, a lot of people, the Nigerian people believe in you, I, as a spokesperson. They believe that we are their leaders. Unfortunately, a lot of people today who parade themselves either as activists, as leaders, political leaders, it's all about their selfish interest.
Because Nigerians allow them. Prince, there was a certain pharaoh in Egypt. I'd like for you to just assess his comment so that we'll move on to another topic. The pharaoh in Egypt was a tyrant. And when they asked him, why did you become a tyrant? You know what he said? Because no one stopped me. And so our people, National Assembly members, the government, don't you think that they are like this because we have not stopped them? In other places, they have been stopped.
Okay, Okoro.
Using the power of the people.
Yes.
Not violence. Just power of the people. Mobilize. Hey, this is what we want.
Okay. Let me just take us on a little journey. You hear what they call continuous voters
registration.
Okay. That word continuous means that there should be no break.
Okay.
Because the reason why it is called continuous is because each day a Nigerian turns 18. And we have said that the Constitution says that at the age of 18,
you become eligible to vote.
So which means that each day people turn 18, each day people lose their voters card, each day people's voters cards are defaced. So on a continuous basis, this must continue. But is that what you have? The people have cried and cried and shouted. Is that what you have? What you have is that after the election, INEC will go to sleep.
Well, Prince, let me ask you a question. What will happen if 5 million Nigerians mobilize in INEC headquarters in Abuja and say this is what we want? What do you think will happen?
Well, if you do that, lives will be lost. Nigeria has become a country where you have people protesting for certain things. You have people protesting.
I didn't say protest.
No.
I said mobilize.
Whatever you mobilize, it will be termed as a protest. The moment you say you do not like something, you are protesting against it.
Okay, so Nigerians are clearly cowed. Nigerians are
No. A lot of Nigerians they're cowed.
Okay, so
most Nigerians have been.
So it's a problem of leadership, not problem of the people.
It's a problem of until you have leaders. You see, yesterday I listened to the NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi in an interview on Channels Television, and he said something that I have been praying for, and I hope that we would live to see it happen. And what did he say? He said, "Look, this idea of you winning an election in Party A, you decamp to Party B, and you hold on to that position is not acceptable."
Even our laws doesn't accept.
So why do we allow it?
Because we are the people we allow.
No. Because the system, there's a lacuna.
Well, Prince, this debate,
there's a lacuna in the system that encourages it.
This debate between the people and the leaders is more like the chicken and the egg. Which one comes first? It's interminable. It's unending. Let's move on. Let's talk briefly about issues raised by former SGF, that's Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Babashir Lawal, over Buhari and his support for Tinubu in the lead up to the 2023 general elections. Well, he was on a national TV program and he did say a lot. Well, former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Voptv Lawal, claimed that late President Muhammad Buhari had long-standing concerns about President Bola Tinubu's background, including his genealogy and educational history, based on intelligence reports available to him. However, Lawal said he repeatedly reminded Buhari that those issues were already known before the APC merger and that Tinubu's political support was willingly accepted, making it unfair to later turn against him. Lawal also disclosed that Buhari initially resisted supporting Tinubu's 2023 APC presidential ambition because of religious, ethical, and personal concerns. According to him, he persuaded Buhari to remain neutral and allow party delegates to decide the candidate, arguing that Tinubu had played a crucial role in building the APC and supporting Buhari's previous campaign. Now, Prince, how does this position the personality of Buhari and his role in the succession of 2023 and what Nigerians are passing through currently in the hands of the APC? Well, you knew who this man was even before he got into the merger with you. You moved you from CPC, put you together with ACN, ABGA, and ANPP. You knew his genealogy, you knew the baggage he carried, and you accepted all of that, only for you to start saying, hey, man, this is not the kind of person that probably I should hand over to and all of that. What does that tell you about the personality of Buhari?
Let me start with saying that a lot of people today parading themselves as leaders are not leaders, they're not patriotic. It's not about Nigeria.
Okay.
It's not about the development and securing and survival of Nigeria. It's about their individual aggrandizement. You understand what I'm saying? So the thing is, with Buhari, the only thing that Buhari had in mind was to be president. That was the only thing he wanted. He wanted to be president. And he was ready to do anything at that time to become a president. So he wasn't bothered about who would come to his aid or who would do anything. He just wanted to be called a president. Just like our current president has said to you, that his own dream and his desire is to be what? President. Unfortunately, Nigeria is a country blessed by God, human, material, and everything. But God has not blessed us with leadership.
No, a lot of people will disagree with you.
No. It's my opinion. God has not blessed us with leadership.
So you don't believe that people get the leadership they deserve?
Because why I say God has not blessed us with leadership is that why is it that we keep having people who lead this country and they are not thinking about the country first? They're always thinking about themselves first. If from what the former SGF is saying is true, Okoro, don't you think that if you know somebody and you know this person has questionable character and you know that this person would not give you what you want if you employ the person, will you employ that person in all honesty? You will not. But because, there were a lot of sentiments involved. There were a lot of sentiments. The sentiment of, I made you who you are. So you owe me. So it's not like you owe the Nigerian people. So the political class have come to tell the Nigerian people that your votes don't matter. And that is where the problem lies. That the vote of the people do not matter. Because if we're talking about a country where votes matter, nobody will be saying such things. Nobody will come and be telling you whether somebody wanted somebody or somebody. No. But it's because...
No, but Buhari allowed the process to run through and somehow Bola Ahmed Tinubu cleaned the ticket.
Well, if you say he allowed the process...
Based on what Babachi Lawal told us.
That means also that Babachi Lawal himself is not being sincere to Nigerians.
How?
He has not lived up to what I would call a patriot.
No, he's arguing.
A patriot is somebody who sees something wrong and he knows that if we give this person this opportunity, this person will betray this opportunity. It will not serve the interests of the people. A patriot will not allow you to.
But Babachi Lawal said that as a Christian, he find it undignifying, he find it wrong, to have allowed this man to give you all the support that you needed, even when you knew his antecedents. And he didn't stop him that time, only for you to turn around and say, well, I suddenly discovered that this is your kind of person.
Unfortunately, a lot of politicians, when it comes to defending the wrong steps they have taken, they will now realize that they're either Christians or Muslims. Religion begins to play on them. It's unfortunate that when issues that should be addressed comes up, you will now start talking about religion. Where was your religion when you were dining with the devil? Where was your religion? Nigeria has found herself over the years in a pit that is difficult for it to climb out of. Why? Because those the people see and look up to as their leaders, as their political class, are thinking about themselves. They're not thinking about the people. So for me, I sometimes ask myself, what's the difference between what he's doing now and those who have been terrorizing the country, killing people, maiming people, driving people away from their ancestral homes, and then they turn around and say they have repented.
And we absorb them.
So what's the difference?
Society.
It is because we do not have an institution that punishes people for doing the wrong things. We do not. You saw what happened in Kenya a few months back. You remember? Was it not because of bad policies?
And what happened?
Where the people revolted.
The people?
Let me finish. Where the people revolted. And that is why we are saying that we need to stop this whole idea of voice vote in the National Assembly.
How do we stop it? How do we stop it?
The legislators have to stop it.
No, they won't. They are in their comfort zone. It works for them. They are in their comfort zone.
That is why.
And nobody ever wants to leave his comfort zone except to put pressure on the person. And how do you put the pressure?
That is why we need to know who and who we are voting for.
Voting that the process that is already flawed from the beginning.
Well, if you say the process is flawed, then it means that there is no solution. That is what you mean. But I still believe that there's a way out. I still believe that we can have one or two persons. We had an OT in Abia State that said, no, I would not allow myself to be used to truncate good governance.
No, well, the OT story is a very long story.
No matter how long it is.
Let's not
no matter how long it is, it shows you that in Nigeria, we still have leaders who can do the right thing.
Okay.
All they need to do is to have the balls to do it.
The right thing you said.
Yes.
The right thing you said.
Because the thing is that until people begin to forget the issue of, I want to be rich overnight, I want to be comfortable, I want to acquire cars, acquire houses. This is where the problem is. The madness with which our leaders acquire properties. Until we end it. And I can tell you, very soon it will end.
All right, Prince, it will end very soon. Let's move on. Now, the same Babachi Lawal alleged that President Bola Tinubu personally financed Yemi Osinbajo's 2015 vice presidential campaign, raised significant funds for the APC's presidential campaign, and spent over 2 billion naira to hire U.S. political consultants linked to former President Barack Obama. Well, Lawal claimed Tinubu often paid for major campaign expenses from his personal funds rather than relying on the party's campaign purse. Well, the use of political consultant has associated with former President Barack Obama by the APC in 2015. How come the same APC and this government in particular have condemned everything it did in 2025? Why are they having problems with Atiku using a PR firm to burnish his image ahead of the 2027 elections? Exactly what they did, you know, in 2015. But now they are condemning it. We'll talk about Atiku and the presidency in a bit. But then, look at what happened in 2015. Babachis Lawal is telling us that Tinubu paid 2 billion naira somehow to a firm associated with Barack Obama, and they helped package the campaign, you know, slogans and everything of the APC. Now, Atiku just paid $1.3 million, and APC is saying, why do you have to do all of this? Our sovereignty is at stake. You are tarnishing Nigeria's image. Why so?
You know that the truth of the matter is that APC from the outset came on the heels of propaganda. You know, it's like a saying in Igbo land that the man who cuts neck will never allow you to take a knife behind his back. So it's not just about the APC and their propaganda, it's also about some people who we have termed as leaders. We saw what happened to the lead-up of 2015 elections. You and I are in this country. We saw men of God, we saw technocrats, we saw people coming out and in their millions, in their thousands to say, Jonathan must go. Where are they today?
And that's the question Nigerians
Most
are
of them
asking.
are not old yet. Most of them are still very vibrant. Why are they not talking? So Nigeria has become a country that has been divided along interest lines.
When you say interest, what do you mean by interest?
Interest.
Political interest?
Political interest, religious interest, you just name it.
Ethnic interest?
Simple. So it's not about a country that is united anymore. It's about a country that has been, you know, decimated by the lust and by the desire of individuals.
Yes, because we hear people who in 2015 said, well, Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, I mean, you are in control, resign if you cannot fix this thing. Now, those same people like Pa, Enoch Adeboye are saying, well, and the president has done his bit. I mean, he has given orders to security chiefs, but in 2015, it wasn't that.
Well, for me, I would say it's more like hypocrisy. That's what we have. And that's where the interest lies. It depends on where your interest lies. It's no longer an interest of the nation. It's an individual interest.
So when this APC government, especially the one in place, says, well, we are progressives, we are Democrats, how do you assess them?
When you say they are Democrats...
When they say
they are Democrats, I don't know what they mean by that. I have not seen what Democrats are meant to do with all the things they do. I have not. I had expected before, you know, to be honest with you, when people talk about Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the fact that suddenly he built Lagos, and the fact that he's a political strategist, and the fact that he's a well-renowned politician, for me, I was expecting a vibrant presidency. I was expecting a president that would have addressed all the issues that Nigerians have been complaining about. I was expecting a president that would say, let us allow the judiciary to function.
You think it's not...
Let us allow the legislative arm to function.
Okay.
That is because I was expecting, because he you know, we are talking about a core politician.
A Democrat or a progressive?
A core politician, a Democrat, in quotes.
A progressive?
So I was expecting a situation where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu would have stamped his feet to say, look, this law that allows you to decamp from one party to another and holding that position.
You seem to have a problem with this decamping of...
Yes, it is.
How does it,
How does
it affect the economy? How does it affect insecurity?
That is why the country is not moving forward.
Is that why there is inflation? Is that the reason why there's inflation?
That is the reason why we are.
Is that the reason why there's insecurity?
Yes.
Is that the reason why, NELFund NELFund, their upkeep money has not been paid for 6 months?
Okoro.
Is it because people are decamping from one party to the other?
Let's look at it this way. You want to contest an election, and you go and buy a form for, say, APC.
Okay.
And I go and buy a form for PDP. And we come to the people and we say,
Please, I understand
all of that.
Land. We don't have time.
I know, we come to the people and we say, this is my own agenda. And you present your agenda. And the people say, no, we don't want this man from APC. We want this man from PDP. And then they vote for PDP. Because they believe in your ideology. They believe in everything that has to do with your party.
Okay.
And then tomorrow, I wake up from sleep and I say, no, I'm leaving my party. Why am I leaving my party? They will tell you they want to be close to the central. And then you leave your party that brought you. And you now go back to that party that the people rejected.
Did the people vote for the person or for the party?
The people, unfortunately, Nigerians vote for parties. Because on the ballot paper, you don't see anybody's picture. What you see is the party.
Exactly the point. I'm just wondering how all of these affect inflation, insecurity, economic.
It affects it because right now, nobody is opposing what the government is doing. And that's why you have opposition parties.
No, we have opposition. A certain number of lawmakers walked out from plenary on last week from the House of Representatives. But they did express.
No, but the point I'm trying to make is that if, for instance, you have 36 states and the ruling party has, say, 25, and the rest is in opposition, don't you think that the ruling party in taking decisions would consider the opposition position before taking a position? But no.
Well, if the opposition is in the minority, there's, of course, they're always in the minority.
Yes.
And the same minority will always have their say, but the majority will have their way.
Good. Even if they're in the minority.
I think the problem, the fact has to do with that we don't have good people, not because of our laws or our policies and all of that. It's just that we don't have good people.
Well, the thing is that the people we have who are even good when they get into
because we also saw people decamp in the First Republic. We saw people decamp in the First Republic and all of that, and they were able to, drive the economy and build Nigeria as one of the fastest growing economies in the world.
The people who decamp today, Okoro, why do they decamp?
Exactly the
they
point.
decamp for their selfish and greediness.
It has nothing to do with the parties. It has to do with the individuals.
So
Prince, let's move on. Now, the same Babashi Lawal described, let's go to Rivers State, where Babashi Lawal described former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi as another version of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, saying Amechi's political decisions have been driven by what he called excessive personal ambition. He nevertheless said he has a positive personal opinion of Amechi, despite disagreeing with him on some of his political choices. Lawal added that while Amechi is brash in his leadership style, he considers him a more polished and better version of Wike, stressing that his criticism is directed at Amechi's political conduct rather than his character. Now, in all of this, do you agree with him that Amechi and Wike are the same in desperation for power? Briefly.
Yes, they are.
They are the same?
They are.
Okay.
I remember an interview Amechi had, with, I think it's with Shehu or so. Either with Shehu or somebody else, but it was on channels. And, he was asked that question. Would you accept to be the vice president to Atiku? And he said, what kind of stupid question are you asking me? That if this interview is meant for a vice presidential candidate, I'll walk away from you. But what is it today? Has he not accepted?
Running mate to Atiku Abubakar.
So what are we talking about?
After
So what are we talking about? So we have people in Nigeria who are no longer thinking about Nigeria as how do we develop this country, but they're thinking about themselves, how to remain in power. Because when they remain in power, they are benefiting from the largesse of the power.
Okay, all right, briefly now, talking about still in Rivers State. Now, the Dumebi Kachukwu has the Rainbow Coalition, the part of the ADC, aligned with Dumebi Kachukwu as the factional chairman and all of that, has joined Rainbow Coalition days after the governor, Sim Fubara, crumbled under the weight of Wike's political influence. What does this portend for Amechi and Atiku in the South-South? We see Dumebi Kachukwu lead an arm of the branch of ADC to say, well, we are now part of the Rainbow Coalition. Days after Fubara himself, the governor, kowtowed and joined the Rainbow Coalition. Is it to decimate Amechi's political influence in Rivers and South-South, or what?
Well, if you ask me that, it's just a funny thing. I just believe that if you talk about, let's start with the governor himself, Fubara. Fubara has shown that he doesn't have what it takes to be a politician and to be a good leader. The truth must be said the way it is. There are people who sacrifice their time, their energy, their resources to ensure that he remains relevant in governance. But, at the end of the day, they couldn't do anything.
Unfortunately,
now, you're talking about Kachukwu. I don't know the weight of Kachukwu in terms of, and I don't even know the weight of the Rainbow Coalition. We're still waiting to see what the Rainbow Coalition.
The Kachukwu faction is even illegal because the Supreme Court, at last we checked, I recognized the Bidmark and Rural Fareba.
So that means that it is not a faction of ADC. It's
just some people that decided
just some people who are disenfranchised that have decided to come together and say, okay, we're bitter. We're not happy. We're not happy.
Okay, let's go to another very big story now. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the presidency's comparison of his case to China, describing it as a political mistake that backfired. Responding to his spokesperson, Frank Shaibu, Atiku argued that while he has never been convicted or indicted for corruption, drug offenses, or any criminal offense, the presidency's reference to China only invited greater scrutiny of President Bola Tinubu over past allegations and the U.S. future case. Atiku also argued that China is known for its strict stance on drug-related offenses, corruption and abuse of public office, saying the Tinubu administration should focus on addressing Nigeria's economic hardship, insecurity and governance challenges instead of reviving political controversies. He added that routine diplomatic correspondence with the United States should not be presented as a proof of innocence or a judicial acquittal. Now, Prince, Keto calling Port Black, very clear. The president's handler said, Atiku Abubakar, under your supervision as chairman of the National Economic Council, if it were in China, you would be in jail, you rot in jail forever. You know what Atiku said? Well, if you are bringing up the case of China, just be informed that if it were in China that your principal was involved in a drug case for forfeiture, in China it is death penalty. I mean, how do you react to what some Nigerians have described as misfiring of the president's handlers and how Atiku responded?
The truth of the matter is that those who are handling Mr. President must realize that the issue of drug, whether it's for future or not, is a cloth or is a shirt that the president will always wear, as long as it's in politics. So I would say that yes, those who are handling Mr. President, they are not careful with what they say. They don't think through a lot of things. He who lives in a glass house don't throw stones. And that's the truth. Sometimes it's worrisome the way our political leaders disgrace themselves on the walls of social media and newspaper. Because whatever they do falls back on the people. And so when people come out and say, oh, Nigerians who are carrying drugs abroad are demarketing Nigeria, Nigerians who are doing 419 are demarketing Nigeria, then you ask yourself, your leaders who fight themselves over issues like that, are they not the ones that are really demarketing the country?
Even outside the shores of this country.
Exactly, they are the ones. Who do you think today will take your president seriously from what Atiku is saying? Who? So there are certain things that, for us as a people, for the pride that we have as Nigerians, for the dignity of Nigerians, a lot of things that shouldn't be brought out in the open. And this is one of it, where you now have two political leaders washing their dirty linens in public. We know that even with this fake agency, that we hear about. If it was in China, we know what would have happened. Nigeria is the only country where we've heard that snake swallowed money. And nobody, up to today, nobody caught the snake.
Up to today, nobody caught the snake. Prince, I want to read out something about Atiku Abubakar, that I saw somewhere, so that you just, say something about it and we conclude the program. Atiku Abubakar rescued Nigeria from a whooping $100 billion failed state enterprise, saved Nigerian banks from ever shutting down again, took Nigeria's production of cement from barely 2.2 million tons to over 40 million tons, created over 1 million job opportunities, and put mobile phones in the hands of over 220 million Nigerians. Well, the constant attempt by a few to paint Nigeria's privatization program under President Olusegun Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar as an economic disaster does not hold up to the true facts. It was never a reckless sale of national assets like many gullible Nigerians have been made to believe. Without ever diving into the facts, it was an emergency response to stop decades of waste, inefficiency, and the bleeding of public funds. In 1999, the Bureau of Public Enterprise was down. According to the Bureau of BPE, government had put over $100 billion into state-owned companies between 1973 and 1999. The return on that money was less than 0.5% a year. Instead of wealth, these companies became a burden. They took about $3 billion every year in direct and indirect subsidies, and all of that, they employed only 420,000 people in a country of nearly 120 million people at that time. Well, the BPU also reported that Nigeria had about 590 public enterprises, but only 160 were doing anything productive. Many existed only on paper. The rest were weighed down by politics, poor management, old equipment, too much bureaucracy, and the desk that kept piling up. Money that should have gone to roads, schools, hospitals, security was instead used to keep failing corporations alive. It was in the context that the National Council on Privatization, chaired by His Excellency, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, drove the federal government's policy through the BPE. The idea was simple. Let government focus on governance. Let the private sector invest, modernize, and run commercial enterprises properly. The results were measurable. Between 1999 and 2007, more than 100 federal enterprises were privatized. In all, over 230 public enterprises have been transformed to private hands. The BPE records show that government realized over $5.3 billion from asset sales in that period. More importantly, the endless cycle of subsidies stopped. Nigeria was no longer borrowing to fund losses. Should we give Atiku's flowers or should we shred him like we normally do?
When you say shred him, when you say give him flower, the flower goes to, first of all, this flowers goes to Mr. President.
I bet he was in charge of the BPE.
No. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yes. It goes to the president.
I bet when anything,
that is the way
if there's anything wrong in the BPE, people say it's Atiku.
No, that is the way Nigeria is structured.
Okay.
It's structured in such a way that the praises, everything must go to the commander-in-chief. But then, good, Atiku did his best. But it is not you and I who should be in the forefront to praise him. That's why I keep saying that whatever went wrong between Atiku and his boss, President Olusegun Obasanjo, they should sit down and resolve it.
Well, they are our president, so we have a say in everything that happens.
Yeah, but with the stake you have, how is it bettering the lives of Nigerians? How is it?
Wasn't it mismanaged?
So who mismanaged it?
The $500 billion economy that the APC inherited, what did they do with it?
Well, APC has not gotten off the situation of, they've not gotten off that line of saying, oh, it is PDP. Let's not talking about PDP.
Prince, let's have your concluding thoughts.
My concluding thought is that the elections are drawing closer, the campaigns are about to start, and I think it is time the Nigerian people should listen to those who want to vie for positions. We should be able to scrutinize them. We should be able to, hold them accountable. And, I still think that the National Assembly owes it to the Nigerian people to tinker with the Electoral Act once more.
All right, then. This will be a good place to end the conversation. I've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka, a political affairs analyst who joined me on Political Lens. Prince, I do appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
No, definitely.
But on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena and Demdioto. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, Check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the Issues, examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, as Nigeria's security challenges once again attract international attention, we examine the United States condemnation of the killing of family members of a Plateau-based cleric, as U.S. Senator Ted Cruz accuses the government of hiring lobbyists to improve its image instead of confronting worsening insecurity. Also, tonight, politics in the Southeast takes center stage as Abia State Governor Alex Oti pushes back against claims that the region has already decided to support President Bola Tinubu's re-election bid. We'd also look at renewed international attention on the detention of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu after a U.S. congressman called for his release. And finally, we would look at remarks by Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang about the Nigerian Civil War as it continues to generate nationwide conversations on history, reconciliation, and whether Nigeria has truly confronted the wounds of its past. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Let's go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Nigeria's relationship with the United States is once again attracting attention, following contrasting narratives emerging from both countries. The presidency says a recent letter from former U.S. President Donald Trump to President Bola Tinubu demonstrates that security cooperation between Nigeria and the United States is producing positive results. According to presidential officials, the letter, which commended Nigeria's efforts in tackling terrorism, I'll take a break now. When I return, we'll bring you more of this. Please do stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Waters to stop mosquitoes. The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the Issues and Voice of the People television. I sincerely apologize for the mix-up earlier on. Nigeria's security situation is once again under the international spotlight. The United States has condemned the recent killing of members of a Plateau cleric's family, describing the attack as deeply disturbing and calling for those responsible to be brought to justice. Meanwhile, U.S. Senator Ted Cruz renewed his criticism of the Tinubu administration, alleging that the Nigerian government is investing more energy in hiring lobbyists in Washington to improve its international image than in addressing insecurity at home. However, Senator Cruz's remarks have drawn criticism within Nigeria. Senator Suleiman Kawu Sumaila has warned that such comments risk deepening existing divisions and oversimplifying Nigeria's security realities. He argues that insecurity in Nigeria affects people of different ethnic and religious backgrounds and should not be viewed exclusively through a religious lens. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by just one distinguished guest. We have here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimihele. He is a journalist, political and public affairs analyst. He's also a member of the Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, Nena.
Yes, sir.
Happy weekend.
Thank you. Weekend, I'm not started.
Yeah, it is weekend already. Today is Friday.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, let's start with this. Would I say different signals coming from the United States? Earlier this week, we heard, or we saw, or we read, whichever one we want to say.
Read.
Yes, read. Actually, that's the correct, because we didn't see. We read it on the papers. We read that we read a part, because it was not the full letter that we saw. We read a part of the supposed President Donald Trump's message or commendation to our president and on counterterrorism efforts. And then we also see, on the other hand, Senator Ted Cruz insisting that Nigeria is focusing more on public relations and addressing insecurity. What do you make of this, really?
Yeah, it's contradictory. Let us even believe that letter actually is coming from the White House and it's coming from Donald Trump. Because most of the times, I verify Donald Trump's statements from his truth media platform. But I didn't see this letter there. So I don't know how the letter just got into Nigeria. And remember, we're talking about a letter that came since 6th of July or thereabout, early July, but not until 2 days ago or thereabout. We never heard about that letter. So if that letter was actually something that was carried that weight as expected, this APC, especially Tinubu's administration, they would have, be the one that will blow that letter immediately. I think there are some parts of that letter we don't know, but I know too well that it is like a letter, it's like a reply. Probably Nigeria wrote, and it's like a reply. So that's why that celebration did not come as so much as expected. Remember when they went to Abu Dhabi last time, they've not even left the conference, the meeting in Abu Dhabi, when they started telling the world that, Emirates will be flying into Nigeria and all that, until, before they came to debunk it, when Angiru Ngelali was still his spokesperson. Remember that time?
Yeah.
So they are very quick in going to the press to blow their drums by themselves. But when this one did not come in that manner, and now we are seeing what Senator Ted Cruz is saying about the President Tinubu's government now, I think there is a kind of discrepancies there, and it's conflicting. But that's not to make us not to have focus. Everything Ted Cruz said is actually what we are going through in Nigeria here. Let's not shy away from the truth. Yes, the government is interested in so much propaganda instead of doing what it's supposed to do. The propaganda the government is even dishing out supposed to come from the people. It's the people that are supposed to say, oh, they fare well in these 3 years of this administration. It's not them that will now set exams for themselves, write the exams, vigilate themselves among the scripts. What else will you expect from such? And then they are definitely going to pass. So they should wait for Nigerians. Even if the international community is even criticizing them doing well here, who will be the one that will counter the international community and say, this government is doing well? We will have statistics, we have evidences on ground to actually say these are the data we can actually prove that we use to defend the government. But we are not even saying that. So when I read through Ted Cruz statements, he spoke the mind of Nigerians. If you go to Nigerian street today, 90% of Nigerians will tell you that whatever he said here is correct. So I'm not joining issues with them with the letter they gave to Nigerians that President Trump commended them. If he's commending them, we want to, when you are commended for what you are doing, then it's like you are being given more assignment that you should do more. So if that commendation is actually coming from President Trump and is expected and is directed at President Tinubu, then that means he still has a lot to do. He still has 1 year, almost about 1 year, or less than 1 year, into this his first 4 years of leadership. Then by the time he goes to the poll by January, and Nigerians feel that he has fared so well in this first tenure, then it will be to his advantage in the poll. But if Nigerians are saying, no, you didn't meet the expectation that we actually expected from you, then that will now speak otherwise in the poll. So we are waiting for January to actually see how it turns out, whether these letters, whether this propaganda from them is going to actually help them, or whether the criticism or show up your strategies, governance strategies on Nigerians from the international community is going to help. We'll see it in January poll. So we should not begin to join issues with them when they come out to the press and begin to beat their drum by themselves.
You know, talking about beating their drums, I listened to Daniel Boala when he was asked about the release date, and he made so much, he said so many things against the media. And then, he said that why is Nigerians concerned about the release date? Our own should just be that there was a letter, that should be our concern, and not really of the release date. But let's just stay on this Ted Cruz's statement. One of the senators, Kawu, has actually said that that the U.S. senator is not saying the right thing. He's actually saying that, that he's warning that Ted Cruz's statement can deepen divisions, religious and ethnic divisions in the country. Do you think so?
You see, what do you expect of this 10th Senate, Akpabio's class? I didn't expect anything short of that. This is the same government that whatever is going on now, by the time the president gets to the National Assembly for anything, the first thing is for them to sing their own national anthem for the president to say he's doing well. I didn't expect anything. It should even be a shame to them that it's even another country, legislators like them from another country, that is now, pointing out where they've not done well in their own country. You understand? They will be quick to quickly bring in this narrative of, we want to divide this nation and all of that. Have they not divided the nation that exists? They have divided this nation along the ethnicity line. They've divided along the religious ground and all of that, even nepotistic ground. You understand? Look at the people. Every president that comes now, the comes into power now, the next thing he does is that it is going to be my own tribal people that will surround me and put in the juicy offices of the nation. So if they even look at the antecedent of the leadership of these APC governments from late President Buhari to where we are today, they will even know that they are the one that is even doing the damages more than whatever they think another person is saying. Let them look inward. Let them look inward and speak the truth to themselves. These are legislators who are supposed to be like check and balances to the executive, not just to kowtow with the executive in whatever that comes from the executive. We're supposed to see robust discussion, debate, and all of that, so that will put the executive on its footing, put the executive and say, no, I have a strong legislative arm that I'm going to contend with. Some of these lapses we are seeing, padding of budget, left, right, center, having a fake agency, as they call it, and all of that. All this has also come into being if the legislators have actually do their job as expected. But they play along with it. It's easy for them to attack other countries, or attack anybody that is speaking the truth about this government without them looking inward and say, where have we done wrong? Why don't we have a rating, because everybody that is in that Senate comes from a senatorial district or even House of Rep comes from a constituency. These are supposed to be constituencies that are, have people, their own people that are elected and supposed to be closer to the people, make laws that will be of benefit to us, not law that will, demean us and take away our own pride from us. That's what we are saying. Law we see from them are laws that one cannot even imagine. So if Kawu comes up and criticizes Senator Cruz's statement, I think it's best where that they should look inward, where they are not doing well, so that they can show up.
For them to look inward.
Look inward.
We know one of the things that said that, let's go back to Ted Cruz. One of the things he said was that he actually was reacting to an amendment bill passed by the U.S. House of Representatives that would increase withholding of assistance to Nigeria from 50% to 100% until we take, as a country, effective step to prevent and respond to violence within our territory. Is that really the way to go? Do you think that this would actually spur us to do the right thing? No,
this one is not even stringent enough. You understand? If they really want to help Nigeria, this is not stringent enough. Even if they stop the aid, it's not going to affect the executive. It's not going to affect the legislators. They know how they make their money. And even the aids are supposed to come to Nigerians. How much of this aid have Nigerians actually enjoyed over the years? It is even now that the US is threatening to stop it, now that we even hear that they get humongous amount of money of this nature as aids from the US government. We don't hear about all this. Almost of these things come into this country. The agencies and the ministry, department and agencies that is managing them see it as an opportunity to line their pockets. So even if they stop it, it's not going to really be, it's not as stringent as what we expect that will sway this government to actually look at doing the right thing as expected. Nena.
Okay, the U.S. has condemned the killing of the Plateau cleric's family. I'm sure you followed this particular Pastor Ezekiel Dachomo. And, I watched a video of him talk about the fact that he was also sent another letter. Yeah. And I saw how the man was in pain. You could see that, that this is someone who has lost not just, he said he has also even lost people, I think his grandparents as well. And then he's, it's just very painful. But what does this really say about, how our security situation is being viewed internationally? Because when we begin to, yes, we know that the US has always condemned these attacks, but it doesn't, I don't think it speaks well for our nation, for us as our outlook generally, that we are perceived in such a way.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't speak well, They have no reneged in telling the world that the Christians in the Middle East or in Nigeria generally, is facing genocide. They've not. And that's what you have just seen. Reverend Dachomo was one of those ones that cried to the international community that even allowed that before America could even know what exactly the Christians are going through in Nigeria, particularly the Christians from the from the Benue, Plateau, and Nasarawa and other flank is going through. But look at, his payback. Look at all he has lost because he spoke the truth. He came out and cried to the world. So if there is anybody, downplaying on what is going on in Benue Plateau, that person is not speaking the truth. You see, 9 members of his family were massacred, and look at what he said. They even asked of his name before they massacred them, attacked them, and killed them. You can imagine the trauma. Who is actually rehabilitating somebody like Reverend Ezekiel Dachomo? Who?